Hello, am I audible? So good morning everyone. I welcome you all to the second day of NMP IGON 2022. After a successful series of sessions yesterday on diverse fields of nuclear medicine, today we will go through various lectures that cover topics on instrumentation and image processing, followed by an extensive session on artificial intelligence. As scheduled, we shall first join in the series of oral poster presentation from all the delegates. All the abstracts submitted to the NMPICon 2022 will be discussed and demonstrated in two sessions, the first starting at 8 a.m. and the second part will be commenced at 12:25 p.m. So our judge will be Mr. Ashish Kumar Jha. And now for the first oral presentation, I would like to call Mr. Biprajit Nath.
Screen visible?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Is my screen visible now?
Yes.
Yeah. So hello everyone, I am Biprajit Nath, and today I will present on the work which we have done recently in our lab. So the aim of the work is on classification of CA rectum and CA cervix from the feature extracted from the Fourier spectrum of CT image, and it's a pilot study, and that's the name of the author who have contributed to this work. So in generally, like we are extracting feature from medical image through radiomics, and then we're trying to predict or classify things. But now we proposed a novel method of classification based on the Fourier spectrum. So what we have done over here, we can see that's the raw image over here. And what we have done next, we have normalized the image. And post normalization, we have converted this image to its Fourier spectrum. Through Fourier transformation, we have transformed to its Fourier spectrum, and then through we have converted the image. We have thresholded the image through the mean method of thresholding, and that's what it looks like post thresholding. And after that, we have segmented these thresholded spectrum, and based on these spectrum, we try to classify whether we can classify two different type of diseases or not. So we can clearly see that for cervix it has a different Fourier spectrum, for rectum it has a different Fourier spectrum. So that's the methods what we have done. Furthermore is that from these spectrum, from these Fourier spectrum, we have extracted 33 shape and first order statistical feature, and a chi-square test was performed to select 5 top features from it. And from those five top features, we made a model. And from all those 5 features, this training and test period of the dataset was performed, and a random forest model was developed for the classification on the training dataset, and it was validated on the test dataset. So the result what we have got is that we have selected 5 optimum feature using the select K best class approach, and the accuracy of the random forest model validated on the test dataset was 0.87, its precision was 0.89, and recall was 0.88, and the AUC of the model was 0.96. So our preliminary result shows that this method, by using Fourier spectrum, it has excellent predictive power of features extracted from the Fourier spectrum in classifying diseases, that is rectum and cervix. But it's a proof of concept study, and it will be validated on external data sets. So that's for my first presentation. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. One more.
Please continue.
So is my screen visible? Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Yeah, so the next presentation is on a recent work we have done. So that's on evaluating the quality and reliability of educational videos on YouTube for the resident doctors and students of nuclear medicine. And these are the authors of this work who have contributed to their best. So like we know, with the development, with the progress of YouTube and social media platform, people start sharing their ideas, sharing whatever they know to the common educational platform. So the question was whether all the content shared on YouTube are reliable or not. So our question was to evaluate the quality and reliability of educational videos on YouTube for the resident doctors and students of nuclear medicine. So what we have done, basically, we have searched the term like clinical nuclear medicine lectures, radiopharmaceutical lectures, radiation safety lecture, nuclear medicine institution lecture, etc. on YouTube on 21st January 2021, and 45 videos were analyzed, and 15 videos each from clinical nuclear medicine, radiopharmaceuticals, radiation safety, medical physics, and nuclear medicine instrumentation. So we included only those videos which were relevant academically, and they have duration more than 10 minutes. Whereas those videos that were non-English, which were poor in quality and which had advertisements, were excluded from the study. And quantitative metrics like views, subscriber, comments were recorded. So, and the videos were evaluated and blindly scored by 3 independent reviewers, and they are experienced nuclear medicine physicians, radiochemists, and nuclear medicine physicists, based on the Journal of American Medical Association JAMA benchmark criteria and global quality score criteria. And Cronbach alpha was calculated to measure the inter-writer reliability using the Python library Pingolin. So the result, whatever we have obtained, that the mean JAMA score has a scale of 0 to 4, and it was found to be 3.26 plus minus 0.08. And the mean global quality score, which is in a rate of 0 to 5, it was found to be 4.06 plus minus 0.07. And for inter-writer reliability, we have calculated Cronbach alpha, and for JAMA it was 0.96, more closer to 1. It means high inter-writer reliability. So and GQS was 0.97. So, and the rated videos were published by domain specialists with nuclear medicine physicians, physicists, and researchers. So the conclusion is that our study shows that the quality and reliability of educational videos, our study shows that the quality and reliability of the educational video were of high quality, and these are optimal for students to learn globally. So that's it. Thank you so much.
For finishing your lecture on time. Do we have any question from audience? If anyone has any question, please, if you have this, you may ask. You can unmute and ask the question. Okay, then, with this, thank you for finishing your lecture on time. The next presenter is
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Our next presenter, oral presenter, will be Ms. Amandeep Kaur. Ms. Amandeep Kaur is presently working as a medical physicist at Baba Farid University of Health Science, Faridkot, Punjab. She has been as assistant professor and RSO at Sri Guru Ramdas Institute of Medical Science and Research, Punjab. Her areas of expertise include radiation protection and medical physics. Ma'am.
Good morning.
Please unmute yourself. Okay, good morning, ma'am.
Amandeep, please share your presentation.
My screen is visible, sir?
Yes, very nice.
Hello?
Yeah, you can start.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So my first presentation is a comparison of radiation exposure to radiation health workers from the patient undergoing myocardial perfusion imaging in single day versus dual day protocol. So, as we all know, myocardial perfusion imaging is performed in single day or dual day protocol depend upon the departmental logistics. The sequence of rest or stress study depend upon the clinical condition of patients. Administered activity in dual day is 8 to 10 millicurie, and in single day, first study is 8 to 10, then in second study is 24 to 30 millicurie. So aim and objective of this study is the MPI study, whether performed in single day or dual day protocol, is a potential source of radiation hazards to radiation health worker who tends to be in close proximity to the injected patient. So in this present study, we compared single day protocol with dual day protocol to find out which protocol result in more radiation exposure to radiation health workers. So it is a prospective study conducted in Department of Nuclear Medicine at Guru Gobind Singh Medical College and Hospital, Faridkot. The patients with clinical diagnosis of CAD were referred to the nuclear medicine department for MPI scanning during the time period, and the MPI scanning was done on Brightview XCT machine of Philips. And in the methodology, the patients were divided into two groups. Group A, including 34 patients, and they are undergoing MPI in dual day protocol. Group B include 19 patients, and they undergo MPI in single day protocols. So the radiation exposure rate were recorded in two sets using ionization chamber based survey meter. First set of reading were taken immediately post injection at the distance of 30, 50 and 100 centimeter from the injected patient, and second set of reading were taken at 1 hour and 2 hour post injection at a distance of 100 centimeter from the injected patient. Data were analyzed using paired and unpaired student t-test. So in the results, the total 53 patients who met the inclusion criteria were included in the present study. And out of 53 patients, 38 were male and 15 were female. The mean age of the study population is 59.39 plus minus 10.38 years, and the maximum number of CAD patients were seen in the age group of 61 to 70 years. So then we do the mean of radiation exposure rate of group A at various distances measured immediately post injection, and in this graph we can easily see that as we increase the distance from the patient, the radiation exposure also decreases. So similarly, we have do the mean of radiation exposure rate in group B at various distances measured immediately post injection, and in this we also saw the similar pattern of reduction in the radiation exposure rate in both the study parts. So then we do a mean radiation exposure of group A at distance 100 centimeter immediately after injection, then after 1 hour and 2 hour. In this, there is a significant difference in mean exposure rate at immediate and 1 hour reading, but there is very less reduction in exposure rate in 1 hour and 2 hour readings. Similarly, in this group B also. In this table, I just compile all the data of various distances and time period intervals of both the study part of single day as well as dual day protocols. So with the increase in the distance, as we earlier said, from the injected patient, there was significant reduction in the radiation exposure rate in both protocols. The extraction of system EB by myocardial cells will within 1 hour of post injection, there was a significant reduction in the radiation exposure rate immediately and after 1 hour in both study part of the single day as well as dual day protocol settings. The half-life of technetium 99M is 6 hours, and there is no significant difference between 1 and 2 hour reading. That is why there is no significant difference in 1 and 2 hour reading. The administered activity in second part of single day protocol is approximately 3 times that of the activity given at given in 2 hours second study part of the dual day protocol. That's why that's why significant difference was observed in second study part of both protocols. So in the conclusion, we conclude that the dual day protocol is better than the single day protocol as it's result in less radiation exposure to radiation health worker, as well as it is more effective use of radioactivity available. Secondly, the significance of reduction in radiation exposure rate with time and distance is reinforced as a key of radiation safety. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, there is my second presentation. Can I give right now?
Yeah, you can do second. Third, we will do in afternoon.
Hello?
Yeah, second presentation you can do right now.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
But speak with the time, it's 5 minutes.
My screen is visible, sir. Hello.
No. You have to share your screen.
Can I start, sir?
Yeah, you share your screen. It's not.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Second presentation of today is effect of gastroesophageal reflux disease on body weight percentage of children. Gastroesophageal reflux is most common digestive disorder in infants, and it is affect 50% of infant at the age of 2 years. And it is hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Your screen is not visible. You will have to share again because I think you.
Okay, sir. I just share it again. Now it is visible, sir?
Yes.
Okay,
Very
sir.
much.
Thank you. My second presentation is effect of gastroesophageal reflux disease on body weight percentage of children. So, gastroesophageal reflux is the most common digestive disorder in infants. It affects about 50% of infants at the age of 2 months, and it is often physiological, which tends to resolve with age. Simple physiological GER become a disease or gastroesophageal disease when it causes troublesome symptoms or complications. Even objective of this study is, in this study we attempt to find out the effect of GERD on the body weight percentage and the relationship between their presence and severity of reflux using the scintigraphic scoring system. So in the material and method, a total 95 patients who are clinical GER symptoms were undergoing scintigraphic imaging for the scanning of GER and their staging. Among 95 patients, we enrolled 40 patients, age range 1 month to 12 years. Gender, reflux scintigraphy finding, body weight and height were recorded. Image acquisition was done on Philips Brightview XCT. The study was in the methodology. The study was carried out after 4 to 6 hours fasting. Feeding volume was calculated as per standing feeding formula, which is 4 to 6 ml per kg body weight. The results were analyzed as per scintigraphic scoring system. In the technique, in less than 2 years of age, technetium 99M labeled sulfur chloride 500 microcurie to 1 millicurie were uniformly mixed with 5 to 10 ml of milk, and the remaining the milk was kept separately. The nasogastric tube was secured inside the patient. The radio-labeled milk was slowly instilled through the NG tube with the syringe, followed by the unlabeled milk to clear the residual activity from the NG tube. The NG tube was withdrawn before imaging, and the patient was positioned supine on the scanning table. In patient greater than 2 years or who are able to take a radioactive liquid or any liquid directly through mouth, the radioactive liquid was uniformly mixed. The radioactive liquid was orally given to the patient, followed by the unlabeled milk to clear the residual activity from the esophagus. Then the patient was positioned supine on the scanning table with chest and upper abdomen in the field of view. Finally, 30 minutes prior to completion of the study, a radioactive marker was placed at the angle of mouth or a lip to mark the upper end of the esophagus, whereas the lower end of the lower end could be marked by the radioactivity instilled in the stomach. Before completion of the study, a delayed 5-minute static image of the chest was acquired after 2 hours of um, ingestion of the activity to find out or to determine the aspiration of gastric content into the lungs. Data acquisition was done at the 10 second per frame for 30 minutes at the 64 by 64 matrix. The energy window 20% center at the photopeak of 140, dual detector with low energy general purpose was used. Scintigraphy image was interpreted by qualitative analysis and quantitative analysis. Qualitative analysis by simple visualizing all the image frame separately, and quantitative and qualitative by drawing time activity curve by drawing ROIs over the entire esophagus and the stomach. In result, 36 out of 40 patients showed GER positive. Among 36 patients, around 53% having recurrent chest infection, 31 with recurrent vomiting, and 28 has regurgitation. 30 out of 36 GER positive patients suffer from grade 3 reflux. Recurrent chest infection were reported in 14 out of 30 GER positive patients with grade 3 persistent reflux episodes. 9 out of 30 patients have poor weight gain and anemia. The scintigraphy finding reveals that these 9 patients have grade 3 volumerized persistent reflux episode that last for long time. 6 were found to be failure to thrive. The scintigraphy finding reveals that 6 patients have large volume, grade 3 long duration and persistent reflux episodes. In this image, we can easily see the persistent reflux episodes of long durations. And in this image, the grade 3 volumerized persistent reflux episode can be easily seen. And in this image, the presence of pulmonary uptake of tracer can be seen in the static image after 2 hours of ingestion of the reductive liquid. So in the discussion, the recurrent chest infection were common with persistent grade 3 high grade refluxes. Recurrent vomiting and regurgitation result in loss of ingested calories in small children, leading to weight loss and failure to thrive. Patient with low body weight who have patient having low body weight, which show large volume grade 3 persistent high grade high frequency reflux. The pulmonary uptake of radio tracer were seen in delayed image in 3 patients, which retrieved the concept of lung aspiration of gastric content in children with GERD. So in the conclusion, we conclude that children with persistent grade 3 volumerized reflux were suffering with repeated episodes of chest infection, poor weight gain, which restrict their physical development. And the greater is the number
Amandeep,
of
your time is up.
episodes.
Miss Amandeep, please listen.
Hello?
Yeah, you can stop presenting now. Your time is up.
Okay,
We'll move on to the next presenter.
Okay,
Stop sharing your screen.
हाँ जी, thank you.
Tony, are you there? Ashish, Tony, are you there?
Go introduce her.
So now I would like to introduce our next judge, Mr. Ankit Vats. He is Dr. Ankit Vats. He is working as a medical physicist at PGI Chandigarh. Sir, we are welcoming you.
Tony, are you there? Tony Mitra. Tony Mitra, are you there?
Mr. Suneet, please unmute yourself and
Yes,
share
I am
your
there.
screen. Please unmute, share your screen. You have 5 minutes for your presentation.
My screen is visible. Hello.
No, not at all.
Now my screen is visible.
It is not visible, sir. Sir, first just click on the up arrow. There it is written open share tray.
Just a minute. Open share tray.
Yeah. Select
Select the desktop
or window.
window.
Now is it visible?
No, sir.
Just a minute.
Mr. Suneet, you have to click on the up arrow and select share screen option. In that, you will have choose what to share. In that, select entire screen and then open your PowerPoint, and we will be able to view your presentation. Please do it quickly. Otherwise, we'll move your presentation to the next oral presentation session.
Madam, I'm trying to do, it's not going.
Can you do one thing?
Entire screen, yes.
Entire screen and then select and click on share. Yeah, now we can see your screen. Open the PowerPoint.
Yeah, now is it visible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, sorry and thank you for helping. The aim of my topic is to study. We all know about lutetium level peptides. We will study the
Sir, your
lutetium.
PowerPoint is not visible, sir. So open the PowerPoint.
My PowerPoint is open.
Actually, you have not shared it properly.
Sir, please try to share it again.
Stop sharing first. Stop sharing.
Okay.
And then go to share. Go to share. And then select entire screen. So down you will be getting that desktop and Windows. Click on that. One more pop-up will open. Then you go to entire screen.
Okay, and then share.
And then share. Yes. You have to select.
Now is it visible?
Yes, yes, very much.
Okay.
Go in presentation mode and start presenting, and you have only 5 minutes.
Okay. May I start?
Yes, 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 Sonic, please.
We all know about lutetium level peptides that we are using. My aim is to study the lutetium level peptide chromatography peaks with different specific activity. I have taken 5 samples of high specific activity and 5 with low specific activity. A drop of 3 microliters was taken and developed on a chromatographic strip. Further, we see the lutetium level peptides with high specific activity. The graph is crisp, proper Gaussian curve, and highly resoluted. Now, I would like to inform you with the high specific activity, the entire reaction is very tightly seized. The volume of the buffer is 900 microliters, volume of the peptide is 100 microliters, and volume of lutetium is not more than 180 microliters. So the entire reaction chemistry is tightened. So this does not allow any other interfering factors, hence the graphs are very nicely shaped. Now, when we compare about the lutetium level peptides with low specific activity, we normally see the peaks are broadened, they are having shouldering effect, over resolution, improper resolution, they are having tailing effect. Now this occurs because when the specific activity is low, we tend up adding more amount of buffer, more amount of peptide in order to achieve the required labeled product. In this case of 5 samples that I have taken, the volume of the buffer is around 2900 microliters. Volume of the peptide is around 270 to 340 microliters, and volume of lutetium is around 340 microliters. So the molecular weight increases, the molarity increases, and in liquid chromatography, as the molecular weight increases, molecular molarity increases. This invites the eddy diffusion, longitudinal diffusion, and hence we get such broad peaks. Apart from that, if we use wrong solvents, then there is noise which adds in the background. So solvent selection is also important criteria. And further, I would like to inform you, no matter if we use lutetium level peptide with high specific activity or low specific activity, yes, we can label the product, but the molecular weight increases in the lutetium level peptide with low specific activity, and with high specific activity it is less. So I would like to conclude myself on this itself, and I thank the presentation team for giving me an opportunity and helping me out. Thank you. Hello.
Stop your sharing.
Thank you, Sonic.
Thank you.
You can stop sharing. Thank you. And by this, we end that abstract presentation session, and we will resume it again in afternoon session. Thank you. Thank you, Sonic.
Good morning, everyone. We will now move on to the next session, which is the instrumentation session. And for that, I would like chairpersons, Dr. Babu. Dr. D.A.R. Babu is a retired head RPAD, and he is a very senior scientist, and he has done immense work in the field of radiation protection and instrumentation. The other chairpersons with us are Dr. Soni. Dr. P.S. Soni again needs no introduction. He is a senior physicist, and he has also got immense experience and knowledge in the field of instrumentation. The third chairperson is Dr. B.L. Malpani. He is also a senior scientist at Radiation Medicine Center. Dear chairpersons, I welcome you, and to introduce our next speaker. Thank you. Over to you, sir. Dr. Soni, sir.
Haji, okay.
Please.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you display that? Display the biodata.
Good morning. Good morning, Ms. Vanessa.
Good morning.
I'm Babu speaking. The first speaker today is Dr. George Plaudos, EO at
No, sir. Shreyas, WhatsApp खोल इधर.
प्रेजेंटेशन था तुम्हारा प्रेजेंटेशन कहाँ गया
Sir, 1 minute. I'll just unmute. Sir, 1 minute.
This morning is Dr. Townsend and founding director of Singapore Chemical Imaging Research Institute. As far as qualification is concerned, he is PhD elementary particle physics, and his topic for this presentation is recent advancement and development in fact seeking. His areas of interest is fact instrumentation and development. May I request the speaker to proceed further, please.
A very good morning. May I request Dr. David Townsend,
Hi.
founding director of at Singapore Clinical Imaging Research Institute. As far as his qualifications are concerned, he is a PhD in elementary particle physics, and his topic for today's presentation that is recent advancement and development in PET stroke CT. His interest is in PET instrumentation and its development. May I request the speaker to proceed further, please.
Okay. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Am
Kindly
I-
share.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet, sir.
No?
Yes, sir. It's visible now.
Okay.
पंखा और एसी चालू कर दे.
So you can see my screen, okay? Is it okay?
Yes, Dr. Thompson, we can see it.
Okay, good. Then let me begin. My topic tonight, or this morning for you guys, is the development of PET-CT imaging. And what I'll be talking about is how this was an evolution in PET instrumentation that became a revolution in imaging. So I'll spend about 45 minutes showing you how step by step we developed the first PET-CT scanner. And then I'll talk a little bit about the current status of instrumentation for PET. I should mention, as a conflict of interest, that I received royalties from Siemens for the invention of the PET-CT. So you should be aware of that when I'm talking about the advantages of PET-CT. So the topics will be PET-CT from evolution to revolution. I'll talk briefly about the commercialization of the PET and PET imaging and the current status of PET-CT, which I was asked to bring up to date the development. So let's begin with the development of the PET-CT step by step. I am now retired from the Clinical Imaging Research Center in Singapore, but I began my PET work at CERN back in the late 1970s, early 1980s. I collaborated with George Sharpak, who received the Nobel Prize for Physics in 1992, and he invented an instrument that was used in particle physics to detect charged particles called the multi-wire proportional chamber. And I first got involved in PET imaging when we took one of these detectors, modified it, and used it to image photons, the annihilation photons from the annihilation of the positron. And the pictures on the right-hand side, the photos on the right-hand side, show a little prototype system that we developed at CERN in Geneva in 1977. And we installed it in the University Hospital in Geneva in 1980. That's what you can see on the bottom right-hand side. The gentleman on the right is Alan Jevons, who is the physicist who came up with the idea, and the person on the left is a very much younger version of me. We made images of patients with this little prototype system, but the key at this time was we developed 3D imaging, 3D reconstruction techniques to use with these two-dimensional area detectors. And this is the team in the bottom left that developed that system along with Alan Jevons. And the key developments were not only the hardware, but primarily the software that we developed in order to image in 3 dimensions with this prototype system. And we published a paper on it in the Journal of Nuclear Medicine in 1987. The device was called the High Density Avalanche Chamber, or HIDAC, positron camera. Now, if you have knowledge about PET imaging, you know that PET imaging is intrinsically a three-dimensional imaging modality. But the very early PET scanners back in the 1980s, mid-1980s, were actually two-dimensional imaging devices, because between each ring of detectors, you had what is called a scepter, or an annulus of lead, that shielded the detectors outside the plane from activity within the plane. So essentially, it's breaking up a three-dimensional image, a three-dimensional distribution into two-dimensional slices. Professor Terry Jones at the MRC Cyclotron unit at Hammersmith Hospital in London came to me in 1987 and said, "You've developed three-dimensional imaging algorithms for your system. Why don't we remove these scepter from the ring systems that were commercially available, and then use your algorithms to reconstruct the data, and then we'll have a much more sensitive system." So on the right-hand side, you can see at the top the camera, the PET scanner in those days with those little red scepter that shielded each ring from the next ring. But if you take out the scepter, then you end up with a 3D imaging system as shown in the bottom right with the black lines of response, thereby increasing considerably the sensitivity of the system. But this was a new development. It was not commercially available. And we decided to try it at Hammersmith Hospital at the MRC Cyclotron unit. We also developed, these are the pioneers of 3D PET reconstruction, Jim Kolscher, Joel Rogers, Paul Kinahan, who was at the University of Pennsylvania with Joel Karp and Gerd Muehliner. And they helped to develop a 3D reconstruction algorithm that could be used with these, with the scepter removed. So this was a fundamental development in taking 2D PET imaging into the 3D PET imaging domain. And these are some of the very first images we acquired back in 1988, 1990. And these are the gentlemen that were the pioneers in this field, Michel de Vries, Antoine Geisberger, and Dale Bailey. And we also collaborated with Ed Hoffman and Simon Cherry, who is now at UC Davis. At the time, they were at the Crump Institute and at UCLA. But we were all interested in high sensitivity PET imaging. And so this is why we developed these algorithms and why we started doing 3D PET imaging. And we published one of the first papers in 1991 on three-dimensional reconstruction for a PET camera. Now, the interesting thing about that for us was that if you took a ring camera, as shown here, and removed the scepter from the field of view, you then increase the sensitivity considerably. Now, we came up with the idea, let's remove some of the detectors and make the system much more cost effective, because the detectors are very expensive. But if we rotate it, even though it's a little bit slower in the acquisition, you still acquire all the data to make a 3D reconstructed image. And these are some of the first brain PET images, FDG brain PET images that we acquired on this prototype system that we built with funding from the Swiss National Science Foundation. And we acquired these images in May of 1991. They look conventional FDG PET images. They took a little bit longer to acquire than a full ring system, but of course this system was a lot less expensive. And back in the early 90s, one of the impediments to using PET more widely was the cost of the instrumentation. However, when we started taking these images and we published a paper on it in 1993, a few years after we got it operational.
चालू आहे त्याचं कनेक्शन इंटरनेटचं नाही त्याला कॉल लावून इंटरनेट नाही भेटत आहे.
When we started taking these images, one of the surgeons came and he said, you know, you've got gaps between the detectors where we'd taken the detectors out. He said, why don't you put in a CT scanner and then you can acquire PET and CT. And back in the early 90s, physicians did not have a good understanding of what PET could do. So to a surgeon, a CT scanner was useful, but a PET scanner was inconclusive. He didn't really know what the images showed. So it was then in 1991, 1992, that the idea of putting a CT scanner with a PET scanner was first proposed. And the idea was with these two banks of detectors rotating and the CT scanner, you can see in the sketch on the left-hand side, you can develop a PET CT scanner that acquires PET and CT in a single scanning motion. Now, it turned out, to our surprise some years later, that the very first PET CT scanner was not the one that we developed, but it was developed by a group in Japan in 1983, some 15, 16 years before we even started thinking about it. But the literature was was focused in Japan. And in fact, nobody outside Japan even knew that this group, under the direction of Professor Sasaki and Dr. Teru, nobody realized that this work had been done. The PET CT scanner is a bit different to the one that we developed. You can see in the top left-hand side, it was a PET scanner and a CT scanner side by side, and the patient was on a bed that moved from one system to the other. So it wasn't like ours where you had one unit and the patient just moved through the unit. It acquired a PET scan and a CT scan separately, but because the patient didn't get off the bed, in principle, they were aligned just like they were in our system. And in the bottom left, you see a carbon-11 methionine PET CT scan of a patient with a brain tumor. It's the first clinical PET CT scan that was ever made, and it was made in 1984. But we were unaware of this work. Professor Thomas Bayer, who's shown in the photograph on the right-hand side, was the PhD student on our project. And in 2015, he visited the group in Japan and made that contact that had waited many, many years to be made. I was very fortunate to meet Professor Sasaki in Yokohama in October of 2017. It was a real privilege to meet somebody who'd contributed so hugely to the field of medical imaging. So this was our PET CT team from 1995 to 1998. The group on the left-hand side, including myself and Thomas Bayer, were the ones that built the system. Ron Nutt was the CEO of the company, CTI PET Systems, that we collaborated with. Paul Kenahan was the expert in image reconstruction. And so this was the team that put together what we thought at the time, the very first PET CT. And there is the PET CT in the top left, and it was installed in the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center, which you can see here on the right-hand side. And these are the first images that we acquired on the imaging device between 1998 and 2001 at the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center. It was the medical invention of the year in 2000 in Time magazine, and we received the 2010 IEEE Innovations in Healthcare Technology Award from the IEEE. But while we were doing the work, and as I mentioned, I forgot to say, this was actually the second PET CT device after the Japanese. While we were doing these studies in 1998, 1999, we scanned a young lady, a 29-year-old female, who had a nasopharyngeal carcinoma, and we scanned her to stage the disease. And on the same side as the primary tumor, there was a lymph node that you can see here in this image that was enlarged on CT, and it contained FDG, showing that it was positive on CT, positive on PET, and therefore the PET CT didn't change anything. But at the same scan, on the other side, the contralateral side, there was a very small lymph node that was deemed to be negative on CT, but there was uptake of FDG in exactly that area. And so but had there not been the PET and the CT, the physician would probably not have seen this area as suspicious. But with the two together, the lymph node and the FDG, the physician decided that this was probably a positive finding and that the disease in this patient had spread from the left side to the right side. And indeed, she had a neck dissection, and that was the case. So then we realized that maybe PET-CT had something more to offer than just PET and CT separately. And this is the team: Ron Nutt, Thomas Beyer, Paul Kiernahan, Carolyn Meltzer was the physician on the project, and the late Marcia Martinelli was the PET-CT technologist. And this work was funded by the National Cancer Institute, 2 R01 grants. And so the steps to get from the this prototype high-density avalanche system through the rotating PET scanner to the PET-CT was in these stages. So steps 1, 2, and 3, and it took 20 years. From 1979, when this became operational, 1990, when this was operational, and then 1999, when we had a PET-CT scanner operational at the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center. And that was the key paper that we published. It's been cited over 2,000 times over the last 20 years. That was the combined PET-CT scanner for clinical oncology. And we were told at the time that the device would fail. We presented it at the Society of Nuclear Medicine meeting in 1998, and we were told that radiology and nuclear medicine would never work together, and therefore our device was not going to be successful. Of course, history has shown differently. It was widely publicized, even at that time. A friend of mine forwarded me this newspaper that described a new machine to fight cancer. This was the PET-CT. This was December of the year 2000. And to summarize then the work we did, what lessons did we learn? Well, we learned that it is important to understand what are the medical needs and what is the significance of the device you're going to have to healthcare. You should always expect when you have a new idea that there will be negative comments and reviews, but it is important you do not give up. You need to have physicians support you and champion your proposal, because if you don't, if you're proposing something medically and physicians are not on board, then it isn't going to go anywhere. We found it extremely beneficial to work with a small company, CTI PET Systems. They were eventually bought by Siemens, but at the time they were independent, about 100 employees, and they were ready to take the risk of developing a cutting-edge device without there being an obvious market. They were not a market-driven company. It is important that you get enough grant funding or funding from somewhere to build a prototype that can be used clinically. It's no good having a laboratory device that you can't scan patients on, because then you cannot get the medical community on board. And once you have the clinical prototype, you need to install it in a hospital so you have access to suitable patients. And the prototype must be reliable, because if you engage a physician, get him to refer patients, and then the system breaks down and he can't refer patients and he wants to, then he isn't going to be referring any more patients. So it has to operate, and it has to operate with strong clinical support. And of course, above all, you have to be lucky. You have to be in the right place at the right time. And for us, this was 1998, when the first PET-CT prototype began acquiring studies in patients. And at the same time, the US government, Medicare, approved the first PET studies for reimbursement. So suddenly you had a reimbursable study and you had a PET scanner that gave you anatomy and function in one imaging system. So the two things came together just purely serendipitously. It was just luck. And very quickly, the device took off. So let's then look at the second topic, the commercialization of PET-CT. So the first systems from GE and Siemens arrived in the clinic in 2001. We took delivery of one in Pittsburgh in August of 2001, the first Siemens clinical PET-CT scanner. And then within 4 years, from 2001 to 2005, the market for PET-only systems declined to zero. So by 2005, it was not possible to buy a PET-only system from GE, Philips, or Siemens. So it was disruptive technology, but the adoption of the technology was extremely rapid, much more rapid than is usual in most imaging technologies, where you require time to build up a number of cases before people start to adopt it. But in this case, within 4 years, it was the state of the art in PET imaging. And over the years, I won't show you a lot of images from PET-CT. I'm sure most of you have seen them. But just to emphasize that once the publications from leading institutions started to appear, and the one shown here on this slide is from the University of California, Los Angeles. The first author is Johannes Chernin, who is the current editor of the Journal of Nuclear Medicine. Even within 5 years, he was able to publish a paper showing that the PET-CT in a whole range of cancers demonstrated that a PET-CT image was more diagnostically useful than PET and CT separately. So as he stated, from these data, we believe has emerged reliable evidence in support of the notion that PET-CT offers diagnostic advantages over its individual components for all the major cancers. And so the publications started to increase. You can see that from PubMed, and up to today, they're averaging over 2,500 publications a year, steadily growing from 2004, 2005 to today. So there's a huge amount of data out there now demonstrating the utility of PET-CT. Now, I'm not going to say much about PET-MR, but there is a point to be made from the instrumentation aspect. And that is the very first attempts to acquire a PET-MR image was achieved by moving the PET detectors, the phototubes, the PET photodetectors outside the magnetic field of the MR. So they were on optical fibers. So the scintillator, the crystals were in the bore of the magnet, but the phototubes were 2 meters, 3 meters away outside the field. And the reason for that is that these phototubes, this is one shown here, the trajectory of the electrons is critically dependent on there being zero magnetic field. As soon as you have a magnetic field, then these electron trajectories bend and the phototube no longer works. And that can be demonstrated if you take a phototube and place it inside the MR magnet. As long as the field isn't turned on, you get a nice pattern of the block detector, of the different elements in the block detector. But as soon as you turn the magnetic field on, you get a distribution that no longer separates the individual elements. So what had to happen for a proper PET-MR development was the phototubes had to be replaced by a new type of detector. And it was during the 2000s, 2005, 6, 7, that the silicon photomultiplier SIPM-based PET detector was developed. And they were used in the first PET-MR scanner, which Siemens commercialized in 2010. So this was a technological revolution, if you like. After many, many decades of phototubes, photomultiplier tubes, finally they had been replaced by silicon-based photomultipliers that were insensitive to magnetic fields. But they also had a large number of other advantages, such as having one-to-one coupling with the elements in the scintillator matrix and others. So they not only were useful in a PET-MR, but they were also useful in PET-CT. And in fact, that's exactly what happened. And within a few years, Philips, GE, and Siemens produced a silicon PM-based PET detector in a PET-CT. And that is now the standard in PET-CTs, silicon-based silicon-based PMs with a matrix of scintillators. And Johannes Chernin, who I mentioned just now, the current editor of the Journal of Nuclear Medicine, he summed it up by saying that the PET-CT was a technical evolution and an imaging revolution. And what he meant by that was that we really, in developing the PET-CT, we took two existing instruments, the CT and the PET, and we combined them into the PET-CT. So it was really an evolution of the imaging technologies, but it created the field of hybrid imaging. And therefore, it was somewhat of a revolution in the medical imaging field. Whereas for PET-MR, you had to develop a silicon-based PM, and that was a revolutionary device. And that was necessary for the PET-MR. So PET-MR involved a technical revolution, but the contribution to imaging has been an evolution from PET-CT images to PET-MR images. So the hybrid imaging field was established by PET-CT, and therefore the PET-MR was a further evolution of that field. So I hope that clarifies the reason for my talk. PET-MR, PET-CT, evolution to revolution. And that's what it did in the imaging field. And this is a little slide showing what happened over the years from 1984 with the prototypes, the one in Japan, to today. And you can see progressively the PET-CTs that were developed up until 2008, 2009. Then 2010, you got the first PET-MRs. And in 2013, you got the first silicon PM PET-CTs, which are now state-of-the-art. And in fact, I stopped the slide at 2016 because that's when I thought I was going to retire, but I stayed on for another couple of years. So I've extended the slide up to 2022 to show two new devices from Siemens that I'll talk about as state-of-the-art and the very latest system. So it's important to understand that the state-of-the-art PET-CT scanners contain the same sort of detectors as are in the PET-MR, and the technology development was driven by the desire to create a PET-MR. So this is the Biograph Vision. This is a state-of-the-art PET-CT that was appeared in 2019. It has an axial length of 26.3 centimeters, and the axial length tells you how much of the patient it covers in a single scan. And as you'll see, this is become a critical factor. The rest of the parameters are there summarized in the table. Spatial resolution, about 3.6 millimeters. And now the time resolution has been reduced to just a little bit more than 200 picoseconds, which allows the implementation of time of flight in the system. And it has very, very good performance. And you can see outstanding images on the right-hand side of a very large patient, a 172 kilogram patient. So this has opened up huge, or it did open up in 2019, huge possibilities. And note also, the scan time is just 6 minutes. Very, very good images, visualization of small 6 millimeter lung nodules. So this system was definitely a big advance in the performance of PET-CT. Now let's just digress a moment to talk about total body imaging. I think Professor Sethi from Penn will tell you a lot more about total body imaging in the next talk, but I have to mention it because it represents a major development in PET instrumentation, and it has gone into the PET-CT. So the idea was to develop a system, a PET scanner that didn't just cover 25 centimeters like the Biograph Vision, didn't just cover 25 centimeters and you had to move the patient through the field of view, but it actually covered the whole patient. And in fact, curiously, back in 1990, the drawing on the left-hand side was a vision, a dream of Terry Jones, that one day we would be able to do that. And this drawing dates from 1990. Of course, back then, we didn't know how to do it, but we knew that it should be done. And Simon Cherry and Ramzi Badawi, Stefan Vanderberg, and Joel Karp and Solomon Sethi at institutions of UC Davis, Ghent University, and University of Pennsylvania have all taken the field forward in developing long axial field of view imaging systems that result in improved image quality, a much lower radiation dose to the patient, dynamic whole body, total body imaging, and of course, high patient throughput because of the short acquisition times. And so this is the UC Davis, the Explorer system that was developed in 2018 in association with the company in Japan. It covers 195 centimeters of axial length and has tremendous sensitivity and good spatial resolution. I'll show you a table. Of course, it's expensive, and the projected commercial cost was going to be around $10 million US. This is the first system. That's Professor Terry Jones on the left, and Ramzi Badawi on the left, and Simon Cherry is the first guy there on the right, and the other gentleman is from the company in Shanghai. And so this is the Ghent University. You can see that they were proposing a shorter system, a shorter field of view, but one that could cover the body of a child. And so that's another of these total body imaging, but for children. And then the PenPet Explorer that I'm sure you'll hear more about from Professor Sethi is just summarized here. This is a slide I got from the hospital, the University of Pennsylvania Hospital, showing that it's a whole body pediatric imaging system with an axial length of 70 centimeters to cover the whole body of a young pediatric patient. Now, it's important to note that total body multi-organ imaging has been a dream for a long time. And a gentleman who gave his name to a well-known mental hospital psychiatric hospital in London, Henry Maudsley, he said back in, he lived in the late 1800s, he stated in 1871 in his book, Body and Mind, that mental disorders are neither more nor less than nervous diseases in which mental symptoms predominate, and their entire separation from other diseases has been a sad hindrance to progress. And what he's talking about is the connections between different body systems, particularly the connection between the gut and the brain, or the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal connections. In other words, if you can image different body organs simultaneously, you can begin to explore diseases that affect more than one organ. So just looking at what happens in the brain without knowing what's going on in the rest of the body is extremely limiting. And Maudsley, as a psychiatrist, recognized that way back in 1871. And that's why this systems biology approach can now be addressed using these total body systems, like the Explorer here being installed in UC Davis, one almost 2 meters in length. And these are the superb images, some of the first images. You may have seen them, they've been widely published. But what you're looking at here, you can see the injected dose and the time. So you can see they're even imaging at 18 seconds with very low activity. So what basically happened, they injected 7.8 millicuries, scanned for 20 minutes, and then subsequently with 4, when it had decayed to 4 millicuries, 10 minutes, and so on. So you can see the quality of the images is fairly constant until you get down to very short imaging times, and you're imaging the whole body. And this is a PET CT because it's combined with a CT scanner in the front. So you're really looking at the future of PET CT imaging. To be able to look at multi-organ disease dynamically has been a dream of ours for a long time. And then finally, the current status of PET CT. Probably the best system commercially available is the Biograph Vision Quadra that became cleared by the FDA in 2021, so it's been around for less than a year. You can see here the comparison with the predecessor, the Vision. It has 106 centimeter axial length. It has very high sensitivity, 3.3 millimeter resolution, and a timing resolution just over 200 picoseconds, and very high noise equivalent count rate. And those are the images on the top right of the brain. They'll be acquired in just a few minutes. The quality is amazing. If you compare it, let's compare it for interest with, so this is what it looked like in 2021, and this is what it used to look like in 1980 with the systems that were available then. And if you look at the comparison with the Explorer and with the device in 1980, it was a single slice device, 1.7 centimeters thick slice. The sensitivity was less than 1,000 counts per second per megabecquerel, compared with over 16,000 or 83,000 with the Quadra, or 174,000 with the Explorer. And there you have a comparison. The time resolution of the Explorer is not as good as that of the Quadra, although I'm sure that's something that they work on. The spatial resolution's around 3 millimeters for both those devices, compared with 10 millimeters in 1980. So you can see 40 years. It's taken 40 years to get from the image on the right to the image on the left. And a tremendous amount of people have been involved in that development. And I'll show just a couple of images from the Vision. These are from the Inselspital in Bern, in Switzerland. Just note that these images, you cover more or less the entire, obviously there's some of the lower legs are missing because it's 106 centimeters versus 198 on the Explorer. This is a patient with lung cancer, and this whole image was acquired in 10 minutes, sorry, just one bed position. There's no longer any need to move the patient through the field of view. The entire image, the entire body is seen as a single bed position. And then one other image. This is a patient, an older patient with esophageal cancer, and that's the rotating MIP image. where the amount of detail is phenomenal, and the quality of the image showing that small esophageal lesion is really really impressive, along with obviously other metastatic disease. And this was done with an injected dose of only 169 megabecquerels and the scan time of 6 minutes. It would have been unthinkable just a few years ago. And then finally, the UC Davis, the Explorer. These are some images that were published recently, a year or so ago. This is dynamic total body FDG imaging with the Explorer PET-CT. And you can see the blood pool and then the way the FDG is extracted into the tissues, starting the first image in just 1 minute, at 1 minute, and then 1 to 2 minutes, and so on, up to the usual image at 60 minutes. So this is usually the static image that we acquire with a conventional PET-CT. With this device and with the Siemens system, you can see that you get this dynamic sequence of images showing the extraction of FDG from the tissue. And that allows quantitative measurements to provide even more information, such as the FDG influx, the net influx rate, the blood volume, and the FDG delivery rate to the tissue, the K1 parameter in the modeling, as shown here in the images in the lower part of the slide. So the progress from that very early static image of the brain with very little detail to these superb PET-CT images of today represents a tremendous progress in the medical imaging field. So I hope that I've been able to give you a feeling for the way in which this device was developed from other devices through to PET-CT, and where PET-CT is today, the state of the art in PET-CT, very much an evolution of imaging technology that's created a revolution in medical imaging. Thanks to the organizers for inviting me to give this presentation, and I thank all of you, whoever you are out there, for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Townsend. Before I think I say anything more, I think we should give a round of applause for Dr. Townsend for a lovely talk.
Thank you
very much. Yeah, very nicely said. Evolution to revolution. I was so happy to see the HIDAC images, and I'm so proud to know that you were involved in those earliest works on HIDAC, because HIDAC has been something which really has been seeking my attention last 10 years, and I really feel that we should have taken HIDAC forward.
Oh, thank you very much.
A lot of promising technologies, and I'm so glad to have you all here, have you here particularly, and it's really humbling to know that you appreciated, acknowledged the work of Japanese workers, and that's a fact. That's a fact. It's really humbling feeling that a person of your stature, in spite of having achieved so much on HIDAC, really acknowledged it, and I really appreciate that. I'm sure the audience will recognize that your contribution for development of PET-CT has been immense in terms of commercializing it, in terms of bringing the technology partners together and making it happen, because that's something which is very, very relevant and very important. And I'm sure the collaboration with Siemens and other private partners will continue to guide them, so that we can bring better and better technologies. It was really a great talk. And I think some other time I would really like to know more about HIDAC from you, though it might be a diversion at this moment, but it would be appreciable. And knowing your background of CERN, a lot of respect for CERN, particularly because of this Large Hadron Collider project where India also is associated. I was paying attention to many of CERN developments, and there are so many prototype works which we can take forward. And I'm sure you would be able to guide the younger generation much better. I'm really pleased to have you, sir. And that was a great talk. Dr. Soni would like to say something. Great.
Thank you very much for your kind words. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Dr. Townsend, it's really very nice presentation.
Thank you
And
very much, sir.
we are so happy to have you in Bombay, this conference. And I appreciate all your work. And
Thank you.
it's really, you are given a great instruments to the world where we can go for cancers and other malignancy and other type of diseases, neuro, cardiac.
Right.
It's really very good lectures.
Good. Well, thank you very much for thanks for the invitation. I wish I could be there in person, but this is better than nothing.
We would like to have you, sir, more often, and really get you to share your experiences on some of these developmental tasks.
Okay,
Because
well,
this is something that we look forward to in our country now.
Absolutely. I look forward to it too. Thank
Round
you
of
very much.
applause.
Thank you.
Any questions from audience?
Can I ask one question?
Yeah.
It's a question from the David Thompson that we increase the timing resolution and by changing the crystal, just like from earlier it was BGO, now we are using a LSO crystal. Also, we improve the TOF and timing resolution by changing from PMT to silicon PM tubes and SAPD. So now my question is that what is the future of the crystal? What are the crystals we are in the pipelines to increase this, to replace this LYSO or LSO crystal, to increase further our spatial resolution and all these things?
Well, as I mentioned at the beginning, I've kind of retired from the field, although I am attending a conference in Spain in June where a CERN physicist friend of mine, you may know Professor Paul Lecoq, is developing a sort of crystal mixture. I don't know any of the details. He calls them metacrystals. And the huge goal at the moment is to improve the time resolution. The commercial systems that you've seen that I presented are in the range of 200 picoseconds. But Paul has sort of challenged the field to get down to as low as 10 picoseconds. The goal being to eliminate the need for image reconstruction, which will put a lot of guys out of a job. But it's a goal to try and be able to place the positron annihilation in a single voxel without the need to reconstruct the projection data. So I think we're going to see timing resolutions down below 200 picoseconds. I'll know more about it after I've been to the conference, but that's really where the focus is. I mean, the 3mm resolution is unlikely, I think, to improve much in such a huge system, simply because of the daunting task of normalizing the system and managing so many crystals. But there's definitely, I think, an area for research and improvement in the timing of these systems, because if you could get to 10 picoseconds, then you really could form an image very rapidly and without reconstruction. There are other approaches like using Cherenkov radiation and stuff like that, but in practical terms, the current systems of like the one I showed, the Vision Quadra, has only been around for a few months, and there's a huge amount of medical work to be done with it. It's good from an instrumentation physicist point of view to be looking for the next thing, and I think the group that'll be meeting in Spain to look at the timing of new crystals, and I don't know what the sensitivity of these crystals are, but I know the idea to overcome the intrinsic speed of a single crystal. There is a concept of these metacrystals to try and get over the limitations of LSO or faster scintillators. So I think that's going to be a big area. But for now, I think the main area is the tremendous medical progress that we can make in using these whole body, total body systems. We have, we really don't know when we're studying the brain what's going on in other parts of the body, or when we're looking at the heart, if the kidneys are functioning. I mean, there's so much to do with this dynamic whole total body imaging that I think there's going to be a huge focus on what we can get from these machines. I understand there's like less than 10 of the Explorer type systems. Most of them are in China. And then the Vision Quadra has only been cleared for less than a year. So it's starting to sell. I mean, they're not cheap, but Switzerland has a couple of these systems. So once they get out there in the field and people can start using them effectively, I think there's going to be a lot of interesting medical results coming out of it.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Thompson.
Okay, thank you very much.
It's in a marvelous presentation by starting from CT PET scan to the advanced technology of today. It is a really excellent presentation. Thanks once again for your taking a lot of time for explaining all the details.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed.
Can you stop your short sharing?
Yeah. Is that stopped?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
We would now like to move on with an interesting lecture on preclinical imaging and ethical drug research by Dr. George Ludus.
I would request our chairperson to please introduce our next speaker.
I'm very happy to introduce Dr. George Ludus, CEO at Bioemission Technology Solutions, BioMTech, Greece. As far as academic qualifications are concerned, he is a doctorate in biomedical engineering, and his present topic is preclinical imaging and ethical drug research. His areas of interest are preclinical instrumentation and preclinical imaging. May I request the speaker to his presentation, please.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me and see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure and an honor to be invited in this conference, and I hope next year I will be able to be physically present there. So, shifting from the Dr. Stam's lecture, I will go back to preclinical imaging, and I will focus on the key parameters that are important for efficient and ethical drug research. So my team in BioMTech, we design low-cost biomedical imaging systems, and we also perform imaging services. And this combination of engineering and also of application has given us a lot of experience over the past years on the key parameters that are useful for efficient drug research. We are located in Greece, in Athens. So we are located inside a research center. The company has facilities for hosting mice, for doing radiochemistry, for doing in vivo imaging, and also in vitro studies. And starting to speak about small animal imaging, for those who are not very familiar with this topic, first of all, I would like to say that it is one step which is always performed before going to clinical trials. The first advantage of using small animals in research is that these studies are in vivo and not in vitro. Also, these studies are non-destructive, which means that we can repeat the same studies in the same animals over time. Each animal serves as its own control, and this is an important advantage in small animal imaging because we can have multiple time points from the same animal and not by using different animals. We have tools to image the entire animal simultaneously. Of course, as we have seen in the previous lecture, now we start having tools to also image humans simultaneously. But for small animal imaging, things are much easier. And we have the ability to image many different targets. Although my background is coming from engineering, I have learned over the time that we can image small molecules, we can image peptides, antibodies, aptamers, nanoparticles. And to do that, we need to combine these targets with sorry for this, we can combine these small molecules with some agents that give us an imaging signal. And we have a variety of imaging modalities. Every modality, I think, deserves one or more lectures to fully understand what it does. But if we try to combine, to split them into categories, we have the anatomical imaging modalities like CT, ultrasound, MRI, and we have the functional imaging modalities like optical imaging, PET imaging, and SPECT imaging. Of course, again, over time, all modalities evolve, so we can perform also functional imaging by using contrast agents through MRI, ultrasound, and CT. And we have explored the limits of SPECT imaging towards anatomical imaging. And in the end, in most laboratories, we try to use a combination of these modalities because each modality has its own advantages and its own disadvantages. So if we would like to start doing preclinical imaging, things are not that simple. It doesn't mean that we will buy one imaging system and we will start getting images. First of all, we need to understand biology, to understand exactly what we would like to image. Then we have to find potential targets for a specific disease. For example, in oncology, it can be the tumor cells, but it can be angiogenesis, it can be hypoxia, different things that in the end will image a cancerous tumor. And then we have to select tracers, compounds that can go and find this target in the body, and the proper modality that we can use to image these tracers. Then an important step is to do labeling, to, for example, attach a radioisotope or a fluorescent dye on these tracers so that we can image them. We have to work with cells because usually this is the first step to test that everything is working well. Then we move to small animals, then to larger animals, and finally to humans. So if we see this chain of steps and the expertise behind these steps, we understand that preclinical imaging usually requires collaboration between different scientists who understand each other and who also know what each one expects from the previous one and what he has to give to the next step. So it is not that easy. And this is why usually there is a need for large teams who will work together to solve these medical problems. If we would like to compare the different imaging modalities, and I will try not to go inside the physics of each modality, but focus on two parameters. One parameter which is always important is the spatial resolution, which on the one hand means how small objects we can image or how big objects we can image. And on the other hand, it means what is the smallest distance between two spots that we can identify. So here we can see that the nuclear medicine modalities like SPECT and PET are suitable for imaging objects that go down to a few millimeters, or perhaps a little bit below 1 millimeter. And then we can go up to 10 or more centimeters, which means that we can visualize a human. On the other hand, the optical imaging modalities, they can go down to a few micrometers, but as you can see, the thickness of the object that we can image is a few millimeters. And the reason for that is that light is not is absorbed inside the body and scattered, so we cannot use optical imaging inside humans, although it's a technology that give us in principle very nice resolution. Now, when we try to check the sensitivity, we can see that these three modalities, optical, SPECT, and PET, they have a very high sensitivity. They can image even a few nanomolars of cells, which means a very small amount of tracer can be visualized, while for X-ray and CT imaging, we need larger amounts of tracer or of cells to image them. On the other hand, we know that the X-rays can penetrate through the body. The MRI can also take images through the body. So we can understand that each modality has limitation, advantages and disadvantages. So we need to know exactly what we want to image before selecting a modality. Of course, we need to be practical and we need to understand that it's not possible to have all the modalities in one laboratory. So many times we have to work with what we have in our own hands. So from our experience, and as we have worked with different imaging studies, we had the opportunity to work with very nice tomographic imaging systems to observe images from tumors, from the intestines, liver, the bones, and we tried to understand what we can do when we don't have these nice imaging tools, and if there is an alternative to that. Another thing is that over time we realized that it's not necessary to have these nice images when you start testing one new compound. Usually you would like to have these nice images for a publication, but it doesn't mean that you cannot get in advance much more information. And this led us to the bottleneck for many of us in preclinical imaging, which is the difficulty to have access to high-end mouse imaging systems. So up to now, most of the people in the field work in three ways. On the one hand, we perform biodistributions, which means that we sacrifice different mice. We take information from all the organs over time. But the problem is that this is a costly procedure. It takes a lot of time. And at some point, it raises ethical concerns, especially if we just use it to test if one compounds work or not. Then another alternative that some groups use is clinical gamma cameras or PET cameras, because we can still scan animals in those cameras. However, the quality of the images is not good, and the access to hospitals for using mice again is not easy. So in the end, this is not a practical method, and in many countries this also raises some legal constraints. Finally, we have the commercial clinical cameras, but as I said before, the bottleneck here for many groups is the cost. And from my team, being engineers, we try to design some smaller devices, 2D, simpler, so that we could use them in a much more efficient way. And we are happy to have now two systems like that in India, installed in Actrec. So the idea here is to be able and image the mice when they are inside the camera, take multiple images over time from the same mice, and try to extract this biodistribution information from a few mice before moving either to larger biodistribution studies or to 3D studies if we have access to systems like that. And if we try to go back and think a little bit, when we study one new tracer, we have a set of questions that we want to ask. And usually these questions is not what is the best nice tomographic image that I can get. The first question, of course, is if our compounds can reach the target, if they can find the tumor and give us a signal. And then we have another set of questions like how long these compounds stay on the target. Are they concentrated in other organs? Is it what is the best injection route? Shall it be intraperitoneal, intravenous, oral administration? And then what happens when we inject them? Are they stable? Do they form aggregates? Do they stop working as we expected? And also some more questions like what is the best injected concentration? How shall we prepare the animals? When is the highest concentration at the target? When is the best time point to get biodistributions? So if we think about the nice 3D images, and the small live 2D images, we can see that many of these questions can be answered not with a 3D image. And I don't say that 3D is not important, it is very important, but before moving to 3D, we need to answer all these small questions. And one nice 3D picture means that we have already answered these questions, either through biodistributions or through some other studies. So by having this simple live imaging, it is possible to see if we reach the target, if we reach other organs, how fast this goes, and I will show in the next slides some more examples on that. So this is a typical dynamics PET study, an FTG study. We can see nicely the tumor concentration in a mouse. We can see also the concentration in the bladder, the heart, the brain, just as it is expected from literature. And we can have multiple time points on these organs, so we can see the slow concentration on the tumor and also the slow washout through the kidneys. So this is something already enough to understand that this compound is behaving in this way, and we can decide if we are happy with this compound or if we want to continue optimizing this in the radiochemistry lab and go back for more studies later on. Another nice application is lung studies, which are quite popular due to COVID this period, because we can administer tracers through the trachea with the gavage, and we can mimic the oral administration or the inhalation. And again, we need here a tool that can show us what happens in the kidneys, so we can in the lungs. Sorry for that. So we can see over time the washout of the tracer. And again, the same happens in nanomedicine. Nanomedicine, again, is a quite popular application. And here, usually, we would like to see at the very beginning if nanoparticles accumulate to the liver or if they move inside the body and they target different organs. So instead of having a nice 3D image, we can do again multiple studies in 2D mode, and we can understand how our nanoparticles perform, and then again decide about the future steps. Another interesting thing is testing different administration routes. Usually in small animal imaging, it's very popular to do intravenous injections. However, when we speak about new compounds like nanoparticles, and this is an example of calcium phosphate nanoparticles, we have seen that if we use different administration routes, the fate of the nanoparticles inside the body is really different. So depending on the application, we can do a simple imaging study with very few mice. We can understand how our compound works over time, and then we can decide what would be the administration route for the extended study where we're going to use much more mice. Finally, imaging is very important if we would like to scan all the mice we're going to use in a biodistribution study, either to identify bad injections or to identify formulation of aggregates, because in both cases the distribution is not the expected one, so in the end the experiment will not give us good results. If we have no way to see that this has happened inside our mice, then we will get a lot of mice that we will give biased results, and so either we will have to increase the number of mice in the study, or in the end we would get results that are not the proper ones. And going to the ethical research, there are the 3 R's principles: refinement, reduction, and replacement. And on the one hand, imaging is a tool that really serves the refinement requirement because the animals are anesthetized during the study. And we also have the ability to do fast scans. For example, here we can image mice in 3 minutes instead of doing a fast tomographic scan that may last 20 minutes. And again, it's much better for the animal to keep it inside the scanner for a short time period. Of course, in imaging, the most important advantage is the reduction, because if we see this biodistribution study, the typical biodistribution study where we need multiple mice to get information for many time points, we may need, for example, 5 animals for each time point. So while we can get many time points from an imaging study with one or few animals, as we can see on the right side, on the left side, we would need 30, 40, or more animals to get the same information. So it's very important to try to do the biodistribution study when we have tested a lot our compounds and leave it for the end. And to give a small arithmetic number, for example, assuming that we test one new compound against a standard compound, and we have also a control group, which means we have 3 study groups, and we use 6 animals per group and 5 time points. If we do a biodistribution study, we need 90 animals for that. But if we do imaging and we use the same 6 animals in 3 study groups and take all the time points from these animals, this will need only 18 animals. Even if we add some more animals to this group so that we can have one animal sacrificed after the end of each imaging session to confirm the biodistribution data, we will need again 23 to 28 animals. And this is important. It's important not because we just save mice, but if we try to see the cost behind the study, if we have normal mice, the cost of course is very low. But if we use transgenic mice, then the cost increases a lot. And then we have to think also the cost of hosting mice in a facility, because these studies may last for 2 or 3 months. And assuming that we have 20 mice versus 90, this changes a lot the numbers. Also the cost of growing cells, which may be high, and some more hidden costs, like the cost of isotopes, because again, if we need 5 times more mice, then it means that we need 5 times more isotope. And of course, we don't use always simple isotopes like technetium or fluorine, but we can use much more exotic isotopes, which are much more expensive. And then we need the cost of time to analyze samples if we do just biodistribution. And finally, it's the experiment planning. Because if you have an experiment with 20 mice, you need 4 cages. If you have an experiment with 90 mice, you need, for example, much more 20 cages. But then if you have a much bigger experiment, you may have to split the experiment in different phases. And then you have to also cross-check the results. And this, of course, is important. And finally, replacement is difficult, of course, because how can you replace mice? However, there are cases that we just screen mice to test the limits of a detector. And for that, our team developed a small plastic fillable mouse, because we had realized that many times we were using mice just to optimize the protocols. Or to test if our imaging system is appropriate for imaging other isotopes. So again, we can be creative, and we can try to use tools, and the technology with 3D printing and much more things gives us tools to also replace mice. So trying to summarize everything, I would like to say that in vivo imaging helps to obtain a full data set from a small number of mice, which is comparable to the biodistribution data. It helps us to save experimental time and cost, and this is very important in the daily workflow of a lab. If one group starts working with animal with imaging, obviously the daily work changes, and then we start having many more ideas. We can test things much more easy. We can be much more creative. And our suggestion is that imaging can be implemented as an official method for biokinetic studies because it really makes a huge difference. It can have a huge impact in preclinical research, and of course it can make preclinical work much more ethical. So I would like to thank you for your attention, and I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
That was a nice talk, Dr. George. Nice talk. And I do understand that in the era of gamma camera and PET-CT, at my institution, we still use an instrument called as an uptake probe. And that's a very basic instrument. And I think it does give us a lot of information, analytic information. So there is a lot of scope for you. No doubt. Are there any questions?
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
I have one question. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Hello.
please go ahead.
Yes, I can
The
hear you.
question is like this. Means, can we use these preclinical imaging systems for quantification? What I mean to say is, like, supposing if we are testing any drug, so we'll get to know, means not only the qualitative aspect, we'll get the quantitative aspect also, like how much percentage of localization has happened and all. So through imaging, can we do that?
Yes, in principle, you can get quantification. It's very important to think what is the application. For example, in the case of oncology, where we have xenograph mice, and the tumors are usually here on the shoulder of the mouse, and they do not overlap with organs, the quantification is almost identical to the biodistribution.
Yeah, but many a times, like means I test means quite a couple of radiopharmaceutical for quality control. So currently, what we do is we use the cut and count method. So we have to harvest all the organs, the target as well as non-target organs, and then we have to quantify it because that is the QC parameter. So if we have to translate into an imaging thing, is it possible? Because it involves a lot of organs. So maybe say 10-15 organs.
In our case, we have used our systems to measure organs too. We can place the organs on the imaging system. So the activity that you measure from the imaging is the activity per organ. And what we usually do, we have a protocol that before imaging and injecting the mice, we have to scan the needle first. Then we scan the mice, we scan the remaining inside the needle. And then we can see from this difference what is the activity per organ, either if the mouse is alive or if the organs are removed. Maybe I could also discuss this with you through email in more detail.
Yeah.
Dr. George, just about the quantification, whether we can select regions of interest and find out counts.
Can you repeat, because there was some echo?
We can select a region of interest, particular organ, and then take find out the counts in that. Is it possible?
Yes, there is a tool.
Yeah.
There is a tool that we can draw regions of interest around each organ and then automatically apply this region of interest to all the frames that we have recorded and get the time activity curve inside this organ.
Okay, so that is what he was asking about quantitation.
Great.
Okay.
Very much, George.
Hello, Dr. Sinha.
Respected chairpersons, let's move on to the next speaker, Dr. Subhash Kheruka. Kindly introduce the speaker, sir.
A very good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
I would like to introduce Subhash Chandra Kheruka, MSc PhD, DMIRT, DMRIT, FACNM, Consultant Medical Research Nuclear Medicine, Sultan Kuban's Comprehensive for Cancer Care Research Center, Muscat, Oman. Deputy National Coordinator for Distance Assistant Training for Nuclear Medicine Professional of IAEA, Chairman, CNMST, India, member of the Editorial Board of Indian Journal of Nuclear Medicine, ex-president, Nuclear Medicine Physicists Association of India, life membership of NMI, MP, and IAFP, served as treasurer of MP North Center for 3 consecutive tenures from 2008 to 2014. 14 served as vice chairman, MP North Center from 2016 to 17, member of Executive Committee SNMI India for 2017-19, ex-member of SCANUM, ERB, peer review of Indian Journal of Nuclear Medicine, Indian Journal of Medical Physicists, Signal image and video processing, and Journal of Cancer Research and Therapeutics, author of book titled Correction of Transmission Contamination in SPECT Imaging, and have contributed number of chapters in different books. Published 60 scientific papers in different national and international journals, and delivered many talks, guest lectures. Visited ESF, Munich, and Würzburg University, Würzburg, Germany under DST DAAD project. FACNM awarded by ICNM 2021. Agnes Lawrence oration during the proceedings of 5th National Conference of Nuclear Medicine Research Association, NMPAC on 2021 on February 13, 2021. Vikram Sarabhai oration from Society of Nuclear Medicine India 2021. These are his contributions as far as nuclear medicine. Field is concerned. May I request the speaker to start your presentation, please.
Thank you, sir, for a nice introduction. I'm audible. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So, and I would like to thank Dr. Ashish Jha, Sneha, and other Amit Notial and others organizing committee members for giving me an opportunity to speak on a quality control aspect. Is a very old topic, and I'm always speaking on that. But if you choose one topic and if you have a interest in that particular topic, you are adding some things. So, so this is the purpose to speak only on the quality control. By doing the quality, still I am doing the quality control, and every day I am getting new things in my mind and adding these things in my knowledge. So the before starting this quality control procedure, I would just want to give a little introduction about the single photon emission tomography. You must be knowing about it. So in single photon emission tomography, the detector is moving around the organs, and we are taking the projection from each angles. And these projection or set of slides can be represented in the form of the sinogram, which can be seen here. And this vertical axis is the number of and different angles showing, and this is horizontal axis will show you that from which slides these counts are coming in this sinogram. So the disadvantage of the SPECT is having a low resolution and a long acquisition time, and we are getting a noise image because of the random nature of the radioactivity decay. The tracer, whatever we are using for the SPECT study, they are having a long physical half-life compared to the PAT radio tracers, so they remains in the body for more time compared to the PAT. And but the advantage of the single photon SPECT is that we are giving a functional image by using the SPECT and then the anatomy. So these are the parameters which can degrade your gamma camera performance, that is the collimator damage, PMT, energy peak, contamination, background, and magnetic field. So before when we receive any instrument in the department, we should perform certain tests, and we should match our value with the manufacturer values, and this becomes our reference value, and these tests are called acceptance tests. But that means when we are accepting any instrument or anything, for example TV, we are checking that whatever parameter the vendor shows us is matching with our instrument or a TV, whatever we are purchasing. Then we are doing a routine quality control test to check the performance of the gamma camera on the daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, and yearly basis. And if you see any drift from the value from the reference value, then you should take a corrective action to correct it. These are the different sources which can be used while doing the quality control test, that is point source, collimated line source, and flood source of cobalt 57, technetium 99. These are the different phantoms which can be used while doing the quality control of SPECT camera. These are the references, report, and books which you can refer while doing the quality control test. And before doing the quality control test, you should check the background levels in the or a contamination in the gamma camera rooms. If the background or a contamination is there and it is higher than the permissible limit, then it will affect your quality control reports or a test. So before, what is the first quality control test we should do? That is the energy peak. So before starting any study, you check your energy for the radionuclide going to be used, that is within the photo peak window, energy peak window or not. If it is shifted at a higher side, then it can create a hot area in the image, and if it is shifted in the lower side, then it will create a cold area in the image. This can be seen in this example, where when there is a zero offset, then you are getting a good quality of image compared to there is a 4% offset, when 4% the peak is shifted from this from the window. So the incorrect photo energy peak will degrade the uniformity and reduce the sensitivity and can increase the scatter into your image. What is the uniformity and why it is required? The second test is the uniformity, which we are doing on the daily basis before starting the study. The purpose of this test to measure the sensitivity variation over the gamma camera use full field of view by uniformly flooding the detector crystal with the gamma camera. And clinical image, whatever we have taken with the gamma camera, rely on the assumption that difference seen are due to the difference in the nuke tracer distribution in the patient only, not because of the gamma camera problem. The quantity, and then we can quantify this uniformity, that is integral uniformity and the differential uniformity, and for the different matrix size. As you know that gamma camera having a two type of field of view, that is the useful field of view, that is the 95% of the total field of view, and CFOV, that is the 75% of the total field of view. And you calculate or you quantify the integral uniformity or the differential uniformity for the both of field of view. So if you are doing a acceptance test according to the NEMA, then you require 30 million counts. That it means that it will give you the 10,000 counts per pixel if your matrix size is 64, and your integral uniformity should not be exceed more than 1.6%. If you are doing a routine intrinsic flood image, then you need a 10 million counts, and so you will get a 3,333 counts per pixel or in each pixel, and your integral uniformity should not be more than 2.7% in intrinsic uniformity. And if in the routine extrinsic image or a uniformity, you need a 5 million counts. It means it will give you the 1,667 counts in each pixel, and the integral uniformity should not be more than 3.9%. This table I have taken from the AAPM reports 2019. So the total flood count of uniformity depend on the camera model also. For example, if your useful field of view is 52 into 38, so number of pixel will be 1976, and now you know the number of pixels, and you also know that to minimize the statistical variation, you need a 10,000 counts in each pixels. So you just multiply this 1976 with the 10,000 counts. So you need a 20,000 kilo counts if your field of view is 52 into 38. So like that, you can decide the counts which you need to perform the uniformity test. The intrinsic uniformity test can be done by using the point source and keeping this point source at 5 FOV at the distance of 5 FOV from the detector surface, like this. Or you can put it on the ceiling And then you acquire the total counts, the 20,000 kilo counts, by choosing the 256 metric size. The count should not be more than 40 kilo counts per second in case of G camera. And if you are having a Siemens camera, the dead time should not be more than 10%. And like that, after acquiring the uniformity image, after acquisition, then the instrument, if your instrument will calculate the intrinsic differential intrinsic integral uniformity, differential uniformity for both UFOV and CFOV. If you don't have that program with your gamma camera, then also you can calculate these values, that is IU and DU, for the CFOV and UFOV by manually. But you just to draw a rectangular in the field of view, or you can draw a profile in the X and Y direction, and then you see the maximum and minimum counts, and then you put this maximum and minimum count in this formula and can calculate the integral uniformity. And to calculate the differential uniformity, you just draw a 5 pixels profile in the Y direction and 5 profile in the X direction, and then see the maximum and minimum counts in that 5 pixels, and then you put these numbers in these formulas and you can calculate the differential uniformity. So now I will talk about the extrinsic uniformity can be done by using the cobalt 57 flood source, or if you don't have that, then you can go for the technetium 99M fillable flood source. And then that extrinsic uniformity means with the collimator. Intrinsic, that is without the collimator. So you put the collimator on the detector on the detector, and then you put this phantom on the collimator surface, and then and if you don't have a cobalt 50, this is for the cobalt 57 source, that you can put the source directly on that collimator surface. But if you are using a fillable phantom, technetium 99M fillable phantom, then before putting this phantom on the surface collimator surface, you use first you put the absorbent paper, and then you put this fillable phantom. So like that, you can prevent the contamination of the collimator surface. So this is the preparation, how we prepare, that I'm going to tell. And then you choose the metric size of 256, acquire 23,000 kilo counts, and activity which you need for this technetium 99M, that is 2 to 3 millicurie. And then you calculate the integral and differential extrinsic uniformity by using this the formula which we used to calculate the intrinsic uniformity. So what this uniformity depends on various parameters. One of them is the uniformity correction map. If your uniformity correction map is not okay, then it will affect your uniformity images and it will produce artifacts. This is the example where you can see when you have not applied the uniformity correction map, it's showing a artifacts in the uniformity, and uniformity is not okay. And then when after applying the uniformity correction map, the uniformity becomes very good. This becomes good. The linearity correction map also affect your uniformity. So you should prepare map, or you should make the calibration for the linearity corrections, and energy correction also we needed for to get the uniformity correctly, or uniform field of view. The sensitivity test, what is the sensitivity? The sensitivity is number of the count in per unit time which is detected by the scanner, or each unit activity present in the source, that is counts per second per activity. What is the sensitivity and why, how it can be affected? The sensitivity can be affected by the geometry of the imager, the stopping power and depth of the detector, the radionuclide energy, imager energy resolution and energy window, source distribution and its position in the image. The sensitivity test can be done by using the pectatic disc, which has a 2 to 3 mm depth and 150 mm diameter, and then you use 3 ml water and put and then you can put in that water 20 to 18 megabecquerel of technetium 99M. Then you put this pectatic disc 10 centimeter away from the collimator surface, and then you acquire the counts for 100 seconds. and like or whatever second you like, and then you can calculate the sensitivity by using this formula. You can see here you use the activity 36. Suppose your activity is 36.82 at this at time 9:40 a.m. and then you are acquiring and in your acquisition time you start the acquisition 10:46 10:16, then and your counts in the ROI it is this is 304094. Then you apply the decay correction to get the decay corrected counts, and also you subtract the background to get the net count or a corrected count for decay and background, and then you put these counts. This is the corrected counts, and then you divide it by the activity into 100. It will 100 is the acquisition time. It will give the sensitivity. The spatial resolution is normally defined as the ability to distinguish two neighboring points, and it is there are two types of resolution: intrinsic resolution, which refer how well the crystal and PMT system localize interaction in the crystal, and it is affected by the crystal thickness, gamma energy, and crystal in the scatter in the crystal. Then comes the collimeter resolution, which refer that how well the collimeter localize the gamma ray source in the patient, and it affected by the whole diameter length distance from the collimeter to the patient. And the system resolution is the combination of these intrinsic and collimeter resolution. The purpose of the resolution check is to detect the gradual long-term deterioration of the resolution rather than detecting the abrupt change. The spatial resolution can be specified the width of LSF at half height or full width at half maximum, and second measurement is the full width at 10th maximum, which provides a measure of image contrast losses that may occur from collimeter septal penetration and the scatter. The transaxial resolution in the reconstructed slice, that is in the X and Y direction, and the axial resolution is perpendicular to the slice along the axis of rotation of the SPECT scanner in the Z direction. The FWHM of LSF is approximately the 1.75 times of the smallest visible bar size in the quadrant bar phantom. So it is more than, so that's why we are multiplying the smallest visible bar size by 1.75 to get the full width half maximum or the spatial resolution. The spatial resolution, intrinsic resolution, can be done that by using the bar phantom or by using the line source. So this is the bar phantom. You put a bar phantom on the detector surface, and then you put a point source at 5 FOV from the detector surface, and use the metric size 256. 256 acquire the 60 kilo counts, and then you see which bar we can resolve, and then you multiply this smallest visible bar with 1.75 to get the FWHM. The second procedure, that if you don't have a power phantom, or if you don't want to do with that, then you can use the line source, and then two line source to calculate the spatial resolution of your gamma camera. After acquiring the image of the line source, then you draw a profile in along with this line source image, and then you can calculate the FWHM, that is WD by S. W is the number of pixels in FWHM, that means from here to here, and then the distance between these two line source, that is D. S is the number of pixels between these two peaks, and then use this formula to calculate the FWHM. So to calculate the extrinsic resolution, we need a flood source or of cobalt 57 or a technetium 99M. Then you put first the bar phantom on the detector surface with the collimeter. Remember, with the collimeter. Extrinsic means with the collimeter. Intrinsic means without collimeter. So put the collimeter, then put the bar phantom, and then use the flood source of technetium 99M or a cobalt 57, and then acquire the counts, 60 kilo counts in 256 metric size, and see which is the smallest bar which we can resolve, and then you multiply with that bar with a 1.75 to get the extrinsic resolution. And if you don't have, then you can use the line source or capillary tube to calculate the extrinsic resolution of your gamma camera. Like that, you put four line. You use a graph paper and put the line source on the edge of this graph, and then you acquire the image in 256 matrix size, 60 kilo counts, and the and the activity which you will use to fill this capillary should be 5 millicurie in each capillary. So like that, you can use 4 capillaries around this graph paper. Then you calculate the spatial resolution at surface, then 10 centimeter away from the detector, and then 20 centimeter away from the detectors, and then you draw a profile across. This is X direction and Y direction. That's why we are using these 4 peak capillary tubes to for this experiment. And then you calculate the FWHM by using the same formula which we use while calculating the extrinsic resolution. That is WD by S. Now, how this resolution was this was the planar resolution. Now, for the spec resolution, we are interested in the reconstructed specialization, and that can be done by using the line source of 30 centimeter and diameter. So the line source should not be more than 2 mm. The activity which we are using to fill this line source is 10 millicurie of technetium 99 mm, and you use a metric size of 128. Why we are using 128? Because of most of the specs we are doing in 128. We are not doing in 256 because it is a larger metric size, so we need more counts. So 128. So and projections should be equivalent to the metric size, and in this case is 120. The radius you should put 20 centimeter, and counts. First image you take with the counts, that is 100k kilo in the 100k counts, and then you acquire the rest of the image by using the counts, by using the time which you required to calculate this 100 kilo counts in the first image. Then you reconstruct this acquired image by using the RAM filter, and then you draw a profile on the reconstructed slice in the X direction as well as in the Y direction, and calculate the FWHM. This the methods where you can calculate the FWTM also. Then you do pixel calibration to obtain the accurate measurement of organs and lesion. Why we need a pixel calibration? Done by placing the 2-point source about 10 centimeter apart on the camera surface. Activity profile generated by the computer, and the number of pixels between the two activity peaks is defined like this. You put one source here, one source, and the difference, the distance between the source is 10 centimeter. The activity of the each source is 2 millicurie. And you can choose any metric size if you are you 264 or 128 or 256. Then if you calculate the pixel size for 64 or 256, then you can calculate for the 128 and 128 or 264. Suppose your pixel size is for 256 is 1.2, then you can multiply this pixel size by 2 to get the pixel size for the 128, and to get the for 64, whatever metric size you get for that 120, you multiply by that. Right. So the pixel size, after getting the image, you draw a profile across the point source, and you will get these two peaks, and then you calculate the number of pixels between these two peaks. You know the distance between these two peaks, that is your 10 centimeter. Then you use this formula to calculate the pixel size, that is distance between the source divided by number of pixels between these two peaks. It will give you the number of size. So the pixel size is used in several practical programs for calculation of distance, surface, and volume. Combination of metric size and zoom factor determine pixel size, effect, resolution, and noise. Just 2-3 slides as given. And resolution, noise in the image, as well as slice thickness in the spec. The pixel size affect your image resolution. You can see here when we are going a 128, the image resolution is better. And when we go for the pixels, when we reduce the pixel size, the image resolution becomes more better. So and comes on the CR. CR can be calculated by using the point source, and we are calculating, or we are determining the COR for both 90° and 128°. And thus this is the procedure. I'm not going to tell you in the detail because of the time constraint. So this is the procedures, and the what will be the effect of the COR if the point pixel offset occurs in the image quality, which can affect 30% loss of the spatial resolution and 40% loss in the contrast. And it is important that center of rotation offset is known and remains, and the variation should not be more than 1 mm in the COR from the at least week. Furthermore, it is recommended that COR analysis be completed on all collimator, especially if you are imaging spec image with the high and medium energy collimator, and consider the increased weight on detector gantry and how that may affect your AOR. Always keep your detector parallel to the imaging source, because a slight tilt in the AOR will cause misalignment in the 3D matrix. If this occurs, it would be y-axis that has effect. Fluctuation in the PMT can amplify the defect, which with the camera rotation around the axis, generating the COR error. So this is not going to ask. Then you total performance, how you can see the total performance or of the spec. That can be done by using the spec phantom, the system performance valuation collimator, see artifact calibration and reconstruction parameter. This is the JhaSchools phantom, which can be used to calculate the uniformity, contrast, or cold space region, and the reconstructed resolution of the gamma camera. So how much activity you need? This is spec phantom. This is the formula which can be used to calculate the activity in the phantom you require. You need to know the sensitivity. The count should not be exceed more than 15 kilo count second, and then by dividing the sensitivity, you can get the activity, and then you fill this phantom by using the 2.5 times of this amount of the technician in the phantom. So this is the preparation of the phantom, how you can prepare this phantom. That is, I'm not going to details. And this is the parameter which should be the phantom. Only 2 slides they are remaining. 360° 3 view and 500 kilo counts in the first view. Zoom factor you should use 1.33 to get the pixel size of 3 to 3.5. Use 128 metric size, and the radius should not be more than 20 centimeter, and the children. Then after acquiring the image, then you reconstruct the this projection by using the filters, and by using the different tomographic this reconstruction parameter, and then you can calculate the tomography uniformity by drawing a 15 into 15 rectangle field, and then you see the maximum and minimum counts in this 15 into 15 rectangle field of view, and by using this formula you can calculate the integral uniformity. Then contrast measurement can be done by using the image J program. You draw a ROI on different region and the background, then go in the analyzer tool, use the ROI manager, and then you do the multi-measure to calculate these values in the different spheres. That is your 65, and this is your 156. It will give you this is your background. Then you put these values in this formula to calculate the contrast of each spheres. This is then you calculate the resolution of your gamma camera camera by knowing that which sector it is resolving, and you know the space size of this sector. So let's suppose it is in this case it is 7.9 mm. So it is your reconstruction is 7.9 mm. Then the problem also effect if your co-registration is not okay, then it reflects your image quality. That means your spec images is not properly aligned with the CT images. Then it will produce a attenuation artifact in your image. You can see here when there is a different when the CT is not aligned properly with the spec image, then it is showing a perfusion defect in this image, which is disappeared after matching the CT images with the spec images. So these are the procedure how you can do the co-registration quality control. That is, if you have a co-registration phantom with you, then you can use this registration phantom to calculate your registration. Or if you don't have that, then you can go for by using the JhaSchools phantom. Also, you can do the same. So take-home message is that daily QC is normally done by the user in a limited period, not to interfere with clinical study. The QC package should be simple to use and efficient and fulfill the requirement of this task. Spec uniformity correction and COR camera calibration, and regular QC is a crucial factor in reducing artifact due to the tomographic and CT system. Users of SPECT and SPECT CT should be alert at all time to unexpected artifacts. SPECT demands strict QC, and to get rid of disease of artifact, the best medicine is stick to quality control schedules. Thank you. I would like to thanks to my department also to prepare this, Dr. Khalu, Nima, Noora, and Taslim, and Huda, and all of you also to giving me this opportunity and to listen this lecture patientfully. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any one or two pointed questions, please, if anybody is interested in asking one or two pointed questions.
I think we are already overshooted, so it's better we should go to next presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Keruka, for the wonderful talk. Over to the next speaker, Dr. Ankit Vats. I request the chairpersons to kindly introduce him.
To introduce Aniket Vats, nuclear medicine physicist.
It's 11 o'clock.
EMR, MER, Chandigarh, is PhD, MSc, and he's having nearly 15 publications in various national and international journals, more than 50 abstract publications, and he has delivered invited talks, oral presentations at different national and international meetings. His area of interest is PET-CT and dosimetry. For his achievements of research paper as highlight of 30th EANM 2017, Srimati Shakuntala Krishnamurti Best Paper Award in the year 2020, selected for Walter Wolf Young Investigator Award, Best Oral Presentation, Ascent Mycon 2017, All India Toppers PhD Entrance Exam, DJMER. See, these are his achievements. And I request the presenter to take over and deliver his lecture.
I request Dr. Ankit, please remember, keep it yourself within time only. Okay? Thank you.
Since we are hard pressed with time, I request the presenter to stick to whatever the allotted time is.
Sure, sir. At the onset, I will like to thank the organizers of NMPI Con for giving me this opportunity to cover this massive topic of quality control of PET-CT according to the NEMA guidelines. So I'll try to just be brief on what are the various quality control aspects. When we talk about QC, we generally come across three terms like quality assurance, quality control, and acceptance testing. So quality assurance is the requirement. It requires a measurement of the PET scanner's performance to ensure the scanner is within the operation. but the quality control takes the concept of QA one step ahead, where the quality is inadequate and you need to take some corrective steps for the problem. And acceptance testing is a testing when you actually install the machine at your setup and you do a battery of quality control tests that are performed which are to verify that various performance parameters which are given by the manufacturer, whether they comply with that. So these tests are carried out soon as the PET scanner is installed in your setup. So why do we need QC? We need QC to obtain good quality of image, detailed image from a PET scanner, to maintain the high performance standards of our patients. The regulatory agencies demand this QC. There can be mechanical wear and tear when we use this machine, so we need to check the quality of the images, and there are electronic parts which change or drift from the optimal adjustment. So that is why we need to do the QC. So importance of QC is diagnostic capability of PET CT is dependent upon the accurate and reproducible performance of the instrument. The complexity of combined PET CT needs a balanced and rigorous quality controls procedures. So there is, according to NEMA, that is the National Electrical Manufacturer Association, they have come across the guidelines for this quality control. So the first draft came in 1994, that was NU2 1994. So followed by a next draft in 2001, which specifically catered to the 3D scanning, because the earlier scanners were mostly 2D scanners with the SEPTA. With 2001 coming up of new PET scanners with 3D scanning capability and the effects of out of field of radioactivity, the NEMA document was modified. Then NEMA NU2 2007 document was mainly to cater the introduction of PET scanner with intrinsic radioactive component, as we have heard over last two days, like lutetium, that's internally radioactive also. So that document was made to cater that. And the latest NU2 2012 was amended to include, as we know now, have time of flight scanners with coincidence system, then the discrete and continuous design, single and multiple slice devices, and multiplanar reconstruction models. So when we talk about QC, we have to do quality control daily, monthly, quarterly, annually, depending upon the parameters to be evaluated. So this is the flow chart, how you do the quality control. You have equipment specifications laid down, then you do the acceptance testing, then you check at your site when your PET scanner is installed. Then that is the initial constancy test, what you do. And that initial constancy values, what you get out of it, that are the reference values for your PET scanner, that is to be followed for the next consecutive NEMA phantoms, and then the end of warranty test when you decommission your machine. During the period of use, you do the routine constancy. If it complies with the initial reference values, you can go ahead and use your machine. Otherwise, you need to do some corrective actions. And post that, you do again the test and check the machine. Then acceptance testing, these are done, as I told you, when you get the machine, and it has to be done by the qualified medical physicist, not by the vendor, because you need to check the complete specifications, what your vendors have quoted and what you are actually getting it. So this is a machine we have at PGI. We have installed now 3 machines. We have 3 machines, and the latest one being replaced. So in total, I have installed 4 of PET CTs till date. And as you know, whenever the system comes, CT comes as a separate modality and PET comes as separate modality, and you have to grout it on the floor. So you need to do certain alignments like this when you align the PET and CT. Then before you actually start the acceptance testing, you need to know what amount of activity you need for the particular test, or you need to actually plan how you do those tests, what amount of activity, what time you need to do it, how much time the phantom preparation takes, how much is the data acquisition, how much time your reconstruction is to take, and analysis is to take. So you need to be well adversed with the machine, or how you operate that, because the machine what is installed it's a new machine to you. You should be competent with how you operate the machine. Then radioactivity, you should do dry runs before you actually do the radioactivity into the phantoms. So these are the area of tests which, according to NEMA, you need to do, like spatial resolution, sensitivity, noise equivalent count rate, scatter radiations, count rate losses, random coincidence, sinogram, that is the daily check, and the normalization. And these are the various phantoms which are used during the NEMA testing. Then coming to the first test, the spatial resolution, it is as spatial resolution is determined by full width, half maximum of the point spread functions. So in a PET scanner, you actually check the transverse, radial transition, and axial resolution. So for this, you need 3 point sources of capillaries with nearly 5 millicurie per cc of F18 activity. That is to be, the volume should be less than 1 cc. And these are the factors on which spatial resolution depend. I won't go into details. I'll just show you how you do that. So these are the 3 capillaries. This is a phantom holder in which you hold this capillaries, and at the tips you have the activity filled in as 5 millicurie per cc, and these are fixed direction in which you put this capillaries. You need to check, because you are checking the overall spatial resolution of the system. So you need to check the overall spatial resolution. You need to have the one reading at the central field of view and one at the off center, what we call it as 1/4 axial field of view. So you take in total six capillaries. The same capillaries can work at center and off center. So you take 6 readings, out of which you get these readings. This is how you see it on the result space, the small capillaries. Then 6 positions, they are fixed. So you get the readings like FWHM in your tangential, radial, and axial, and the FTHM. So according to NEMA, the ratio of THM to FHM is to be 1.8:2, and it should be less than 1.05 of what your manufacturer values states. So if this goes, your test is passed. Then coming to sensitivity, it is defined as a number of counts per unit time by the device for each unit of activity present in the source. So it is generally expressed as CPS per millicurie or CPS per megabec, or if you talk about volume sensitivities, it is KCPS per millicurie per cc. So just to give you an idea, if a 2D PET scanner, the overall sensitivity is 0.2 to 0.5%, wherein 3D mode it is 2 to 10%, and as compared to the spec CTs, it is 0.1 to 0.03%. So these are the factors on which sensitivity depends. So this is the formula where you need to have this is a formula from where you compute the overall sensitivity. That is A is the detector area, E is the detector efficiency, mu is the linear attenuation coefficient, T is the thickness of the detector, and R is the radius of the detector ring, what you are using in the scanner. So how you determine is you have a 5 aluminum sleeve phantom wherein you have a 70 centimeter of long plastic tubing of 10 megabec. You fill in it up, and this is attenuation based overall volume sensitivity what you compute. So you put one sleeve over the plastic tubing, take a reading, put another one, you take 5 readings as such. So you get a final graph like this. This is just to show you, because we had a 2D system. The typical 2D graph comes out like this. You don't see such graphs now because you have the 3D systems. So this is the attenuation based, and this is the overall sensitivity, and it gives you the value after the readings. And this is a typical temple-like curve from the 3D what you see in the new scanners. Then coming to the true scatter and random counts. So this is done usually with a scatter phantom, and you use high amount of activity, which is nearly 27 to 33 millicuries. You have a cylindrical phantom like this. It may have 3 or 4 such sections, and you how you position it, you put the line source with the activity field at 45, that is a standard phantom, 45 millimeter below the center, because you need to have mostly the scatter counts. So there are no true counts or scatter counts beyond the 2 centimeters. So you start from the maximum activity and you come down to the minimum activity. It usually takes 12 to 13 hours for this test to be completed. And at the end, you get certain values out of it, which is noise equivalent, count rate, noise. NECR is the total true count squared by the total counts, that is the true count, scatter count, and the random counts. That is how you compute the NECR. This is the typical NECR curve where you get, this is from where you get your activity that yes, our system, you need to inject 7 millicuries, 10 millicuries. This is a actual test from where you compute these values. Then out of the same phantom, you get the scatter fraction, that is the total scatter count by the total counts. Then the count rate losses, that is the random counts by the true counts divided by the 1 minus the scatter fraction. These are the count rate losses. This is a typical curve from where you get the NECR peak. Then coming to the energy resolution, some systems does not allow you to do the energy resolution test, as in some GE systems does not allow you to do. But if you want to compute, you have to have an point source with less than 1 millimeter of capillary with 1 megabec of source, and you take 10,000 counts out of it, and you compute the peak out of the FWHM. Then coming to the IQ check. So this is done by the NEMA NU IQ phantom. This mimics as your whole body, as you have, this is the phantom. So in the center, you have a lung insert, and you have 6 such spheres with fixed diameters, and you have a background with it. So this mimics as your clinical studies. And the diameters of this is 1, 1.3, 1.7, and 2. These are the 4 smallest spheres which you fill in a concentration gradient of 4:1 as compared to the background. And the biggest 2 spheres, these are filled with cold water. And the typical activity is 5.3 plus minus 0.27 kilobec per ml in the body component. Plus, to mimic it as the whole body, you put an cylindrical scatter phantom at its back that mimics as your the patient's. So you have a 70 centimeter tubing insert in it, which you fill it with the activity, and approximately 116 megabec to mimic as the outer field of radioactivity, and then you acquire it. What you do is you scroll it down when you see all the spheres in one particular slice, as seen in this. The smallest sphere, these are the 4 hot spheres, and these are the 2 cold spheres, and you have the background. So you draw ROIs over the spheres and in the central lung compartment, and you draw 12 ROIs at the background at the particular slice, and 2 slices above and 2 slices below. That means you draw total 60 ROIs over the background to compute the noise, and you get typical 2 values out of it. It is the contrast recovery coefficient and background variability, where contrast recovery coefficient is nothing but the contrast, and the background variability is the noise. So that is how you compute it, and you get the final readings out of it. Then coming to when you get your PET CT, you need to align it. So you have an germanium phantom, which are germanium balls in this phantom, which metallic balls, which looks metal on your CT, and it has radioactivity. So you actually take both PET and CT and see the alignment of the new machine. Or if you see any misalignment during your course of your use, so you can use this phantom and check whether the PET and CT are aligned with each other. Then coming to the daily cyanogram, what you do is daily cyanogram, you check it with germanium source, cesium source, or sodium-22, depends upon what machine you have. That is the routine stuff what you do to see whether your machine is working fine before you actually start in the morning. So this is, I can play the video, I think. So this is the routine QA. What you get, you need to see the cyanogram of it. So it should be consistent. There should not be any patches. I purposely showed this because one of our modules was replaced. So you can see, if you can appreciate, there is some problem with this particular site. So this is not a good sinogram. Then before you actually do any of these tests, you need to normalize your system. So you expose your your detectors with an germanium or a long-lived source, and it usually takes certain time, longer time, to normalize the detector and normalize the response of the detector. Then coming to the 2D and 3D well counter cross calibration, that is, you need to cross calibrate your PET-CT machine with your dose calibrator. So what you do is, this is an water fillable normal phantom in which you put an desired amount of activity that depends upon what machine you are using. So usually you put in 0.5 millicurie of radioactivity in this, mix it and acquire it on the system, and you get a sinogram out of it. And this is, you get an final value which you accept it, and it takes that as reference for your further SUV calculations, what you do routinely. So this is the well counter cross calibration, the WCC. Then I'll just cover up the CTQA in quick. What are the CTQA you need? You need to check the scatter radiation measurements, the CT laser alignment, the tabletop alignment accuracy, the display profile and width of the CT, then high contrast resolution, low contrast resolution, the KVP and half value layer check, the MA check, the radiation dose, the CTDI, the image noise, image uniformity, the CT number, and the electron density. So what all you need for a CT QA, you need to have a KVP meter, you have to need to have a dose meter, you have an MA meter, you have aluminum filters, the imaging phantoms, what you routinely do in SPECT-CT and PET-CT, that's the same, and the survey meters. So these are the various monitors, the KVP monitor, the survey monitors, the aluminum filters, and the phantom which you need. So alignment, that is XY direction, you move the table and you see the laser alignment out of it. Then you put some patient load on the table and you move your bed inside, and you see whether whatever the bed is moving, it is showing the same display, whether it is 1 meter or 1 centimeter, whatever you want to see, and you check the accuracy of the couch travel. Then you have you can do it with radio opaque markers. Then the slice width, whatever command you give to your CT, that I need a cut of 2.5 or 3.75 or 5. So that is done by this phantom. You use this phantom that has metal plates, and it will show you the slice, whatever you have fitted it, and you see it on the phantom. Then the frequency generators, the accuracy of the CT tube, the accuracy of with the voltage, with the current, the radiation time, the MAS, what you call it as, the radiation output, what is, and the aluminum filter, because you have filtration before you acquire the image. Then the CTDI phantom, you have the head and body phantom, wherein you plug in this phantom and you take the readings, and it gives you the overall CTDI, the CT dose index values out of it. So this is the formula with which you compute the CTDI with the head and body phantom, and the tolerance is 20%. Then the CT phantom with which you compute the uniformity, you draw ROIs at the background where you have waters, and it should be consistent. Then you have CT linearity, then low contrast resolution, high contrast detectability. With the same phantom you detected, you see the slices, whichever slit is visible, that is the low contrast detectability and high contrast resolution of the system. Then you check the radiation leakage. These are the various positions around the CT gantry where you check the radiation leakage. When you operate the CT, you check whether there is some leakage, and you have a fixed format by AERB wherein you put in this values and you get whether there is some leakage out of the CT, and you do the surveys around the CT room and around all the walls, and you see whether there is some it is the PET CT is working in fine, and you don't have unnecessary radiation exposure out of where you are actually sitting. So that's all what I can cover in the given allotted time, PET and CT.
Thank you, Dr. Ankit. You have done a very good job.
Thank you, sir.
So I think let's go to the next speaker.
These are specific to
EMA usually comes up with the guideline. So they have, I had in my laptop, so they have a list of tests which you put in the values which are compulsory. So these are not machine specific. It is general for all the machines. All the machines you have to do this test and put the values in it, and then you send it to AER before.
Let's go to the next speaker, please, because after that there is another big session.
Speakers. Now the next speaker is
We would now like to invite Dr. Pooja Dwivedi for her lecture on non-imaging instrumentation. I would request the chairperson to kindly introduce the speaker.
I'm glad to invite the next speaker, Pooja Dwivedi, Scientific Officer D, at Tata Memorial Center, Navi Mumbai. As far as her academic qualifications are concerned, she is MSc, DMRIT, RSO 3, and her areas of interest are instrumentation and radiation physics. And her very three presentations were there earlier. May I request Pooja Madam to present her presentation, please.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the NMPI organizing committee for inviting me as a guest lecturer. My topic was allotted was on non-imaging instrumentation. So here I will be covering basically the basic operating principles of non-imaging instruments. Then we'll have a discussion on important performance parameters. Then we have a brief overview on some non-imaging instruments and a little discussion about routine quality control that we perform. So historically, nuclear medicine is largely based on imaging modality with the diverse and increased sophisticated modalities like PET CT, SPECT CT, even PET MR is now. However, we should never forget the non-imaging instruments that always remains the critical part of any nuclear medicine department. So these basically include dose calibrator, well counter, thyroid uptake probe, intraoperative probe, survey meter, contamination monitor, area monitor as well. So what should be the choice of instrument while having a non-imaging instrument in a department? The non-imaging instruments are basically, as we see, are the measuring and the monitoring instruments of the nuclear medicine department. And it's worthy to note that no detector is suitable for the universal detection of all type of radiations. So a detector can function only if the radiation of concern has a high probability of entering the active detector volume and also having a high probability of being interacting in that sensitive volume. So the factors that are influencing the choice of non-imaging equipments are their efficiency, response to different radiation types, the energy of radiation, detector volume, source geometry, and detector dead time. So the basic operating principle of non-imaging instrument, as we all know, the radiation detectors are based on either ionizations or excitation. So we all know that what is an ionization is caused when the radiation is passing through the atom or a molecule and ions are produced that are detected and measured. And in excitation, electronic excited radiation excites the molecules in a medium, and these molecules the dissipated as a light, which is then detected and measured. So ionization basically have categorized as a gas-filled ionization detectors and solid-state ionization detectors. In excitation or a scintillation, we can say we have two categories again. It can be inorganic scintillation detectors that are basically the solid crystals, and inorganic scintillation detectors are basically the liquid scintillation counters. So first we discuss about gas-filled ionization detectors. So here the free electrons are produced as a radiation ionizes the gas or air filled within a sensitive volume. Electrons are electrostatically collected by the bias voltage produced as an electron signal, and then unprocessed signal is then shaped and amplified. Most common ionization detectors encountered one in nuclear medicine are ionization chambers and GE.
11:30.
So this is sorry. This is the basic design of ionization detector. What is the principal difference among these gas-filled detector is the magnitude of the bias voltage between the anode and cathode. As there are different regions, recombination region, ionization region, proportional counter region, GM counter region, and spontaneous discharges. So our choice is depending upon the where the bias voltage is useful for us. So on this, only ionization, proportional counter, and GM region is useful. So here the basic differences on bias voltage range is 300 to 600 in ionization detectors. They are basically the ionization chambers and those calibrators. Then proportional counter have 600 to 900 voltage range, and then GM counter have 900 to 1200 voltage range. We'll also have this some difference in this counters as they, according to their sensitivity, their capability of energy discrimination, and response stability with respect to the voltage. So ionization and GM counter are stable, give the stable response with respect to the voltage. However, the proportional counter doesn't give. So these requires a special power supply for the detection. So these are basically used in a research purposes. However, for the sensitivity, ionization detectors are very low in sensitivity and GM counters are very high in sensitivity. The applications, yes, and then there is an energy discrimination. So GM counter cannot give the energy discrimination. However, ionization and proportional counter can provide the energy discrimination. We'll discuss later about this. So among the other differences among the different type of gas field detectors are their sealed and unsealed sensitive volumes. So unsealed volumes contain only air at atmospheric pressure, whereas the sealed volume contain gases other than air, which could be the argon, and it may be pressurized. Then is different anode and cathode geometries, which could be a parallel plate as in ionization chamber or wire along the axis of the cylinder. That could be the GM count. So the next is the solid state ionization detector, which exists as a semiconductor detector. Here, as the ionization enters the sensitive volume and interacts the semiconductor material, it ionizes the atom of the semiconductor material and produces the electron-hole pair. So these are the basic carriers of the fundamental information in a semiconductor detectors. So these number of electron holes pair is proportional to the energy of the radiation to the semiconductor. So this gives the linear response to the energy. And under the influence of electric field, these electron and holes travels to the electrodes, where they result in a pulse which can be measured in outer circuit. These pulse carries the information about the energy of the original incident radiation, and the number of such pulses per unit time also gives the information about the intensity of the radiation. So here the one ionization produces approximately 3 to 5 EVs produced per 3 to 5 EVs of radiation energy absorbed. That also means these are more efficient radiation absorber, and they are approximately 10 times, their signals is approximately 10 times larger than gas field detector. And secondly, they show very less statistical variation, because the pulse height is very smaller, and therefore the energy resolution is very high. So the commonly used detectors are cadmium telluride and cadmium zinc telluride, that has been most commonly used in some of the intraoperative probes. Then is scintillation detectors. We all know about this, very common in our day-to-day life. This is where the visible light is produced as a radiation excites the atoms of the scintillators, and the light is converted into the electronic signal and the pulse by the PM. And output signal is then shaped by the pre-amplifier, as we can also see in the diagram, that it is then amplified, and the pulses then can be sorted according to the energy discriminator, and this is also known as pulse height analyzer. These pulses are then with the preset photo peak energy window is counted by the timer or scaler, and then ultimately recorded in the scaler. So most common inorganic crystals are thallium doped sodium iodide, which is commonly used in bell counters and organ uptake probes. Then is a organic scintillation counter is liquid scintillation counters. So here mainly used for counting the beta emitters because of their short range. In this counter, the sample vial containing the liquid of interest is mixed with the scintillator, and it is placed between the two PM tubes connected in coincidence, and each PM tube receives the light photon emitted by the interaction of beta particle with the scintillator and convert them into the pulse, which is then further amplified by the amplifier, and these two amplified pulses are delivered to the coincidence circuit. So only the count which is registered, which are detected in a coincidence. Other than the counts are rejected. So next is what are the important performance parameters of non-imaging detectors? So these are sensitivity, energy resolution, and count rate performance. So sensitivity or efficiency can be defined as a detected count rate per unit activity. It is highly dependent on the source detector geometry and intervening media. It is directly proportional to detector area and inversely proportional to the square of the source detector distance. Energy resolution is described as a detector's ability to discriminate the photons of closely spaced energies. Width of the photo peak is a measure of energy resolution. Because of statistical fluctuation in the detection process, the peak has spread around the mean value. And this spread is actually the full width, half maximum of the photo. Then is a count rate performance. So it is determined by the time required for a counting system to record an event. It depends on the dead time of the system, and which is actually the time where the system becomes insensitive to register the next incoming count. So as a result, the measured count is lower than the actual count rate. Now we'll have a brief discussion on some of the common non-imaging instrument that is used in nuclear medicine. So first is a survey meter. So it is an essential component of any radiation safety program. It is portable and battery operated. It monitors the ambient radiation levels, exposure rates in count or also in count rates. So this could be a gas pill detector, and this could also be a scintillation detector. But most commonly, these gas pill detectors are QT-BI, which is relatively low sensitivity ionization chambers, and they operated as a relatively low potential difference between anode and cathode. So here the signal depends upon the energy of the detected gamma rays and therefore directly related to the exposure of the radionuclides. So they are designed to use where the high fluxes of gamma rays are encountered. For example, in radiotherapy department, where the high radiation fields are present. Then is a GM counter based survey meter. Here they are operated in a high potential difference. So it provided the electron amplification factor, and this gives the high sensitivity to the detector. So this is used for surveying the area with the low amount of activity, and it is used commonly used in a nuclear medicine diagnostic department to take the exposure rate, and also used for the contamination monitoring. And then is a dose calibrator. We all know about it, and without it, I think day-to-day working of nuclear medicine department would not be possible. So it is very essential and critical component of any nuclear medicine department for assessing the radioactivity before injecting to the patients or any phantom study. Those calibrators are sealed well-type ionization chamber containing the pressurized argon gas to increase the sensitivity. It has well-type geometry, therefore having the high geometric efficiency. And these detectors operate in ionization range of voltage response curve. Ionization chambers are connected to the circuit that convey and display the ionization current produced by the radioactive sources in unit digits of activity. However, it should be noted that they cannot discriminate between the different isotopes. Instead, there is a push type, a radioisotope specific push type button that have a specific calibration factors for each specific radioisotope, because you cannot discriminate between if 1 millicurie of technetium and 1 millicurie of iodine is present. So the calibrator cannot give the exact 1 millicurie for, because it is basically giving you the radiation on the level of what energy it is encountered. So every isotope has a different energy, so it will give the value based on the energy. So that's why these isotope specific push buttons are present, so that you can select those and then it will give you the value. And there is a well counter. This is used for this is very high sensitive counting instrument of any radioactive specimen. The most important clinical application are in the glomerular filtration rate studies, red cell plasma, then RIA test, and also for the wipe testing in the if you are surveying the removable contamination. So most common design include a cylindrical crystal, where having a circular bowl. So it is having the thick crystal, so the sensitivity is intrinsic sensitivity depend upon the thickness of the detector. That's why the sensitivity is very high. And then there is a cylindrical board, so it gives the 3D geometry, so it gives the geometrical efficiency also very good. And it is an extreme counter and give reliably the count activities up to 37 kbq. However, at the higher activities, dead time becomes prohibitive. Next is the iron organ uptake probe, which is commonly extensively used for the thyroid uptake study in nuclear medicine department, which consists of a white aperture flat field collimator. having the sodium iodide thallium doped crystal with the 5 centimeter thickness, so it's very sensitive. And with the associated electronics, PMT, preamplifier, amplifier, energy discriminator, and also supplied with the integrated computerized system with the automated data acquisition and processing capabilities. And results are present in the term of percentage uptake. Next is the intraoperative probe. So it is having the handheld device as well as control and display unit. So it is very useful in cancer management. It identifies and localizes a visually occult disease. For example, it's very much useful in sentinel node detection. It reduces the need for extensive surgery. It is a this is already displayed the handheld. Yes, displaying the current count rate and often emit the audible signal and tone of which related to the count rate. Intraoperative probe could be based on scintillation or semiconductor detector. If the scintillator crystals are used, these are mostly thallium doped iodide or cesium iodide thallium doped crystal. However, for the high energy application, BGO, LSO, GSO can be used owing to their better stopping power. Semiconductor detector, as I have already told, that CZT is used. So what is the advantage of these and disadvantage? The scintillation based are low cost. It is a high sensitivity for medium energy gamma. However, the disadvantage is bulkiness. So it gives a poor energy resolution and poor scatter rejection. However, the semiconductor based probes are compact. We are having the excellent energy resolution and excellent scatter rejection. And disadvantage is a limited thickness. So it gives the lower intrinsic sensitivity. So let's have a brief discussion on. We will not go in detail. So we'll discuss on the test purpose and the frequency. So daily physical inspection of those calibrators should be done. High voltage, zero adjustment, background count. So this is the daily frequency that we need to check, and the constancy has to be also checked daily to check the stability and the reproducibility of the calibrator. And it is mostly done with the long half-life reference sources like cesium-137. Then linearity has to be performed quarterly, which confirm the calibration setting for the particular radionuclide that indicate the correct activity over the entire range of use. Then precision and accuracy has to be done annually to check the counting rate precision by the repeated measurement and to check the accuracy of the activity reading with at least 2 reference standards. Then QC test of survey meter include battery check, background constancy. These are the daily tests that is to be performed. However, the accuracy, precision, and linearity has to be performed annually or after every repair. Then well counter QC includes the energy window calibration, which has to be done daily. It verifies the photo peak of the radionuclide that should be coincide with the preset photo energy window. Then background and constancy also be done daily to detect stability, and efficiency is performed quarterly to determine the sensitivity of each radionuclide. Energy resolution has to be performed annually. Then QC test of the organ uptake probe have a long list because see it is a direct patient interface system, so it has to be more stringent QC procedures. So daily physical inspection, power check supply, daily energy window calibration, background test, constancy, sensitivity has to be performed before use. And however, the precision test can be done annually. Similarly, for intraoperative probe also as a direct interface with the patient. So more stringent and daily, most of the tests are before use has to be performed like physical inspection, battery check, background constancy and sensitivity. However, the precision and energy spectrum can be performed annually. So what is the importance of non-imaging instruments? So what is the importance of this quality control of non-imaging instruments? So quality control is important because if you don't do the quality control test, you should not use it in routine clinical practices. So only when it is okay, and verified, then only you can use it for the routine clinical practice. If it is not working, if the quality, even if it is working and quality control fails, then you should not use it. So you should do for the correction, for any possible correction, either it is available locally or you have to send it to the service. So after having these two things, you have to again send back to the quality control check. And if then it is passed, then only you can use it for the routine clinical practice. So this is very important. So it ensures the equipment is functioning properly. QC tests are intended to detect the problem before they impacted on clinical study. And once the instrument is installed and accepted for clinical use, and basis of the acceptance testing results, performance need to be tested routinely with a simple QC procedure that are sensitive to the change in the performance, and tests to be performed by the qualified nuclear medicine physicist. Detailed local operating procedure should be written and all the documentation should be done. So I would like to conclude and summarize the whole topic. Like, all the non-imaging equipment should be operated under well understanding of their components, capabilities, limitation for smooth functioning of the department, as well as to meet the quality assurance requirement to comply with national regulations and international standards. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello. Thank you for the excellent talk. Do we have NEMA standards for these instruments as well?
All these quality control parameters has been taken reference from the IAEA, and these are most of the quality control test has been followed in our country, and NEMA as such now is not being discussed in that. So that is only for limited to the imaging instruments.
No, NEMA standards are available for operating codes, for example, and they have been revised on 2 or 3 occasions. So NEMA standards specify something like basic sensitivity, specificity, or resolution. Some of those standards can already be mentioned by NEMA.
Yes, that is basically based on that only sensitivity resolution are there, but
Correct.
as such it is yeah. Yes.
Thank you very much, chairpersons and eminent speakers. We would now move on to the next session, which is the oration. This will be taken over by our secretary, Amit Nautiyal. Amit, over to you.
Thank you, Sneha. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Soni. Thank you, Dr. Malpani. Thank you, Dr. Babu.
Okay, bye.
Thank you, ma'am. And a very good morning to all of you. And we are here to start prestigious Hall-Langer oration. And in this regard, I would like to request our president, Mr. Rajnath Jaiswal, and headquarters secretary, Mr. Anindo Rai, to on your webcam and chair the oration. And also, I would like to request Mr. Ashish Kumar Jha, Dr. Anshu Rajni Sharma, and Dr. Prabhu to come to the dais. Thank you, sir. And Jaiswal sir, it's hand over to you. So please introduce our next orator, Professor Rakesh Kumar. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Dr. Prabhu, Dr. Anshuji. Yeah. And now this is the time for the nomination of our prestigious Hall-Langer oration. year 2022. This year, NMPI has decided to hand over this oration to Dr. Rakesh Kumar, who is Professor and Head, Diagnostic Nuclear Medicine Division, Department of Nuclear Medicine at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. He is a very well-known identity. There is no need to go for detailed introduction. He was our past president of Society of Nuclear Medicine India, and he has more than 300 national and international scientific journals in his credit. He is a senior faculty guide and mentor for MSc Nuclear Medicine and MD Nuclear Medicine at AIMS, Delhi. He has been a great source of inspiration and support to achieve NMPI goals. These are the few memories he has spent to these places for his academic tenure. Now he is continuing as a professor. I request upon Dr. Rakesh Kumar to come for his presentation for and oration. Thank you, Dr. Rakesh. Hello, Ashish. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir. Dr. Rakesh Kumar. Good morning, sir.
Very good morning, Ji. It's taking some time to load the slides. So just give us 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Sorry for interruptions. I would like to thank Nuclear Medicine Physicists Association of India for, selecting me for this honor. I would like to thank my colleague, Dr. Anshu Rajneesh, who is Dean of Indian College of Nuclear Medicine, President-elect, Society of Nuclear Medicine, Dr. Prabhu, Dr. Ashish Jha, who is close friend, and we are working for so many years together, though in the different institute. Amit ji, though in UK, but was very closely interacting with me for last few days regarding this oration. JhaSchools ji, he was my classmate during my DRM days, and I thank for this opportunity. I'm going to speak about the technical innovations and science in nuclear medicine. So it is. So what are the limitations of FDG PET? You all know there are certain limitations that though FDG is, PET CT is butter and bread for the nuclear medicine. However, there are certain limitations. There are certain false negative, certain false positive. False negatives comes under that low-grade tumors, neuroendocrine tumors, and the tumor leading to low FDG avidity. Because of machines also, because of low tumor volumes, and it can miss microscopic disease. Uncontrolled diabetes or sometimes high level of blood sugar levels can lead to false negative levels. There are certain false positive also, that is physiological uptake, lymphoid tissue, and inflammatory tissues can lead to false positive. This is one of the case. You can see there is a mediastinal mass. However, there is no uptake. We repeat this study and we found that patient was on a steroid and it was false negative. Later on, after steroid, it was positive. Second panel of images, you can see it. This is one patient with lymphoma post-treatment, and patient was having fasting for more than 8 hours. And you can see like a lot of muscle uptake, intercostal muscles and whole body muscle uptake. However, hardly any uptake in the pathological tissue in this. We repeated the study, and now you can see that there were multiple neck lymph nodes were there in this patient. And we found out that patient was getting intravenous dextrose. So patient was repeated after all, of the dextrose for 12 hours. So you should be aware of these technical problems which can lead to, false positive or false negative results. Thymic hyperplasia, one of the common, artifact, or you can say false positive or physiological uptake. One should be aware of these things. So this is case with one false positive, case. This patient was right tonsillar lymphoma. The upper panel of images, you can see there was tonsillar uptake with lymph node. Patient received radiotherapy, and after radiotherapy, if you see lower panel of images, there is no uptake in the primary as well as metastatic disease. However, on the contralateral side, there is a uptake in the parotid gland. So that is because of that radiotherapy leads to, diminished activity on the ipsilateral side, and this is compensatory hypertrophy of the parotid gland. That's why it's seen. This is one of the images that if you remember that we know there is a uptake in the brown fat, and that in the reindeers, which happens to be there close to North Pole, there is a maximum brown fat activity after birth. And I got a chance to visit that area in the close to North Pole. And here is my images with the reindeer. And just to demonstrate that, that is physiological uptake in the brown fat. So example is that this is a known case of papillary thyroid cancer treated with radioiodine. Recent thyroglobulin was more than 100, and whole body scan of iodine 131 was normal. Patient underwent FDG PET CT scan, and you can see these images and see bilateral symmetrical uptake in both sternocleidomastoid muscles in the neck. There is no other abnormal uptake was noted in this case. However, if you see the axial sections, not much difference, but we repeated the study, and now you can see there are nodes on the right cervical node. You can see no uptake in the physiological, that muscles uptake is not there. So what we did, we gave the patient 40 milligram of beta blocker, and we repeated the images after 60 minutes. So when there is a lot of brown uptake, you should either give beta blockers or you should keep the patient in warm. Okay, you can give the blanket. So many a time, many people ask this question: can we differentiate benign versus malignant on the FDG PET scan? There is a lot of controversies on this topic, and I have little experience and was involved some research in this case. Like in this animal, the first scan was that one was the tumor, another was the inflammation, and second scan, if you see, there was persistent uptake in the tumor, which is on the right side, and there is a washout from the inflammatory tissue. If you see that, we call it a dual time point imaging. Dual time point imaging is being done that once you give injection, you take whole body PET CT imaging after 1 hour, and then you do a repeat scan another 1 hour, but not whole body scan. It is only regional scan. So we don't give a lot of radiation to the patients. So any doubtful area, we repeat the scan of 1 bed position or maximum 2 bed position. So then this is the protocol. I did work in the lung cancer, lung nodules, and we found it's very useful in the pulmonary nodules. This is how it happens. In the FDG in the blood, there will be uptake and there will be washout. However, in the tumor cell, there will be a persistent buildup of the uptake. In the inflammatory tissue, there will be a washout. So if you see here, T1 is at the time of the 60 minute. At the time of the 60 minute, 1 hour, so everything looks same, whether it's a inflammatory or it's a tumor cell. However, at 2 hours, that is 120 minute, there'll be a washout from the inflammatory lesion and there'll be a persistent retention in the tumors. Okay, so we did one study in the breast cancer and we found it's around 4% increase over the time was diagnostic of the breast cancer. This is another recent work which we published in the pancreatology, and we demonstrated that pancreatic tumor from the chronic pancreatitis, there'll be a similar uptake in both conditions, but we can do it. So this is one patient. You can see 1 hour, there was a SUV values were 2.6, and at the 3 hours, it was 3.6. In the projection images, last panel of images, you can see whole body PET image, and later on, it's only 1 bed PET image. You can see that focal uptake in the midline is showing uptake significantly. So we found that dual time point imaging can differentiate chronic pancreatitis from the pancreatic tumor. Another intervention we did in the PET CT is the PET CT guided biopsy. This is how it is being done. We used robotic arm and we attached this with the machine, and this is the PET CT scan is done, And now we plan on that, how we are doing it, that from where we need to take a sample. We explain the procedure to the patient. Okay, this patient is lying down and I am explaining in this slide to the patient so that what we are going to do with him. And then we take plan with this robotic arm, we plan from where we are going to take sample. That will be the most active area, that where maximum FDG uptake is there. And this is operated by the foot. So all foot pedals are there, so you can operate this machine. This is how it is being done. And so if you see, this is one video. I don't know if, yeah, you can see it. This is machine, how it is moving. And now we are putting, just two needle holder, biopsy needle holder. And then we explain the patient. And this is how we are putting. We keep on talking to the patient. We give local anesthesia only. So that's what I'm explaining to the patient and putting needle here. So you can see patient is very comfortable. We have given anesthesia. When it will go in the deep, patient will maybe little bit pain may be there. So you can see needle is going down in the lungs. Now this was the patient saying. So that's how I'm explaining him in Hindi. And now we remove the machine and we'll do a check CT here. So machine is going out and then patient will go for the check CT to make sure that our needle is at the right place where we need to take biopsy. So this is, we have checked CT here, and now we know that we planned this area only. And now how we are going to take biopsy. So now you can see. So this is a biopsy gun. So we are we have taken the sample. Now we'll take out the needle. So this is that biopsy gun is coming out. This is known as biopsy gun. Okay. And then we are just this sample, we'll check whether sample is correct or not. So we are putting this sample in the formalin. So you can see the tip of the needle. There is a yellowish white tissue, and you can see it. It's a flow settling on the bottom of the formalin. If it is a fat, it will float. If it is a lung, it will be black in color. So now we have taken check CT and we are sure now this, you can see this area. We have taken biopsy from the correct place. So later on we check for the pneumothorax also. So we have done this more than 200 patients now. Now PGI Chandigarh is doing much more biopsy than what we started. One of our student, Dr. Rajinder, he's faculty there now, associate professor. A lot of work is being done. This is our analysis of that, our data. And now moving to the other intervention, that is Lasix in solid renal masses. And we also published this in Nuclear Medicine Communication. Like in this case, you can see not only the renal mass, you can see the bone metastasis also. The background activity is very less. So whatever the physiological uptake is there in the kidney will be washed out with the Lasix. This was the work, and we have demonstrated that it's showing good result. And this is one of the image here. Then some special views. This is one patient with carcinoma buccal mucosa. And here you can't differentiate in these images from the arrow whether this pathology is in the mandible or it's somewhere else. So if you take puff chick view, so this is, we call it puff chick view, or we also called it Hanuman view. Okay. So then we can know that where this is lesion is alveolus or in the mandible. Okay. This is another patient, cervical lymph node metastasis, unknown primary. Here you can't make whether it's the tongue or somewhere else. Okay. So this is open mouth. You can see it is open mouth view, and you can make if it is on the tongue or a hard palate. PET-CT in the breast cancer, sometimes if you take supine view, that mass is there in the chest wall or not, you can't make it. So we take PET-CT mammography, we put patient in the prone view. So there is special prosthesis being used in MRI and PET-CT, or you can keep simple, 2 blocks with foam, and you can ask the patient to lie down in the prone position. So breasts are hanging down, and then you can take images. So you can differentiate whether, like in this case, it's a normal position. Chest wall, tumor is very close to chest wall. You can't make whether it's far away or chest wall. And this is hanging. You can see there is a gap between primary breast from the chest wall. This is a lymphoma patient, post chemotherapy for restaging. So there is a uptake in the stomach. It can be a physiological, it can be a pathological. We give negative contrast, and now you can see it that this uptake is no more seen. So what we are giving, we are giving them a negative contrast. Simple water can be given, and then you can make it. A similar way, we have done PET-CT intestinal pathology, PET-CT enterocolysis. So we put a tube, or sometimes we give a mannitol, though that is a negative contrast. Okay, so it can be done with oral or with catheter also. So we did a lot of work on this. We call it PET-CT enterocolysis. This is one of the technique introduced by us. Most of these techniques are modified. We learned from the MRI and CT and try to, just try to do it with the PET-CT. It's not pure invention, but just modification with PET-CT alone. So this is one patient, Crohn's disease. You can see the intestines are, loops are well dilated, and you can see uptake in the margins only. This is PET-CT colonography. So we are giving fluid in the colon also. So this is also being done. This is, you can see both large intestine loops are dilated, and you can see in one of the loop, which is showing the pathology also, that inflammatory bowel loop is showing uptake. So that area is showing inflammatory disease. This is very beautiful image. If you see the dilated loop on the right side, this is physiological, all not much uptake, but left side, if you see, lumen is not seen here, but it's mainly uptake is there. So that is one abnormal PET-CT enterocolysis. We have done this with FDG as well as with Dotanok, and we have demonstrated that additional abdominal support with PET-CT enterocolysis can be very sensitive, and I'll share you a few examples. This is 145-year female. Histopathology is neuroendocrine tumor and liver metastasis. From these images, this is conventional images, very difficult to make. So this is after PET-CT enterocolysis, and you can see we have given name is PNET sign. Okay, so this is one case. This is another case. Here you can see there is a very small area here, very difficult to be seen here, and then we repeated this study, and now you can see very well seen here. Again, this was PNET sign. Moving to next, this is patient with poorly differentiated neuroendocrine tumor. Very difficult to make. Here, if you see the contrast here in this region, and this is a classical apple core appearance sign, and you can see if that circle is there. So you can see the contrast. So this is apple core appearance in these patients. This is patient 52-year male, bleeding per rectum, and this is neuroendocrine tumor suspected. And if you see the first image and second image, in the second image, you can see here we have not given any contrast. Rather, we ask the patient to hold, not to pass the gas. So this is fart holding technique. Okay, so you can see the this cartoon. Here George Bush, president of US, is relieved, but his defense minister is not comfortable with it. So this is another patient. You can see here difficult to make uptake in the rectum. But if you see the fart holding technique, this is you can see clearly here uptake. So these are the simple technique, but make your life easy. So this is like a patient for urogenital tumors. Again, in this we give the Lasix. We ask the patient to pass urine 2-3 times, and then we ask the patient to hold the urine. This is patient with carcinoma bladder post resection, and you cannot make where is the pathology. So this is conventional imaging. If you see it here, and now we have done intervention. Now you see the difference. Now pathology is very clear here, and we have given name the eclipse sign. So this is Surya Grahan, eclipse sign. So we try to correlate these findings with the literature. So this is one work we published in the literature in the European Journal of Nuclear Medicine on this paper in the bladder cancer. This is another patient. Here you can see the first image, lot of uptake in the bladder, and we don't see node here. If you see a lot of uptake and hardly any uptake in the node. However, later on, no uptake in the bladder, but a lot of uptake in the node. So we have given it sun and star effect. Once sun is there, you can't see the star because activity is very low. So moving to next, this is similar case. So this is also eclipse sign, which is already demonstrated. This is very interesting. 65-year female, postmenopausal, lot of activity in the bladder. Patient is having postmenopausal bleeding, and now you can see once you clear the activity from the bladder, you can see it very shining one area in the cervix. We have given it, diamond ring sign. Okay, so this is one area which is clearing. This is similar case, again inverse diamond ring sign. Okay, so many times there is a physiological uptake which is correlated with periods in female patient, and we have given it name is Padman sign. There was a movie of Akshay Kumar, Padman. So we have shown that there is a physiological uptake in the uterus. It happens 1 to 3rd day of periods and then mid-cycle. So you should be aware while you are doing it. Otherwise, you can falsely, report these. So this is one patient. This is a 28-year female doctor presented with recurrent, pain abdomen during periods. So you can see there was an uptake in the descending colon here. And then the scan was done just before the periods. Okay. And then we want to see this is scan done after periods, soon after periods, and then uptake is not there. So this diagnosis of gut endometriosis was made in this patient, and the surgery of left colon was done, and it turned out to be a gut endometriosis. This is another patient of non-Hodgkin lymphoma, post-6 cycle of chemotherapy, presenting with intermittent bleeding per rectum. We did PET CT, which reported to be normal only. Okay, but when patient was telling that I am having bleeding per rectum, then we said when you are having bleeding, then you come at that time. So we repeated this study, and now you can see there is endometrial uptake, physiological uptake, as well as uptake in the rectum also. So this is like Padman sign again. So we do the scan 2 times, just before the period and end of the period. So then you can say, this is one recently study. This is one, saint who was chanting Ram, 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 Ram all the times, and some perversions. And we found that he was having ear muff sign. So we have given it ear muff signs. So this is last, and you can see this is classical in the bone scan, Mickey Mouse sign. This happens in the Paget disease. So based on this, our experience and the literature, I was asked to edit PET clinics So that was PET-based intervention and special techniques and technical advances in PET-CT imaging. And these are the two issues, October 2015 and January 2016. And so with this, I conclude that special technique and procedures are very useful in PET-CT. These technique does not require any extra injection of radiopharmaceuticals. The sensitivity and specificity of PET-CT is likely to increase with these technique. I would like to acknowledge here few people in my life. These are the two gurus. One is Abbas Alavi, who is still alive. He is 82 years. I worked with him for a year in University of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia. So I learned PET-CT techniques and PET-CT from him. The other person is Dr. Ajit Kumar Padi. He is no more. So he used to be my head of the department when I joined AIMS in 1994. This is Professor Malhotra. When we started PET-CT at AIMS, thanks to him, because he gave me a lot of liberty to work freely. This is my colleague in the front row, all faculty members. So to start with, head of the department at present, Dr. Bal, my colleague, Dr. Chetan, Dr. Shamim, Dr. Damle, Dr. Madhvi, and Dr. Bankim, and our resident. Last but not the least, this is my family. My wife is Dr. Sarojini. Incidentally and luckily, she is classmate of Dr. Anshu Rajni's wife also, and we are also classmate. So both our spouse are classmate, and we are both classmate. Same college and same batch. My son is IIT engineer from IIT Delhi. He's working in company now. My daughter is doing MBBS from Maulana Azad Medical College. So I thanks to them, sparing me. So I thank Nuclear Medicine Physicists Association of India for honoring me with this award. I thank Dr. Jaiswal, Dr. Amit, Dr. Ashish, Dr. Sneha. Of course, I'm having palpitation. I was when Dr. Anshu Rajneesh and Dr. Babu came here. It was a surprise to me, and it's a great honor to give this oration in their presence. They are not only good human being, but they are great nuclear medicine physician. Both of them are, I'm lucky so that they are my classmate, DRM classmate. We were together at RMC 92 batch, and I'm really honored, and I'm having a goosebump and palpitation, by seeing them. And I thank all audience, and I wanted to be here. I could have done it online, but I feel, so much obliged. I wanted to be here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rakesh, and I really appreciate your excellent oration lecture. And I am glad, and it's really my pleasure and honor to be here and bestow this oration award to you along with other NMPI officials and organizing chairman, Mr. Asija, Dean, ICNM, Dr. Anshu Rajni Sharma, and President-elected Dr. Prabhu. Thank you, sir, and many congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, sir.
Just a minute. Thank you, Professor Rakesh, and many congratulations on behalf of Nuclear Medicine Physicists Association of India. And we will deliver your certificate and plaque to your registered address within 1 month. Thank you, and many congratulations once again. It's over to Grace.
Thank you, Amit. I think we will move on to the oral presentation session, for which I would like to invite upon Dr. Anshu Rajni Sharma and Dr. Rakhi Vatsa to please take the chair of the judges. Let us start the oral presentation session now. Over to you, sir. Shall I call Rakhi? I request Punita to please share her screen.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll do that right now. Can you see my screen?
Yes, Punita. Go ahead. You have exactly 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I am Punita Nishan Bhardwaj, an MSc in Nuclear Medicine from Tata Memorial Hospital, and my abstract is on the alternate method for protein estimation using bovine serum albumin as a standard and HPLC as a method of my introduction. So usually when we are doing research in protein estimate, in any sort of protein, with any sort of protein, we need to estimate its quantities pretty specifically for us to know what sort of yield we are getting at the end of it. So the standard choices of methods that we have usually depend upon the sensitivity and specificity of the detection. Assays like Bradford's, Lorry's, BCA are commonly used, but in Tata Memorial Hospital, we used nanodrop as a machine which had UV absorption as its core principle for a determination of the protein concentration. Similarly, HPLC that we have in our hospital has a UV detector. So we tried to see if a protein like BSA could be used to standardize this method, and then and then monoclonal antibodies like trastuzumab or rituximab or nimotuzumab the concentration of those could be estimated on the basis of the standard curve generated by the BSA. So what we did was took varying concentrations of BSA from 7 to 50 nanograms to 100 micrograms and we kept a constant volume of those injections inside the HPLC, and we created a standard curve of absorbance versus the concentration. And on the basis of this curve, we then took blinded samples of trastuzumab and tried to estimate the concentration and if they were correlating with the known concentration of those trastuzumab samples as well. What we found was that at higher, there was a significant error in the estimation of the concentration of trastuzumab at higher concentrations rather than at lower concentrations. And the average error plus standard deviation that we observed was 44% plus 24%, plus minus 24%. So we concluded that BSA couldn't be used as a stand because since this difference in the error was not like it wasn't changing where in a constant manner, so we couldn't determine whether we could use BSA as a standard. We further are going to use other protein standards for estimation of trastuzumab in future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Punita. You can stop sharing your screen. I think Miss Amandeep has one more presentation to make. You can go on with her. Amandeep, is there any question from the judges or anybody else? Okay, thank you, Punita. Miss Amandeep, can you share your screen, please?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Today is my third. This is my third presentation of the day. It is based upon is the occupancy factor as a major point of consideration in minimizing radiation exposure from low dose iodine therapy patients to family member or comforters. So in the introduction, as we all know, the occupancy factor is defined as a fraction of the time a person is close to the patient with the distance during the time assumes to be an average of 1 meter. By default, the occupancy factor recommended in NRC is around 0.25, and the default distance is 1 meter. The total dose received by a person exposed to the patient is linear dependent on the occupancy factor, so that doubling the factor will be also double the dose at a specific dose rate. So the dependency of dose rate on distance, however, is more complicated because the relationship is not linear. So in this present study, we are trying to find out the total accumulated exposure to the family member or the comforter from the patient treated with low dose iodine therapy using the occupancy factor of 0.25. So it is a prospective study conducted in Department of Nuclear Medicine at Guru Gobind Singh Medical College and Hospital, Faridpur. The patient has clinically and biochemically proven hyperthyroidism were referred to the nuclear medicine department for the LDIT. Based upon the clinical history, thyroid function test values and percentage uptake of technetium 99 per technetate thyroid scan, 51 hyperthyroidism patient is given LDIT. And the iodine 131 solution in solution form are administered orally under the supervision of the RS of the department. After the administration of the iodine 131 activity, the patient were kept under the observation for 2 hours in the post-administration waiting areas. So depend upon the activity given to the patient, we divide the patient into 2 groups. Group A include patients who are given activity in the range of 5 to 15 millicurie, and group B include the patient who were given the activity in the range of 16 to 29 millicurie. After administration of low dose iodine therapy, radiation exposure rate was measured in 3 sets of readings using the ionization chamber based gun monitor. The first set of reading was taken immediately after therapy at a distance of 1 meter from the low dose iodine therapy patient. Second set after 1 hour, and third set after 2 hours of low dose iodine therapy at the distance of 1 meter from the low dose iodine therapy patient. The total accumulated activity was calculated using this formula. So in the observations, we find that at immediate the radiation exposure rate is 1.63 milliroentgen per hour, and after 1 hour and 2 hours it start decreasing. Similar case in group B also. So the total accumulated activity calculated in group A was 1.43 and group B is 3.59. So in the discussion of group A, in which average activity is 9.45 and total accumulated exposure was 1.43 millisievert per hour. In group B, total accumulated administered activity was 23.6 millisievert and total accumulated exposure was 3.59. So the total accumulated exposure to the comforter from the family member was well below the recommended dose limit of 5 millisievert per year for the comforter as prescribed by ARB. The comforter should stay at the distance of 1 meter from the patient for a maximum of 21 hours per day in group A when the administered activity is between 9.45 millisieverts, and however this time interval reduces to 8.3 hour per day in the group B when the mean activity administered was 23.6 to comply the 5 millisievert dose constraint as per regulatory guidelines. So in the conclusion, the occupation factor clearly needs to be careful consideration by the hospitals that treated such patients, since default of 0.25 at 1 meter distance might be different in the patient of low socio-economical background, and the alternative arrangement must be need to be made in order to minimize the radiation exposure to the family member and the comforter for so in patient treated with higher doses. Thank you.
Thank you. Judges, do you have any questions? Thank you. Please stop sharing your screen.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Alok Kumar. Please share your screen and you have 5 minutes.
Mr. Alok Kumar Yadav. आलोक कुमार यादव, आप अनम्यूट कीजिए और अपना स्क्रीन शेयर कीजिए. थैंक यू.
Good afternoon. Myself Alok Kumar Yadav. I'm myself working as medical physicist in Guru Gobind Singh Medical College and Hospital. The topic is challenges, impact, and future of
share your screen, Alok. Please share your screen, and you have 5 minutes.
Is my screen visible?
No. Click on the up arrow and select the share screen option. You will get choose one of the options. In that you choose entire screen and select the screen, and then click on the share button for your screen to be visible, and immediately after that you can open the PowerPoint and your PowerPoint will be visible.
Okay. Is it visible?
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. The topic is challenges, impact, and future of artificial intelligence in medical imaging. In these slides, I will cover these topics: introduction, how AI works, challenges and opportunities, impact of AI, and future of AI in medical imaging. AI term is defined as intelligence demonstrated by machines in contrast to the natural intelligence as displayed by humans and animals. Actually, it is a creation of machines that work and react like humans. Application of AI range from automated data processing, image reconstruction, result analysis, and correlation with clinical outcomes. In recent years, AI has created a significant impact on medical imaging and evidence-based imaging. How AI works? AI system works by combining large set of data with intelligent iterative processing algorithm to learn from patterns and features from the input data. It runs multiple round of tests, data processing, it tests, retests, measure its own performance, and develops additional expertise for the next task. These are the subsets of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is a technique that enables computers to mimic human intelligence. It includes machine learning. Machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence. It includes the technique that enables machine to improve a task with experience. It includes deep learning. Deep learning is a subset of machine learning, and it is based on the neural network that permits a machine to train itself to perform a certain task. These two slides are the same what I explained in this slide. I will skip to challenges and opportunities. Applications of artificial intelligence in medical imaging are the most promising with respect to other healthcare facilities. AI can decode the complicated algorithm of imaging, maybe it CT, PET CT, SPECT CT, MRI, or other testing or diagnostic modalities. Its advanced data analytics tool can demonstrate their ability to extract meaningful information for enhanced decision making, sometimes with greater precision than humans themselves. Although AI has shown an apparently limitless ability to collect new information from clinical images, however, enforcing the technology in medical setting comes as the main barrier. And this can be overcome with the combined efforts of computational science, advanced data instrumentation, mathematics, and medicine itself. Impact of AI. AI increases access to image reporting where the availability of radiologist or any other reporting person is less, especially for the people or person living in the developing countries. It enables remote medical service provider to access high level of medical care. Use of AI will reduce delays in identifying and reporting abnormal imaging results. This is especially important in chest and brain imaging where the time is critical. In this way, it has the potential to improve clinical outcomes and further enhance the value of AI in medical imaging. These are the workflow. AI has a role in every step of the healthcare facilities. Future of AI in medical imaging. Healthcare experts see a bright future of AI in medical imaging as the technology continues to advance. The availability of advanced diagnostic tools, AI has the greater potential to enhance all the aspects of medical imaging. Thank you very much for the listening.
Thank you, Mr. Alok Kumar, for your presentation. Judges, any questions? Thank you. Our next, please stop sharing your screen.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Naresh Chaudhary. Kindly share your screen and you have 5 minutes.
Mr. Naresh Chaudhary, kindly unmute
Yes.
yourself. Yeah. Please share the screen and start sharing your presentation.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yeah. Please start presentation mode. And
Good
start.
afternoon, everybody. Myself Naresh Kumar. I'm PhD scholar in Department of Nuclear Medicine, AIIMS, New Delhi. My oral presentation is on in vitro stability and biodistribution of 188 rhenium NDADC lipidol in transarterial radionuclide therapy for treatment of hepatocellular carcinoma. Hepatocellular carcinoma is the 6th most frequent malignancy and second leading cause of cancer death worldwide, and it globally constitutes around 7% of all the occurrence of cancer. Most commonly, etiology are hepatitis B or C related cirrhosis. In India, the sex ratio of incidence is 4:1 in favor of males. Rhenium 188 is generator produced and elected from in-house tungsten rhenium generator. It has half-life of 17 hours and E-beta max of 2.1 MeV with abundance of 71.1%. It has maximum range in the tissue is of 11 mm and average range around 3 mm. Low gamma energy of 155 keV, 15% abundance is required for imaging and dosimetry purpose, and finally decays to stable 188 osmium. It belongs to group 7 in periodic table, similar to 99M technetium, and exhibit similar chemical properties to 99M technetium, but it has lesser standard reduction potential than technetium that leads to lesser yield of radiopharmaceutical using standard radiopharmaceutical properties. This problem can be solved by expansion of coordination sphere. NDDC, nitridodithiocarbomato, is indigenously developed new lipophilic chelating agent by BARC Mumbai. It is easier available and cost effective, having lesser labeling time, about 45 minutes, that may reduce personal radiation exposure of radiation worker, and it has simple and on-site labeling with 188 rhenium. Labeling procedure involve 2 vial preparation. While one contain N-methyl S-methyl dithiocarbazate, sodium ascorbate, oxalic acid, and stannous chloride. This oxalic acid help in the ring expansion, and also helpful in ring expansion, that make tetrahedral geometry of rhenium to the square pyramidal shape. And this vial B contain 100 mg of NDDC. Indication of 188 rhenium and DDC lipidol tart in unresectable HCC tumors, BCLCB with multiple bulky tumor, VCLCC with solitary tumor and segmental or lobar Porter vein thrombosis, and patients having distant mets to downstage the disease for radical approach. This aim of our study is to check the in vitro stability of DDC complex up to 24 hours and biodistribution of transarterially injected 188 rhenium and DDC lipidol through femoral artery in intermediate or advanced SCC patients. Material and methods required: lyophilized freeze-dried kits containing 2 vial of DDC obtained from BARC Mumbai, freshly eluted 188 rhenium perrhenate obtained from commercial tungsten rhenium generator for labeling, and after labeling procedure, QC labeling procedure and QC checks, therapeutic activity were injected under fluoroscopic guidance through femoral branch in superselective artery of the tumor. In vitro stability of 188 and ADC complex was checked at 0 hour, 0.5, 1, 2, 3, 6, and 6, 12, and 24 hour at room temperature. Planar and SPECT CT images performed at 2, 6, 12, 24, 48, and 72 hours to see the tumor uptake and biodistribution of DDC lipidol. Results: mean observed radiochemical purity of rhenium 188 DDC complex was 90.8%. At room temperature, the complex was almost stable till 1 hour, with very less detectable impact on radiochemical purity till 1 hour. As you can see, the mean radiochemical purity at 0 hour was 90.81%, and at 1 hour it was 89.22%. 21 patients were treated with rhenium 188 and DDC lipidol, and biodistribution showed localized tracer uptake inside the lesion. Only 3 patients showing mild lung uptake due to hepatopulmonary shunt, that was less than 20%. Faint visualization of kidney at 2 to 6 hours. Whole body imaging with maximum uptake in 24 to 48 hours. High bladder uptake due to urinary excretion, and slow elimination through hepatobiliary tract. Small intestine showed increased tracer uptake over time due to lipophilic characteristic. Mild uptake in thyroid and salivary gland due to free perrhenate in only 4 patients. None of the patient required dose reduction due to increased lung shunt fraction. This is whole body imaging of a patient that showed localized tracer uptake in the lesion, and faint visualization of kidney in 2 to 6 hours. And again, there was a small intestinal uptake over time, and this was increased renal uptake in 24 to 48 hour imaging. This is SPECT CT that showed localized pressure uptake up to 72 hour SPECT CT imaging in the lesion. And another patient imaging that also showed faint visualization of kidneys in 2 to 6 hour, and small intestinal uptake in after 12 hour and after time, and showed
Mr. Naresh, your time is up. I think it would be best if you could just wind it up, or if you're done, you can stop sharing your screen. Mr. Naresh, could you please stop sharing your screen?
Mr. Naresh, are you there?
अभी देखिए
Mr. Naresh, your time is up. You can just quickly wind it up by moving to the conclusion.
This is SPECT imaging of the same patient that showed
Please
localized
move to
tracer
the
uptake.
Yeah.
And finally, conclusion is higher in vitro stability of intermediate complex 188 rhenium NDDC, that is useful characteristic for patient dose preparation when there is gap between dose preparation and interventional procedure. And biodistribution showed tracer uptake in liver, lung, and small intestine, and clearance by urinary route. Thank you. And my special thanks to BARC team for their unconditional support.
Thank you, Mr. Naresh. Do the judges have any questions?
I would like to ask Naresh, since you have shown that the RCT at 0R is 90%, so are you doing any purification or you are directly injecting the radiocomposite?
Is there any question?
Yes, I'm asking that since you have shown.
Actually, I'm not.
You can speak.
Hello. Is there any question, ma'am?
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to ask that you have shown the RCT at initial labeling at 0R is 90%. So are you doing any purification or exactly injecting the response?
Ma'am, actually your voice is not clear.
Just mute. Rakhi wanted to ask whether you have performed any pre-purification post before administration into the patient, because at 0R you got 90% labeling efficiency. Did you perform any purification?
This study was performing before the procedure. We had performed these QC tests, and then after that QC results have.
No, since you had only 90% RCP, did you perform any purification before administering the radiopharmaceutical into the patient?
No, ma'am. We didn't perform that.
Okay. Thank you, Naresh. You can mute yourself. Thank you very much, judges. Over to you, Chandrima.
Our chairperson for this session is Dr. Meera Venkatesh. Dr. Meera Venkatesh is a renowned scientist and radiochemist. She was director of Division of Physical and Chemical Science at IAEA. She was also head of Radiopharmaceutical Division at BRC. She was ex-senior general manager at BRIT. We welcome you, ma'am.
Hello. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. We have two.
Because these were anyway. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Have you put the? Okay. Yeah. Now I am able to see. Yes. Good afternoon, and first of all, thanks for giving me this chance to introduce these young speakers whom I know for since long. And the first one in this list is Priyanka, Dr. Priyanka Gupta, who is a medical physicist at AIIMS. I've known her for more than 20 years now, perhaps. And I invite her to speak on the exploring physiology and predicting the outcome. So I will not elaborate on the awards and achievements. I also understand that the sessions are running a bit late. So to save on time and to also ask questions to Priyanka, which I would request all the viewers and listeners to do so. I go ahead and ask Priyanka. Please go ahead, share your screen and make your presentation. Thank you. So Priyanka will speak on the clinical applications of Rhenium 188, which I believe she has been working for quite some time in various applications. Yes, Priyanka.
Dr. Priyanka will be has sent a recorded talk. She's available for questions. So we'll be playing the talk now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yesterday I communicated with her. I thought that she would be presenting. I was looking forward to listening to her. Anyway, doesn't matter. There has been some kind of changes, so it's okay. Yeah, please go ahead.
Please excuse us. We're just trying to start the slide.
Very good afternoon to everybody, respected chairpersons, seniors, and dear colleagues. Today I shall be speaking about the clinical applications of Rhenium 1. Very good afternoon to everybody, respected chairpersons, seniors, and dear colleagues. Today I shall be speaking about the clinical applications of Rhenium 188. Rhenium is a third row transition metal. It was the last stable element to be discovered in 1925. Rhenium bears chemical similarity with technetium, Rhenium falls in the same group as that of technetium, and that is the reason why it bears chemical similarity with technetium. Now, due to its chemical similarity with technetium, many technetium analogues labeled with rhenium can be developed. There are 33 known isotopes of rhenium, of which only 2 are radioactive, that is rhenium-186 and rhenium-188. Rhenium-186 has a half-life of 90 hours. It emits beta radiations of 1.07 MeV and imageable gammas of 137 keV. It can either be produced in a nuclear reactor or in a cyclotron. In nuclear reactor, rhenium-186 is produced by neutron capture of enriched rhenium-185. But the epithermal cross sections for neutron capture are pretty high, and very few reactors are there with such high neutron refluxes operating in the world. Also, the specific activity obtained of the isotope is not high enough for labeling of peptides or antibodies. In cyclotron, it can be produced by using a natural tungsten-186 as a target. However, in cyclotron production of rhenium-186, a high proton energies of 17.6 MeVs are required. Rhenium-188 has a physical half-life of 17 hours. It emits high energy betas of 2.12 MeV and imageable gammas of 155 keV. It decays to osmium by emission of beta particles. Now, the main advantage of rhenium-188 over 186 is its simple extraction method from long-lived tungsten rhenium generator, which is easily and routinely available. Also, the rhenium-188 obtained from the generator has high specific activity as compared to rhenium-186, which enables the labeling of peptides or antibodies, which can be performed only by using rhenium of high specific activity. Now, just a brief description of tungsten rhenium generator. The tungsten rhenium generator consists of tungsten-188 loaded on alumina column. Double neutron bombardment of tungsten-188 in nuclear reactor produces tungsten-188, which is absorbed on alumina column. Tungsten-188 decays by beta emission to rhenium-188, which is then eluted from the generator using saline as an eluent. Tungsten rhenium generator consistently provides high yields of rhenium and has a low parent breakthrough. It also has a shelf life of several months. This is a pictorial representation of the tungsten rhenium generator. Tungsten 188 decays to rhenium, and this forms the generator system. This figure shows the working principle of tungsten rhenium generator. It is very much similar to the moly-technetium generator in routine use. It consists of a glass column, which has tungsten adsorbed on alumina, and 2 vents for inserting saline wire and evacuated wire, pretty much similar to a routinely used moly-technetium generator. Rhenium-188 has a wide range of clinical applications in nuclear medicine. Most often it is used for bone pain palliation, radiation synovectomy, treatment of hepatocellular carcinoma, and for treatment of basal cell carcinoma and keloids. It is also used for tumor therapy in the form of microspheres and antibodies and peptides, and for EVRT by using rhenium permanate or max-refill angioplasty balloons. Coming to the first application of rhenium-188, that is bone pain palliation. 2 radiopharmaceuticals, rhenium-188 HEDP and rhenium-188 DMSA, have been used. Rhenium-188 HEDP is synthesized by simply adding rhenium to the HEDP kit, which is easily available from BRIT. It is used for treatment of metastatic bone pain, which may be due to lung, breast, prostate, renal, or bladder cancers. Rhenium MDP has also been synthesized. However, it has less uptake in skeleton and high soft tissue uptake. On the contrary, rhenium 188 HEDP shows high uptake in the skeleton at 3 hours. Also, the retention of rhenium HEDP in bone mets is for a longer duration, which leads to its therapeutic effect. It shows lower myelotoxicity as compared to the other compounds. Response rates of approximately 80% have been obtained using rhenium 188 HEDP for bone pain palliation without any severe side effects. Also, if rhenium HEDP is used in repeated treatments, it is shown to prolong the overall survival as compared to the single application. However, in some patients, flare reaction may be seen, which gradually subsides in 2 weeks. Studies have shown that more than 75 to 80% of the patients report pain relief when treated with rhenium HEDP for metastatic bone pain. Studies have also reported that with repetitive doses of rhenium 188 HEDP, higher response rates can be achieved as compared to single dose therapy. In this image, figure A and B show the anterior and posterior images of technetium MDP bone scan of an 81-year-old person with multiple bone mets, while C and D images are the rhenium HEDP images for anterior and posterior views of the same patient. We can see increased uptake of rhenium HEDP at the metastatic sites, which is similar to the increased uptake of MDP in the technetium MDP bone scan. This is the image of another patient with multiple bone mets. We can see increased uptake of technetium MDP in the bone scan. The patient was treated with rhenium HEDP. The image B shows reduced uptake of technetium MDP 1 month post-therapy with rhenium HEDP. The Karnofsky performance scale was also improved and the pain on the visual analog reduced. Next we see rhenium 188 GMSA. It is used for treatment of MCT, head and neck tumors and mets from breast and prostate carcinoma. It has a problem of high renal uptake. However, if synthesis is done using sodium metabisulfite instead of stannous ions, the complex showed less renal uptake. The next application of rhenium is rhenium 188 labeled antibodies. Rhenium 188 can be incorporated into the antibody either directly after the reduction of disulfide bridges or through bifunctional chelating agents or by forming a rhenium tricarbonyl core for radiolabeling. Reduction of disulfide bridges through bifunctional chelating agents or by forming a rhenium tricarbonyl core. Now, many rhenium-labeled antibodies have been used for treatment of gastrointestinal cancers, for treatment of high-risk leukemias, treatment of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and for treatment of malignant gliomas, where promising results have been shown by rhenium-labeled antibodies in the therapy. Next, we see rhenium-188 labeled peptides. These are basically somatostatin analogs, which are synthesized by reducing the disulfide bridge linking the two cysteines. Now, rhenium-labeled peptides have been used for treatment in human prostate adenocarcinoma, in hepatocarcinoma, and in small and non-small cell lung cancer. The next application of rhenium-188 is in endovascular radiation therapy. In EVRT, rhenium-188 permanent or rhenium-MAC3 angioplasty balloons are used to inhibit coronary restenosis following high-pressure angioplasty. The radioisotope is coated on the stent, or a liquid filled balloon containing the beta emitting radioisotope is used to prevent the stent restenosis. Studies have shown that when rhenium boronate or rhenium battery filled angioplasty balloons have been used, the restenosis was lower in the patients receiving rhenium-188. Also, the target vessel revascularization rate was significantly lower in these group of patients. The next and one of the most important applications of rhenium-188 is radiosynovectomy or radiosynoviorphosis. Orphosis means restoration. Synoviorphosis is restoration of the synovial joint. This is done in inflammatory knee joint conditions which are refractory to the conventional treatment. Why radiosynovectomy? First, it can be used as an alternative treatment to the steroid refractory synovitis. It is less invasive with long-term results, relatively safe, convenient, with low cost, no hospitalization, and the response rates are pretty high, up to 80 to 90%. The mechanism of radiosynovectomy involves radiolabeling of the colloidal particles. These, when injected into the inflamed synovium, are phagocytosed by the inflamed hypertrophic synovial lining with proliferating synoviocytes. However, the top cartilage layer remains unaffected. The subsequent cell damage happens and sclerosis of the synovial membrane occurs, which results in reduction in swelling, pain, and effusion. The first step for radiosynovectomy involves acquiring a 3-phase bone scan, in which we usually see an area of increased activity around the knee joint in the blood pool images, indicative of inflamed synovium. For synovectomy, the patient is made to lie down in supine position with knee gently flexed by an underlying cushion. Under completely aseptic conditions, local anesthetic is injected. The joint is punctured by inserting the needle slightly dorsal to the patella. If there is large effusion in the joint, the fluid is aspirated out. However, if there is little effusion or no effusion, some saline is instilled into the joint to provide for even distribution of rhenium tin colloid. After aspirating the fluid or instillation of saline, the needle is kept as such and the syringe is replaced with the one containing the radioisotope. Rhenium tin colloid is injected. After injecting rhenium tin colloid, the channel is flushed with saline to avoid radiation necrosis along the puncture channel. The joint is then passively flexed and extended to evenly distribute tin colloid uniformly in the joint. Subsequently, gamma camera imaging is done to visualize the distribution of rhenium tin colloid in the joint. After imaging, a splint is applied for 2 days to avoid any leakage of rhenium tin colloid. That is, the joint is immobilized for 2 days, and further for the next 5 to 7 days, patient is advised decrease physical activity. Sometimes a 24-hour scan can also be taken to determine the leakage of radiotracer in the lymph nodes. This is the image that is usually obtained on gamma camera after radiosynovectomy. We see a classical inverted U-shaped sign, which indicates no extra-articular distribution or no activity in the puncture channel. The effects of radiosynovectomy are clinically apparent by 3 months. The follow-up is done at 3, 6, and 12 months, which includes the clinical follow-up as well as the blood pool scan. A significantly decreased blood pool in 3-phase bone scan is seen in responders as compared with non-responders, which shows that there is a good correlation between blood pool scan findings and clinical parameters for evaluation of treatment response. Now, this is a blood pool scan of a patient with bilateral knee refractory rheumatoid arthritis with right more than left. Radiosynovectomy was done in the right joint only. The first image shows the pre-therapy blood pool image with intense radiotracer uptake in both the knees, right more than left. And we can also see some photopenic areas in the right knee, which are because of the effusion. Synovectomy was done in the right knee only, and this is the post-therapy blood pool scan. We see a significant decrease on blood pool activity in the right knee, which had undergone radiosynovectomy, while the left knee, it was not treated and there was no change. Sometimes there may be a temporary increase in the joint pain because of the radiation-induced synovitis. However, this is mild and can be treated with local ice application and analgesics. A very few patients may also develop transient fever and mild dermatitis. However, no serious side effects have been reported, and the success rate of this therapy is pretty high, up to 90%. The next important application of rhenium-188 is in the treatment of HCC using rhenium-188 labeled lipidol. Lipidol is an iodinated and esterified lipid of poppy seed oil, which is used as an embolic agent for transarterial therapy because of its high viscosity and suitable biokinetics. In transarterial radionuclide therapy, it is used as a vehicle for delivery and retention of radionuclide in the tumor. And since it is radio-opaque, it can also be visualized on imaging. The first labeling of rhenium was done using TDT complex with lipidol, though it had a high labeling yield, but the retention was very low. Next complex that was used was HDD for labeling of rhenium with lipidol, though it had a high tumor retention, but the labeling yields were very low. Rhenium HDD lipidol gained fame after a multi-center project by IAEA was done, which covered data from 8 countries and included 185 patients of HCC. This study reported good response and overall prolonged survival in patients with a mean 62 radiation dose to the tumor. The dosimetry was individualized depending upon the tumor load in the study. However, in the absence of individualized dosimetry, an empirical dose of 100 mg was recommended. Now, an advantage of rhenium lipidol is that it avoids technetium mass angiography, which is required in HCC therapy using yttrium microspreads. Avoiding mass angiography avoids an additional angiographic procedure. In rhenium lipidol therapy for HCC, initially a scout dose is injected transarterially, followed by the whole body imaging in the same setting as planned therapy, which allows for the lump shunt calculation as well as the dosimetry. And after this, in the same setting, the therapy dose is injected. But the poor and inconsistent labeling yields have been a limiting factor for HDD. To overcome this limitation, acetylated HDD kits were developed, which had a higher labeling yield of 78%. Recently, a new complex has been developed by Brett, that is NDETC, to label rhenium-188 with lipidol. Now, this complex converts the perinate to a rhenium nitride compound to form a lipophilic complex. Rhenium lipidol labeled with this method has a very high labeling yield of around 96% under lab settings, and practically we have achieved labeling yields of 90 to 95%. It also has a high in vivo stability up to 72 hours and high retention similar to HD. Now, this NDEC complex is basically a 2-wire lyophilized kit indigenously produced by Brit. And since it is an indigenously produced kit, the cost of therapy has reduced very much further with this kit. Now, the procedure for TART involves first acquiring a baseline pre-therapy 3-phase MRI to determine the volume of the lesion. TART is then done by femoral approach. Right femoral artery is punctured and tumor-feeding artery identified and selectively catheterized. After catheterization, initially a small dose is given for the scout scan, for imaging and dosimetry purpose, for lung shunt assessment. And after that, an empirical dose is administered within an hour of the scout groups in the same setting. After injection of the therapeutic dose, the patients are transferred to the ward and monitored for symptoms and are usually discharged on 3rd or 4th day. Images are required on gamma camera at 12, 24 and 48 hours after the therapy. Additional images can also be required at 72 hours. Response assessment is done on MRI for radiological response. Biochemical response is assessed by measuring serum AFP levels, and ECOG performance status is determined for clinical response. The 3-month follow-up includes blood investigations, AFP, as well as a follow-up MRI. Now, this is the image of a patient treated with Venium HDG lipidol at our institute. Images A and B are the anterior and posterior images. Image C is the SPECT-CT image after administration of Venium-labeled lipidol. We can see the accumulation of Venium-labeled lipidol at the lesion site. D is the CT image, which shows accumulation of lipidol. Since it is radio opaque, it can be seen on the CT. Image E shows the axial section of the pre-therapy MRI, which shows the enhancing lesion, while F is the post-therapy MRI of the same patient, showing resolution of the enhancing lesion. This is another image of the patient treated with rhenium lipidol at our institute. This patient, next is rhenium 188 label microspheres. They have been used for the treatment of HCC or liver mets from other carcinomas. Now, microspheres have lesser excretion as compared to the lipidol-based agents, and thus may have a very good therapeutic effect. The next application of rhenium-188 is in patch radiation therapy for treatment of basal cell carcinoma and keloids. In this, a customized radioactive patch is made, which is applied like a mold for a predetermined time or for a predetermined radiation dose, and it can be removed after the required radiation dose has been delivered to the lesion. It treats the lesion by direct radiation. The patches are sealed, and thus the radioisotope does not come in direct contact with the skin. It is for treatment of basal cell carcinoma, biopsy-proven patients were included, and a total of 100 gray per centimeter was delivered in 5 fractions on alternate days. Biopsy done after 12 weeks showed complete clearance of the tumor. Initially, there was hypopigmentation and atrophy noted at the lesion site, which gradually subsides. The lab investigations repeated post-treatment were within normal limits, and there has been no relapse of the lesion or the tumor in any of the patients. Now, this is the image of a patient with basal cell carcinoma at the right nasolabial fold. After the therapy, there was complete healing of the lesion, though there was conspicuous hypopigmentation as well as atrophy of the lesion. After a few months, the picture taken shows that there was decrease in the hypopigmentation as well as the atrophy. These are the biopsy slides. The pre-treatment biopsy slide showing the presence of BCC in the tissue section, while the post-treatment skin biopsy indicating malignancy-free tissue sections. For treatment of keloids, patients with clinically diagnosed keloids are included, and a total of 50 gray per centimeter square in 5 fractions is delivered on alternate days. The response is calculated as a percentage reduction in the size of the lesion, as well as on patients and physicians' global assessment based on flattening and symptomatic relief. The lab investigations repeated post-treatment were within normal limits. Based on percentage reduction in the size of the lesion, more than 50% reduction in size, that is good and excellent response, was seen in almost 80 patients. The best part is there has been no relapse in any of the lesions in any of the patients. This is a patient with initial keloid lesion on the shoulder. 3 months post-therapy, we see the lesion is almost flattened after therapy, and also there was symptomatic relief to the patient. Another patient with initial keloid lesion on the chest, which almost flattened after the therapy. To conclude, Rhenium 188 finds applications in most of the therapies carried out in nuclear medicine, except for a few. Because of its chemical similarity with technetium, many technetium analogs can be labeled with rhenium. Rhenium can be easily eluted from the generator, which has a pretty long shelf life of up to 6 months, which makes its usage very convenient and cost effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Priyanka. That was
Good
a
afternoon,
good overview. That was a good overview. But so, are you listening and are you ready to answer the questions?
Yes, ma'am. I came online. Yes, ma'am. I'm there for the questions.
Okay. Let me ask the organizers. Is there one more talk now, or are we not going to?
Just one more. That is also a recorded talk by Priya Montero.
Priya Montero. Okay. So should we finish both of them and then take the questions?
Yeah, that will be nice, ma'am.
Okay. Let's go ahead then. Yeah.
Thank you.
So will you be putting the?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, that's good.
Good morning. On account of the power outage at my end and the time shortage at the venue end, this lecture was postponed to today. The topic for this lecture is the laser series radiometers.
So have you started playing it?
Advantage.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what about Miss Priya? Is she also available online to answer the questions, or how is it?
No, ma'am. Can you hear the presentation? Are you able to?
Yeah, it is very. It was very low voice, but that is why I was a bit unsure. So Priya is from TMH Mumbai, and her presentation is going on. Just to make it overall. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am.
But the voice is very low. I don't know if everybody is able to hear properly.
Actually, ma'am, we can't help it. It's a recorded talk.
Okay,
It's
no
difficult
problem.
that we can stop
Maybe
presentation.
but the slides are visible, so that should be helpful.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah.
On-demand, on-site. The availability of the daughter radionuclide in specific high-specificity, non-carrier added forms, and the reasonable cost as compared to those produced by reactors or cyclotrons. Coming to the current scenario, and if we discuss radionuclides that are being used for diagnosis, you have a variety of generators. The most popular molybdenum technetium generator and the fast gaining popularity germanium to gallium generator. Also, the generators which are possible or probable are the strontium to rubidium generator, zinc to copper generator, rubidium to krypton generator, and stannous to indium generator. Here in this table we see, first of all, the molybdenum to technetium generator needs no introduction. It is the workhorse of nuclear medicine. The germanium to gallium generator is based on secular equilibrium. Gallium is a positron emitter, and it has a good coordination complex. So it binds easily to most peptides, as can be seen if it is bound to PSMA 11. It is used for prostate imaging, For neuroendocrine tumors, it can be bound to rotor state or not. If it is bound to HLM, it can be used for imaging insulinomas. The rubidium, the strontium to rubidium generator also results in the formation of rubidium, which is a beta positron emitter and is used for myocardial perfusion images. However, it is very costly. Rubidium has is comparable to potassium. Okay? And one more advantage is that the very short half-life indicates that the study time can also be reduced. When we come to the zinc to copper generator, the half-life of zinc is very short, that hardly 10 hours. Therefore, the generator has to be changed very frequently. The short half-life of copper acts as an advantage in that several scans can be taken in quick succession. Now, copper, when it is bound to ETSM, can be used for perfusion images, myocardial and cerebral perfusion images. And when it is bound to ATSM, it can be used for hypoxia imaging. The rubidium to krypton generator results in the formation of 81N krypton, which is used for lung ventilation, it being a gas in the gaseous form. You have a stainless to indium generator as well. This is indium meaning similar to gallium, can be used for to bind various pharmaceuticals and can therefore be used for investigation of various organs. As far as the therapeutic radionuclides are concerned, you have the tungsten to rhenium generator, wherein rhenium-188 has both beta as well as gamma, and while it is being used for therapy, can also be imaged. So this on-site generator is a convenient and inexpensive way for the production of rhenium-188 in a majority of hospitals. And rhenium-188 HETP is well known for detecting bone metastasis. Thereafter, you have the strontium-90 to yttrium-90 generator. In this, both strontium-90 as well as yttrium-90 are producing beta particles, as a result of which they can destroy or damage the chromatographic bed. Thereafter, you have the actinium-225 to bismuth-213 generator. Actinium has a half-life of 10 days, and so this generator can be replaced in several weeks. This is unique in that it has the production of alpha as well as beta. Now we come to the recent advances that have taken place. You have what are called as in vivo generator systems. What are they? Now these in vivo generator systems, long-lived radionuclides are administered to a patient with a view to utilizing the useful properties of a daughter product. Though they have not all been used clinically, this is a very different and unique development. Now, why would you require such in vivo generator system? There are conventional methods of radiotherapy, but these have their own limitations in terms of certain physical drawbacks, or that the nucleides which are used have high decay energies and short half-lives, or that there is some radionuclide loss resulting in dose to the non-target tissues because it circulates in the blood for a long period of time. As such, the advantages of the in vivo generators would be that longer-lived parent isotope can be cleared from blood circulation and from healthy tissues, thereby reducing the radiation dose to these healthy tissues. The high-AT daughters whose action is actually required will accumulate in the diseased tissue and maximize the radiation dose at the target site. But there are several challenges, as in achieving adequate specific activity and also incorporating ligands that form stable complexes with both the parent and the daughter isotope. So in vivo generators are can be used to produce diagnostic radionuclides as well as therapeutic radionuclides. So as far as the diagnostic radionuclides are concerned, you have the rubidium to krypton generator, which comes once more. But in this case, what is happening is the rubidium that is present and it remains within the cell. It mimics potassium and accumulates or remains within the cell when it decays to krypton, which is a gas, and it leaves the cell system. Okay, so krypton and this, as it leaves the cell system, it diffuses. It gets carried away by the blood flow and therefore can be used for emitting perfusions. With its very short half-life, it also has a gamma emission. Thereafter, you have iron to manganese. In this is one. It's a good PET tracer for determining or viewing the distribution of biological iron. Then again, you have zinc to copper. In this case, it can be used either for the tracer for biological zinc, and as far as copper 62 is concerned, it can be used for immunopet or small molecule imaging. Then you have scandium, and the uniqueness of scandium is that even after decay, the daughter and the parent have the same chemical identity. It can be used, therefore, it can be used as it is a positron emitter, it can be used the PET tracer. Now we come to the radionuclides that are used for therapy. In this, you have lead, which decays to give you bismuth 212, and produces the alpha particles are it is used for alpha therapy, and these can be labeled with monoclonal antibodies. As seen, and dysprosium decays to holmium, and this gives off beta particles. It can be used for therapy of for radiosynovectomy applications. Actinium decays, there's an entire chain of elements that it forms, and it can be used for labeling monoclonal antibodies or peptides. Then you have radium, which again forms an entire chain, and there's also an alpha emitter. This recently has a commercial product called the Zofigo has been approved for treating bone metastasis, that too in the prostate patients who cannot be treated by surgery or hormonal methods, and where the mets are in bone and have not gone to any other organs. Then you have thorium 227, which also decays to an entire chain of elements, and also has an alpha decay. This also has property of accumulating in the bone and can be used for radiotherapy. So in conclusion, the advantage of in vivo generators is to enhance both diagnosis and treatment by combining the nuclear and chemical properties of parent and daughter radionuclides which have been introduced. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that overview by Priya. Unfortunately, she's not here to answer the questions. Otherwise, I had a couple of questions and clarifications to make. But are there any questions in your chat box or any? I saw one raised hand. I don't know whose it was. Some in the chat box, there was a raised hand. Mr. Raghav, maybe? I don't know if he had a question.
Ma'am, I'll just check and tell.
What is that? What did you say?
Ma'am, I'll just check once and I'll let you know whether there's a question.
So in the meanwhile, I would like to just make one, because today is the last day and for me this is a chance. Very well conducted seminar and lot of challenges you have had with all the connections, people being in different places, but very good topics. I really enjoyed many of the talks. In these two talks, I just wanted to make one comment that ZofiGo, I don't think it's being used anymore. So I think Priya should update on that. And also it'll be nice to, know what is the status of in vivo generators and its use. But it was a very nice overview of all the generators, and congratulations to Priya. And to you, I have a one question, Priyanka.
Yes, ma'am.
So the question is about EVRT, just like ZofiGo. My understanding was EVRT had a big, not noise. I would say it was of great interest some time back, but then it soon faded away because of the beautiful stents being now available. Very, very biology compatible, and then they have all these proliferation coated stents. So the radioactive coated stents for EVRT has, I don't know if anybody is
The
using
usage has gradually faded away, ma'am, because of the recently the modern available stents. The use of EVRT has gradually faded away.
Yeah, I don't think anybody is using now at all. So it could be it could be definitely of historical interest, because many times things are revisited for some other purposes. That was one comment. In your next time, you can mention it, but just say, just like ZofiGo, had a peak, then it died down due to whatever reasons. Just like Indium 113M, etc. Also, many of them due to various reasons. But coming back to you, one more question, and very good overview you have presented about different applications of rhenium 188. You mentioned about the keloids and BCCs and very, very interesting results. I'm very happy that you could, you can treat, and then you never, those patients were completely free of it. Is this product or is this modality an approved one to be used in AIIMS, or it is only still in the research mode?
Ma'am, we have got the ethical clearance from the ethics committee, and like we are doing for most of the patients of keloids, we are using this therapy only nowadays.
That's right, but it is not a product approved by DCG on it. I mean, it is within AIIMS.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but it is really worth taking it further.
It has worked really well. We have obtained excellent results.
Yeah, I know. Dr. Malhotra's time onwards, I have been extremely excited because we started
with you only,
yeah, I know, and it's such a beautiful combination of brachytherapy with nuclear medicine, etc. Anyway, we will not take any more time from all the people who are listening. Everybody must be waiting to go for lunch, I'm sure. It was a nice session, and thanks to you, Priya and Priyanka, for agreeing to be postponed today. So I wish you all the best. All of you are youngsters. Have a very nice, bright future. And also all of you in the organizing, the young physicists, wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, we come to the end of this session. We will resume to the next session after a little short break. So Hope to see you in the next session. Thank you.
Good luck. And give my regards to all the organizers, Amit and Anshu and Sneha and everybody. Okay, bye.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Yes.
Excuse me. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, am I audible? Sir, I have sent my abstract and it was accepted. And will I able to present it?
Just a second, let me confirm.
Yeah, please let me know.
Hello, Amit sir, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, tell me, tell me.
Sir, did you receive any abstract in a while?
No, I've not received. Yes, in the, I guess you can ask Sneha ma'am. Today morning we have received one abstract, but I don't think so. We can incorporate that because of there was a deadline of submission.
Excuse me, sir.
I'm really sorry, sir.
But
No,
this one I
yesterday night I have sent that.
okay.
I hope it is clear now. We're really sorry about that.
Hello.
Yes?
Hello. Yeah,
Yes.
I have sent it yesterday itself.
Okay, let us check and we will let you know. Okay, let us
Please
check.
let me know, sir.
Mr. Raghutam Joshi, can you hear me? Mr. Raghutam? I guess he is not there.
Amit, if he's not there, I think there is no point.
Maybe he just left. Okay, it's okay.
Okay.
So we can move to next session. We will be starting our next session shortly.
Excuse me. Hello.
खेलते अच्छे से जगह बना रहे हैं। अभी तक मीटिंग चल रही है।
Excuse me.
Yes, tell me.
Did you check about my abstract?
Yeah, we checked what we announced 15 minutes back, but you were not there, I guess. So we have to move to next session.
Amit,
No, sir.
if his slides are ready right now, he can present our for 5 minutes quickly.
So chairperson are there? Okay, fine.
We are waiting
Okay,
for
so
the
you
next
can say.
chairperson, Dr. Leonard, and as soon as he comes, we'll move on to the session.
Okay, so you can say you have 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. I'll share.
I think Leonard is already here, Amit. Leonard is already here. Maybe we can't do it now. Let us start with the next session.
Okay. Fine.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry I'm late. It's a bit chaotic. It's the day before my holiday and it's a Sunday, so I apologize for joining you a few minutes.
No problem.
Welcome back, everyone. I feel so elated to see everyone back on time. Without any further ado, we shall proceed to the session of an artificial intelligence chaired by Dr. Leonard V. He's an assistant professor and a clinical data scientist at Maestro Clinic, Massachusetts University. His work revolves around development of bridge between patients and clinical specialists. His main interest lies in the prediction, modeling, language processing, radiomics, and deep learning. Over to you, Dr. Leonard V.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and thank you, everyone, for joining today's conference and this exciting session. I believe it's the final session of the day on the topic of artificial intelligence, a very hot topic, of course. We have 5 excellent speakers lined up. I'm sure you are all very excited to listen to them. So without further ado, let's begin with the first speaker on our list today, which should be, I hope, Mr. Ashish Kumar from Tata Memorial Hospital. While I'm speaking, perhaps you can already put your screen and your slides on, Mr. Ashish. And the topic of his presentation to us today will be on quantitative imaging, also a very hot topic, in precision oncology. So, Mr. Ashish, whenever you're ready, please take the floor.
Thanks, Leonard.
Yes, we hear you well, Ashish. Go ahead. And I think we are seeing your screen. That's your PowerPoint. Okay. While your PowerPoint is booting, I think I'll mention to the other speakers as well, the other 4 speakers following up. Please have your PowerPoint ready, and so that when one speaker is over and it's your turn, we can share your screen quickly and proceed. So anyway, back to the topic at hand, which is Mr. Ashish Kumar's talk on role of imaging biomarkers in precision oncology. Over to you, Ashish.
Yeah, thanks, Leonard. And it's indeed a pleasure to present this topic in front of you, because you are my guide and mentor for my PhD thesis, and your authority in this field. It's entirely my pleasure to present in front of you. So next 20 minutes, we will be discussing this topic under various agendas like introduction of precision oncology, adaptation in precision oncology in clinical practice, then imaging biomarkers, that is radiomics, then evidence of radiomics in precision oncology, and limitations of radiomics implementation, scope and of radiomics, and finally we'll conclude it. So if we see that conventional treatment in oncology, so it starts with the diagnosis of the disease, and then it is being staged with the help of various using various modalities like imaging, pathological diagnosis, and other blood parameters, and nowadays various kind of genetic mutations are also being diagnosed. Based on that, disease is staged, then treatment starts, and treatment is being monitored in between, and once that first line treatment is over, then patient goes for follow-up. So patient will keep on being followed up, and if there is some recurrence, then again that restaging will take place, and treatment will be delivered to the patient. But problem with this is, if we treat nowadays, we have started, previously we used to treat that patient organ-based treatment. So suppose someone is having lung cancer, or in lung also known as small cell lung cancer, there was a specific treatment for that, and majority of patients were not responding to the treatment, and that was because there is subgroup in that disease population, like in non-small cell lung carcinoma, there might be this EGFR mutated patient who will not respond with the standard care of treatment provided to the patient. So precision oncology came into the picture, and various kind of biomarkers were developed, and these biomarkers were able to identify the subgroup of the in the population, and they were divided like if you see in this image, and here there were 3 kinds of subgroup in the group of patients who were diagnosed for particular kind of treatment, and nowadays there might be availability of 3 kind of treatment, and that will be rendered to the patient, and ultimately the patient will be benefited with that kind of treatment. So that ultimate goal of precision treatment will be to reach or identify particular patient, because now it is believed that each and every patient is different. So with the help of multi-omics like this genomics, radiomics, proteomics, then pathomics, metabolomics, and we can use various kind of omics, and we can identify a patient. Like here we can see that historically or conventionally patient is treated with one kind of treatment. Then recently with the imaging biomarker, it can be started subdividing in group, and today with the help of genomics and radiomics, further we are able to divide the patient. And now with the help of multi-omics, we will be able to identify the particular patient or to give a particular kind of treatment. So when a study was performed by Accenture, that is very important to mention here, because it was on that US and European doctors, and they were asked a specific question, and more than 80% oncologists believe that precision oncology is important. And oncologists told that there is need of data and clinical decision support system, and evolved education to make precision oncology to work. Now, this is the time to take essential step to gain widespread adoption of the precision oncology in the clinic. So if you see that current status of implementation of precision oncology in clinic, only 40% routinely practice the molecular, participate in the molecular tumor board. This is the treating physician. And 18% routinely use the clinical decision support system as a tool in their clinic to render the treatment to the patient. And 41% routinely match the target therapies to genomic alteration of the tumor. So in a nutshell, we can say that still that precision oncology has not been implemented in the clinic, and we have to travel a long way. If it's moving to the specific topic, that imaging biomarker in precision oncology, so there might be various kind of markers like conventionally quantitative marker, qualitative markers like radiologists that describes the tumor, that is appearance, then where it is positioned, then what is the spread of that tumor. Based on that, they can become a good this marker, that is imaging that may be called as imaging biomarker, and that is being utilized for the treatment of the patient. And then quantitative biomarkers like volume of the tumor, then HU value of that tumor, then SUV, TLG, and so on and so forth. There are various kind of parameters. And new entry in that is radiomics. And radiomics are of two types. Handcrafted radiomics, there basically what we do, we extract first order statistics and shape-based features and textural features from the image. And we also transform the image in various, like we do Gaussian and Laplacian filtering of the image, and we extract these features from there. We also extract these feature from transformed image, like the Vevlet transformed image. We can do various kind of Vevlet transformation and extract image from there. Another aspect is deep radiomics. Deep radiomics is directly utilizing deep algorithm like CNN to predict that outcome of the tumor. And there is no defined rule to extract the tumor feature, and that's why they are also called black box. So if you see that radiomics, that this is high throughput of extraction of quantitative features from medical images, and subsequently analysis of features to develop a decision support system in the clinic. So it goes under the various process. So first, what we do, we image the patient and acquire the data in particular format, and that is always done because for staging or diagnosis of the patient, that disease, it is very important to do any radiological imaging or nuclear medicine-based imaging, and then data is being processed and image reconstruction is done, and then data is stored inside the imaging system. And what we do in radiomics, we extract that image and we contour the tumor, extract the feature from there, and feature in many numbers. Like we are able to extract around 1200 features from the image, and we can extract many more features by having different kind of permutation and combination, like applying various kind of filters. Then radiomics based development of selection of, because what happens if you have lots of data and you want to do any this prediction based study based on that, then you have to think about two things. First is redundancy in your data. So it might be there, like you have extracted 100 features, so 50 features are suggesting you the same thing. So better to get rid of that, and it is very important to this eliminate the redundancy and select one feature from there. Second is that if you have lots of feature, then it becomes very difficult for prediction model to that becomes multi-dimensional, and dimensionality reduction is another aspect. So you have different kind of features, like say 50 features, and you have only 200% to do the prediction modeling. So it will be difficult to do prediction modeling because of there might be your model might fit overfit with that sample because of multi-dimensionality of the data. So you have to reduce that, and ultimately you have to select very few feature which can give you the prediction for the particular task. So here in our lab, we extract these kind of features like first order shape based features, and then textural feature are having a different kind like GLCM, GLRM, GLSZM, and NGTGM. These are different kind of textural analysis. Mostly it is done in 13 directions, and the data is extracted. And then we do, as I described earlier also, that Laplacian Gaussian filtering, and with different sigma value. We in our lab use 3 sigma value, 1 mm, 2 mm, and 3 mm. So we are able to generate 3 sets of data. And again, wavelet transformation, with the wavelet transformation, we are able to extract 8 kind of image, and we do same kind of analysis. And this is the algorithm. What we do, we extract the tumor, then contour the tumor, then feature selection, then analysis of that feature, and then development of prediction model. We have added another aspect to that radiomics study in our department, thanks to one of our junior colleague who joined us a few months back, and he told that why not we should do the same kind of thing by transforming our image in Fourier domain. So we started doing that, and we got very good result with multi-class classification of, in this case, we have done classification for lung, rectal, and cervical cancer. We got very good result out of that. So there are limitations of radiomics, because lots of this concern has been shown by the radiomic community to about that stability of features. So it is because of that image acquisition. If you see that KB and MAS slice thickness, if you say that PET imaging, then activity administered, time of imaging, and imaging time, these are the parameter which that gives you some kind of differentiation in the image itself. So ultimately what happens if you, and then the reconstruction algorithm also. So the image what you are extracting, and if you repeat the image same time, there might be some difficulties, like there might be some variations. And that another aspect is there are various kind of various vendors are that selling various kind of equipment, and because of that inter variability in the scanner, and you will be landing up a different kind of image, and that is not perceived by your naked eye. But when we perform that radiomic extraction, our radiomic features varies a lot, and that's why. And another is segmentation of your tumor. Segmentation of tumor also, because most of the time we do manual segmentation, so it is operator dependent, and ultimately the segmentation will lead to some kind of instability on your radiomic features. Then feature extraction itself, because use of different kind of software, they have some sorts of difficulties. They have some sorts of variation in the extraction of radiomic feature. Then different parameter what we use, like number of beams, beam width, and the image filtering technique what we apply for the extraction of radiomic feature. Then feature selection is also a difficult task. Like if it is not done properly, then you will be landing up with another very important aspect is, if you want to scale your system globally, then you should have data from all across the globe, and you should be doing multi-centric study. So how to overcome these limitations? So harmonization of acquisition and reconstruction parameters, and development of there is one imaging biomarker standardization initiative. There is a group created, and they are working for the standardization of imaging biomarker, mostly radiomics, and they give some this values, that your value should come in between that with certain kind of certain kind of applications. Then develop a radiomic robust automated segmentation technique. Then identification of most stable radiomic features. Then selection of most suitable clustering and machine learning techniques. And then implementation of multicentric or distributed learning platform. And then implementation of decision support system. Ultimately, our goal is to implement a decision support system in the clinic. So various initiative has been taken to stabilize stabilize that radiomic feature. So quantitative imaging network is one of the initiative. Then quantitative imaging biomarkers alliance, they also work in the direction. Then quantitative imaging in cancer and connecting cellular processing and with the therapy. They are also working, and finally that image biomarker standardization initiative. Various studies have been performed for identification of stable radiomic feature. We have also performed a study, and we were able to identify around 300 features, and out of 300 features, 200 features were having that strong correlation with volume. So ultimately, we have got radiomic feature with their 110 or 110 features, which is really not varying a lot with the various kind of application that we performed on that phantom study and human cohort. Mostly we used non-small cell lung carcinoma in that. We also developed open source infrastructure in our department, that is to extract radiomic feature, because we have a pyradiomic package, which is a bit difficult to operate, because you have to operate from the command prompt. So you should have some sorts of basic knowledge of computers. But we have developed a GUI based radiomic software that, and we have hosted it on that GitHub, and that can be used to extract the data. And best thing is we have used pyradiomic package, so it is having all that IFSI definition of the features. Then we have developed, because in the hospital we are not entirely ready to kind of implement artificial intelligence based study in hospital. So we had to develop that, and with the help of Maastricht University and CDAC, Philips, we were able to implement it. And now our the system is ready for internal studies as well as external studies in distributed environment. So this slide, I have this is courtesy to Professor Andre Decker. He is my guide, and I have taken loan this slide from him. So distributed learning is a method by which we can circumvent so many kind of problems, like in multi-centric studies, because in multi-centric studies it's always important to share your data, and because of HIPAA compliance it is very difficult for us to transfer data from one place to another place inside the this country, and outside that regulation is entirely different. And they have developed a very nice algorithm, and based on that we can do this. What happens that one center become that leaders, and there are other centers, and there this system is implemented. So that AI model is launched, and that AI model will go to all the centers and learn separately, and then harmonization will take place, and one model will be launched, and that model will again be tested in all the centers. If your prediction that in testing data, if your prediction is good, then that model will work. If you see the trend of radio mix, so we recently we performed a study, and we saw that how that your PET-CT or CT studies are growing, and with the same pace that radio mix based study is also growing globally. So if you see that there were very few studies before 2012, but nowadays we can have thousands and thousands of features. So if you see that, is there any evidence? Yes, there are evidence, and we can see that evidence is in all kind of solid tumors, like brain tumor to that cervical cancer. There are various kind of various studies have been performed, and if you see that in 2021 itself, around more than 2,000 studies have been published. So it really gives that confidence that radiomics is growing in right direction, but with
Mr. Rashesh, if I can ask you to think about wrapping up so that we can have 1 or 2 questions.
Sure. Then implementation of decision support system. So this is how we can work in the clinic. Like you have decision support system, then you perform various kind of study that is fed in the system, and ultimately it will give you the prediction, and that will go in the system. And then again, when patient will come, then if you have done any mistake, then it will be fed into the system, and your prediction model, that prediction model will learn with it, and it will be self-learning radiomic based prediction model. To summarize, radiomics is new but promising technology. Standardization of radiomic process is important. Enough multi-centric studies or distributed learning is very is need of the hour. Then immediate aim should be to utilize radiomic as quantitative method to assist physician in diagnosis, treatment selection, and disease prognostication. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Rashesh, for a very nice introduction to the field of quantitative biomarkers derived from medical images. I think it's nice that we can reuse existing non-invasive CT, PET, and MRI images that the hospital collects anyway for this purpose. So good overview of the topic. Now I would like to just open the floor for a couple of minutes to see if anyone has any questions for Mr. Ashish. I can probably only see the people online if they raise their hands, but the people present in person, I can't see you. But let's see how we go. Let's have we have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions for Mr. Ashish. Would anyone like to contribute? I think if you are in person, or if there is a person that can moderate in the auditorium, please introduce the person asking the question. Otherwise, I will monitor online. Are there any questions before we move on to the next speaker?
I think there are no questions, Leonard. If you have any questions.
Okay, just a very short one then to Mr. Ashish, and possibly this is something that the
You're not audible, Leonard.
So I'll ask one quick question to Mr. Ashish, just as a thought provoker going into the next speaker. Mr. Ashish, you said a very interesting thing in one of your final slides where you said the hospital is not ready for AI. Now, if I gave you a choice of only one single top priority, what is the biggest barrier for making hospitals ready for AI? Could we have an answer from you in a couple of minutes? What's the single biggest?
So there are various aspects to it, but most important aspect is have been what we found in Tata Memorial Hospital, that see, we are having ocean of patient, but when we started doing artificial intelligence based study in Tata Memorial Hospital, we started digging patient, and even hardly 10% patient had the data to perform this AI based study. So I believe that data capturing is the most and foremost important in that. Once you capture the data, then manipulation of data, because we have various techniques like NLPs and all, and that can be utilized to extract data in meaningful form, which will be used for artificial intelligence based learning. So that data capturing is the most important aspect.
Yes. Thank you for that, Mr. Ashish. I agree with you. I'm sure most people in the audience agree too. There are many important aspects, but of course, it begins with the data capturing, and that can be challenging in some hospital situations. Fully agree. Thank you for your excellent piece there.
Excellent. Thank you.
We're now ready to move on to the second. Okay.
Thank you, Len.
Thank you. And we're now ready to move on to our second presenter for today. I'm very pleased to introduce everyone to Dr. Sophia Mikopoulou. Sophia is a principal clinical scientist from the University Hospital Southampton Trust in the United Kingdom. So welcome, Sophia. Thank you for joining us early on a Sunday morning. Sophia is a recent or possibly still ongoing Topol Digital Fellow in the field of artificial intelligence in healthcare. So a very prestigious achievement, and we're very honored to have you present with us today. So Sophia, I'm very pleased to hand over the floor to you because you will be talking to us today about dementia diagnosis from nuclear medicine scans using artificial intelligence. Dr. Sophia, whenever you're ready, please share your screen, and we are anxious to hear your talk. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Leonard, and thank you to the conference organizers for this invite. I'm delighted to be with you today, albeit virtually. Can I just check if you can see my screen in full size?
Yes, we can, Sophia. Thank you. That's
brilliant.
Wonderful.
Thank you. And thank you for the introduction. As Leonard said, I'm a principal clinical scientist. I'm basically a physicist looking after nuclear medicine and PET at Southampton in the south of the UK. I was a Topol Fellow. My fellowship finished a couple of months back, and I'm now an NIHR clinical lecturer. And that means that I spend some of my time doing research and some of my time doing clinical work. My research is around dementia diagnosis. And, my current project is called Brain AI. I'm looking at new biomarkers for assessing neurodegeneration, and I am combining both brain imaging, which is my life's work, with new markers of inflammation that help us assess the progression of disease. I use AI for this purpose and try to design a diagnosis support tool. However, my talk for today would not be about my work, it would be about the broader framework of using AI for dementia diagnosis. And I am going to start with a background on dementia, which is a progressive disease. Dementia causes problems with memory, language, and thinking, and it adversely impacts our patients' quality of life. It is a leading cause of death, and a lot of us are going to develop it in our lifetime. A little graph from Alzheimer's Research UK says that most of us know somebody with dementia, and some of us have a grandparent or a parent living with dementia. Now, dementia prevalence is at the moment at around 50 million patients worldwide, but this is rapidly increasing. It's expected to be over 130 by 2050. And the main reason for that is that we live longer lives and are therefore more likely to live to develop dementia. And with the increasing prevalence come increasing costs. At the moment, the cost of dementia care is over $1 trillion US, and with an aging population, this is due to double by 2030. Dementia is an umbrella term. It describes disease of the brain, but it also has different flavors, if you like. The most prevalent type of dementia is Alzheimer's disease, and I'll talk a bit more about that later today. And it is causing problems with memory, language, and reasoning. The second most prevalent condition is vascular dementia. And vascular dementia is often associated with also heart disease and stroke. Its likelihood is increased on those cases. We also have mixed dementia, and this is when more than one types of dementia coexist on the same patient, and it is quite hard to differentiate and pin down a diagnosis with mixed dementia. Furthermore, there are a few types of less frequently occurring dementias, like dementia with Lewy bodies and dementia secondary to Parkinson's disease, where nuclear medicine has a role to play in diagnosing them, and also frontotemporal dementia. Now, in terms of trying to understand what is happening where in the brain, we use lobular anatomy, as different types of dementia tend to affect different lobes of the brain in different ways. And we're going to see a few images later on that show us how we can differentiate between dementia types. But let's go back to the start of dementia, looking at Alzheimer's, the most prevalent kind of dementia. Our brains are made of neurons, and neurons have a body and an axon, that is the line of communication to other neurons. The brain structure has white matter in the center, surrounded by gray matter in the cortex of the brain. The white matter is mostly populated by the axons of the neurons, and the gray matter is populated by the bodies of the neurons. Now, in a healthy brain, you can see that this gray matter fills most of the space inside the cranium, and we have proteins that play stabilizing roles into the good function of the neurons, and those proteins are the amyloid beta and the tau protein. However, in Alzheimer's disease, things get out of their normal function. The amyloid proteins, instead of supporting the function of the neurons, they actually start aggregating together and creating plaques, which disrupt neuronal communication. Additionally, the tau proteins start tangling together, and they can no longer play their stabilizing role, resulting in disintegration of the microtubules of the axons that also disrupts communication between neurons. In the larger scale, if we look at the whole image of a brain from a patient with Alzheimer's disease, the cell death that happens secondary to the amyloid plaque depositions results in shrinkage of the gray matter. So you can see that we start having gaps and spaces around the brain as a result of this shrinkage. However, shrinkage is quite a late effect in Alzheimer's. The first signs of Alzheimer's start decades before the first biological signs of Alzheimer's start decades before we start noticing effects in our patient's cognition. So in a cognitively normal patient, the start of Alzheimer's comes with an increase of those amyloid beta proteins that are creating plaques in the brain. This is followed by an increase of the tau proteins creating tangles. And somewhere after that, we start seeing changes in functions of the brain like perfusion and metabolism, and we'll see some images in a minute. And later on, we start seeing changes in brain structure. So this is the shrinkage of the gray matter I showed you in the previous image. And it's only around about that time where we start noticing symptoms in our patients. You can see it's quite a long way into the disease process that our patients start developing trouble with their memory, for example. And later on, these changes start affecting their everyday life and impairing their clinical function. Now, when we come to a patient with cognitive complaints, they come to us in the hospital often asking two main questions. The first is, do I have dementia? Is that the problem? And if I do have dementia, how long have I got where I can live a normal life? And where would I need assistance and support to be able to continue? We try to answer those questions by doing many different tests. Examples of those tests include cognitive assessments, so those are questionnaires probing the different functions of the patient's brain. We also do brain scans and then nuclear medicine scans to look at functional changes that we'll see in a minute. And if the diagnosis is still not quite clear, we may also do cerebrospinal fluid tests. Those tests require a spinal tap, so they're quite invasive, but they are able to measure the amyloid and tau proteins directly, which can be really process is very complex and subjective. I showed you all the different types of dementia earlier. It's quite hard to differentiate between them. And it does currently take on average over 2 years from the time where the patient reports their symptoms to getting a robust diagnosis. For this reason, we believe there is an urgent need for earlier diagnosis, and we need tools to be able to predict progression of disease. So, I'm going to split this talk in 3 parts, starting with background on nuclear medicine imaging, moving on to a little bit of a background on artificial intelligence, and closing with the applications of artificial intelligence. So nuclear medicine imaging, we have 4 different techniques being used. The most traditional technique is SPECT imaging of brain perfusion. The tracers we use typically are either HMPAO or ECD. Both tracers are labeled with technetium, and they can measure subtle changes of perfusion in the brain. And the location where those changes in perfusion takes place can help us identify dementia and differentiate between dementia subtypes. The images I'm showing here indicate with red and orange the hyperfused areas, and then green and yellow for reduced perfusion. Now let's have a look at some clinical examples. The image on the left is from a patient who doesn't have dementia, a healthy control individual, and you can see that the cortex of the brain is nicely highlighted with red and white, indicating hyperfusion. Now, on a patient with Alzheimer's disease, we start seeing a reduction in perfusion in the back of the brain, in what is the parietal lobe. And finally, a patient with frontotemporal dementia would have reduction in perfusion in the frontal lobe and also on the sides, on the temporal lobes. So just some typical patterns of perfusion. An alternative technique we can use, and we are using increasingly nowadays, is FDG PET to measure changes in brain metabolism. FDG PET produces similar patterns to the perfusion SPECT, but it does have superior image resolution. And as a result, it can help us pinpoint changes better than SPECT. Beyond perfusion and metabolism, we also have the ability in nuclear medicine to look at specific proteins in the brain that associate with Alzheimer's disease. So taking you back to this pathogenesis timeline, we said structural changes are this purple line here, and this is where MRI would give us an answer. Between the orange and the purple line is where the changes in metabolism and perfusion take place. So nuclear medicine can give us an answer around here, but we are also able to directly measure the amyloid beta and tau proteins. And we can do that with imaging and avoid the need for doing a spinal tap and measuring cerebrospinal fluid directly. A couple of techniques are in use. Amyloid PET is able to help us quantify the burden of amyloid plaques in the brain, which are crucial for the pathogenesis of Alzheimer's. Tracers we use, there is a range of tracers. A couple of examples is the carbon-11 PIB component and the F18 fluorobeta-PIR. They both bind to amyloid plaques and can help us diagnose and differentiate dementia. Now, in a cognitively normal brain, we only see very small levels of amyloid in the white matter. With increasing cognitive impairment and moving all the way to Alzheimer's disease, the image on the right here, we see increased uptake in the brain cortex, showing high levels of amyloid burden. Beyond amyloid PET, we also more recently started looking into and using tau PET. Tau proteins tangle and disrupt neuronal communication. The tau PET scans are mostly used in clinical trials at the moment. And the idea is that as Alzheimer's disease progresses, tau tangles continue accumulating, and we can see here changes between a cognitively normal individual and a cognitively impaired individual, where there is a higher burden of those tau proteins. Now, by being able to quantify those proteins in clinical trials, we can use them to evaluate the effects of treatment when we are testing new treatment. And early signs of using those techniques so that they may future help us predict which patients are more at risk of cognitive decline and which ones are more likely to have a stable cognition. So far, we've been looking at images and talking at how we can visually identify changes. But we are fortunate in nuclear medicine to also have quantitative tools in our hands that can help give us some statistical confidence over whether the changes we see are significant. So here's an example of a sagittal image of a patient's brain. This is a perfusion scan, and this scan looks relatively normal. Most of the areas of the brain seem to be well perfused, but there is a small gap over here in the precuneus area of the brain. And our nuclear medicine consultant's question and our radiologist's question is that change significant? Is that change significant enough for them to call this scan a scan from a patient with Alzheimer's disease or about to develop Alzheimer's disease? Now, quantification can actually give us this answer with a certain degree of statistical certainty. And this is just an example of the quantification outcome from the same scan, where we can see that we have two clusters that are statistically significant in that part of the brain, providing confidence that this patient, unfortunately, has Alzheimer's disease. Now, how do we come about doing this quantification? I'm just going to take you through a couple of slides with the steps we use to quantify brain images. First, we need to prepare our images for quantification. And in order to do that, we start by taking our patient's scan and normalizing it, registering it into a standard template. We commonly use the MNI template for this purpose. After this registration step, we smooth the template out by applying a filter to improve our signal-to-noise ratio and to reduce small errors in registration, for example. After our images are prepared, we can move on to quantifying. The example I'm showing here is using a tool called statistical parametric mapping. This is freely available online. It's been developed by the Institute of Neurology at University College London, and it is used to compare our patient's brain to a database of healthy subjects. And the purpose of statistical parametric mapping is to help us identify if any areas of our patient's brain are significantly different to what the healthy population's brain looks like. So in that case, we have a brain perfusion scan. We have registered everything to this MNI template, and we do a voxel by voxel comparison between our patient and our healthy individuals. And through this voxel by voxel comparison, we generate a map of T-scores, where for every voxel we can say how many standard deviations away from the mean is the perfusion of our patient compared to the perfusion of the healthy subjects. After that, we apply a threshold on the T-score with a certain contrast to define a certain level of statistical significance. For example, commonly in the clinic, we use a p-value of less than 0.001 to apply our masks, and we can see areas of significant hypoperfusion or significant hypometabolism. Now, let's go back to the images we were seeing earlier and see how the quantification fares with them. So on our patient with normal perfusion, there is no significant clusters, there is no areas of significant difference from the healthy population. In our patients with Alzheimer's disease, we actually see some large clusters in the parietal lobe, which help us pin down this diagnosis with a certain statistical confidence. And beyond that, in frontotemporal dementia, I guess we get large clusters of significant differences. Now, those are clear-cut cases, but a lot of the time we only have very subtle changes, and that's where quantification is more valuable to provide this extra information to our clinicians to make the diagnosis. There are a lot of commercial softwares available from brain quantifications. All the main manufacturers provide software with their systems, and some of them also offer the opportunity to build our own databases of healthy controls. So we can actually have databases that reflect our local population and not just generic databases of healthy controls. Moving on from quantification, I'm going to give a quick introduction into artificial intelligence. Starting with the definition, AI combines data and computer science to solve problems, or more specifically, it tries to emulate the way that we reason to understand a problem and solve it. A subset of AI is machine learning, and this is where the algorithm's performance improves over time. The more data we give our machine learning algorithm, the better it would perform. And a subset of that is deep learning, where we use multi-layered neural networks trying to emulate the way the neurons in our brains work to learn from very, very large amounts of data. Now, within machine learning, we have supervised learning, where part of the learning process is knowing what the answer is and trying to match our data to those answers. And there is also unsupervised learning, which is completely data-driven, trying to cluster our data together into groups. And looking into the steps, I'm not going to go into much detail because Dr. Jha has already discussed short slides on this. But we start with an input. In traditional machine learning, a human being is deciding which features are likely to be useful, and they extract these features from our input data. And then an algorithm, a classification algorithm, is used to create a rule that can help us decide between car or no car, or in our case, dementia or no dementia. More recently, we have been working into deep learning, which doesn't have these separate steps of feature extraction and classification, but instead it takes the whole of the data as an input and performs multiple calculations in order to classify our images without explicitly defining the features. Now, this is seen by some in the community as a black box approach because it's not completely clear what features are used to determine the answers, but it has also been shown to be a very, very powerful method, provided that there is sufficient data as input to teach the algorithm. And I'm going to move into some applications of AI in neuroimaging for dementia diagnosis. First, I'll start with a plug here, a little advert for the DEMON network. This is a network of scientists interested in applying artificial intelligence to dementia applications. There's over 1,000 of us working around the world. We're meeting regularly and building collaborations on research projects. There are opportunities to write papers or present in conferences. So if you're interested, please look at our website. Moving from the DEMON network, I'll present the main findings of some work we did with the imaging working group within DEMON over the past couple of years. We wrote a systematic review on artificial intelligence for diagnosis and prognosis in neuroimaging. In this process, we screened over 2,000 abstracts and included over 200 papers in our review. The main findings of our review are that all the different modalities are used for dementia diagnosis with AI. MRI is the most commonly used modality, but PET and SPECT also have a significant representation in that domain. And quite interestingly, there are quite a few studies. So we have a bit over 60 studies using PET and SPECT, and over 30 of them are actually using PET and SPECT combined with other modalities, and more specifically with structural MRI. So combining the functional information with the structure to improve diagnosis. In terms of the techniques used, the majority of studies are using support vector machines, algorithmic type classifiers, but a lot of studies are also using discriminative algorithms, including the deep learning approaches. And if we look at a template over time, Dr. Zhao was saying earlier how there is more and more research outputs into artificial intelligence. The same is true for artificial intelligence in dementia diagnosis. We see a rapid growth in the number of studies reporting on this, and we also recently saw a change from those algorithmic methods like the support vector machines to those discriminative methods like the deep learning convolutional neural networks taking over the domain of AI. In terms of databases now, most people use publicly available databases. We are fortunate in the dementia domain to have ADNI, which is a very large database of patients which has been collected in a clinical trial setting. The huge benefit of ADNI is that we can independently evaluate studies across the world because we can all share and use the same data. However, it does suffer with biases, both ethnic and socioeconomic biases. Most of the data have been collected in North America, and it also is quite a pristine data set. It doesn't have the variability that we get in real-life clinical data sets. In terms of accuracy now, some of those algorithms are performing marvelously well. We are looking at machine learning methods with accuracy over 90%. However, there are some limitations in those results. Some of the studies are actually asking the wrong questions. So some of those studies are trying to differentiate between patients with dementia and healthy controls, which is a very interesting question on the research domain. But in terms of clinical application, we actually need to be able to differentiate between patients who have cognitive complaints, and some of them have stable cognitive complaints, and others are going to go to develop dementia. And when we are actually testing the same algorithms onto clinical data sets, really real life data sets, unfortunately, the accuracy of those methods drops dramatically to an average of about 70%. Some of the recommendations from the systematic review are shown here. A couple of key points are to try and provide sufficient description of the methods. And Dr. Jha, and this is to enable people to perform independent replication. Dr. Jha very nicely said earlier about how they are sharing their algorithms in the public domain. And this is really very important to enable other scientists to replicate, test the methods on their own data sets. And this is what the last recommendation is about. We are urging scientists, and we are trying ourselves to find independent data sets where we can validate our models across different hospital settings to improve and refine our algorithms. I'm going to showcase just a few examples of machine learning in nuclear medicine, starting with an example on HMPAO spec by Hubbard et al. This is a study using clinical data, and the scenario they were working on is trying to distinguish between patients with mild cognitive impairment that is stable versus those that later progress to develop Alzheimer's disease. And they did achieve very good sensitivity and specificity in this regard. Another study by Mutahari, and this is a nice study in that it uses a very simple and explainable AI. They use a single feature, which is the sound score of this team up that's showing significant differences. They plot this feature across their population and distinguish between Alzheimer's and elderly normal individuals. And finally, in 2019, Ding et al. Published a study using convolutional neural networks for dementia diagnosis from FDG brain scans. This was a large study trained on over 2,000 data sets, and it provided some really powerful results, high sensitivity and specificity of diagnosing dementia nearly 6 years prior to the clinical diagnosis. So showing that FDG brain scans can give us very subtle, very early changes if they are processed appropriately using deep learning. Now, this has created a lot of excitement in the community, but at the same time, being a deep learning technique, it is quite hard to interpret which features are being used, and we have a lot of work to do to build confidence in our clinicians to start implementing these techniques in practice. In addition to building confidence in our clinicians and educating them about it, we also need to see what our patients think about AI and deep learning. And here's a little survey we did at Southampton looking at our patients' perspective on AI in dementia. We asked our patients how would they feel if computers were used to interpret their scans. The majority of our patients were okay with it, but they wanted their doctor to be involved in making the final decision. So essentially, the request from our patients is that we develop diagnosis support systems, but we don't replace the doctor. We don't go for fully automated diagnosis. Just to conclude, we've seen today that functional SPECT and PET can support diagnosis and differentiation of dementia subtypes. Quantification enables objective diagnosis. AI shows potential, particularly in earlier diagnosis of dementia. And even though many studies rely on a single data set, we do require independent data sets for validation and generalization. And our future work is focusing on answering real clinical questions and trying to predict the risk of progression to dementia. Just a few references for everyone's interest, and I'd like to thank you very much for your attention and thank my team in supporting me in this work.
Thank you, Dr. Sophia, for a really enlightening, really excellent overview of the work. Excellent science. I think very exciting science too, both in the clinical and in the AI domains. So people in the auditorium and people online, we have the excellent luxury of a few minutes to ask questions to Dr. Sophia. People in the, yeah, I do see a raised hand. Go ahead, host. Do you have a question? Please ask.
Hi, Len. I'm Sneha here. I just have a small query. I heard Sophia mention the MNI atlas, and although I have not worked as extensively as her with brain, but when we used to process the brain images, the atlas that most of the softwares used was the Talairak atlas. So I just wanted to ask why the MNI atlas and not the Talairak. I know the limitations of Talairak, of course, but still.
So actually, I need to be fair, depending on the modality you use, and for nuclear medicine, the Talairak atlas is really good. We have been doing a lot of work with MRI, where MNI is pretty commonly used, and I think part of my slides were inspired by that. But you're absolutely right, Talairak is quite appropriate, and I think I had a slide about commercial software, and most of the commercial software does actually use the Talairak atlas.
Thank you. Thank you, Len.
Perhaps, Dr. Sophia, I can have a small follow-up question to that. I thought it was an excellent overview of the topic there. But one of the questions that popped into my mind was the MNI, following on the previous question, the MNI assumes that we can morph any individual's brain into a model brain. But earlier in the talk, I believe you also showed up or flashed up quickly on a slide that says that everybody's brain is different. And surely there must be some small differences in perfusion that I cannot account for simply by morphing someone's brain back to the MNI template. In that sense, it doesn't make me so surprised that the CNN by Ding et al., which doesn't make any of these assumptions and only looks at pattern recognition and pattern repetition or deviation from pattern recognition, might have a small advantage. Can you comment a little? Well, advantage, but then you have the disadvantage of being quite difficult to interpret what the heck's going on inside the CNN. Can you comment a little bit about this maybe false dichotomy that I'm falling into?
Absolutely, thank you. It's an excellent question, and there is a problem every time we morph something into something else, which is what we do with our normalization. We are losing some of the real information there, and by losing some of this information, we might reduce our ability to perform the optimal diagnosis. And I do agree that some of the benefit that comes from CNN, for example, is that you don't have the pre-processing step at all. You just get the raw data and extract the most, make the most out of them. And I do hope that in future we would be able to build confidence to those more optimal techniques like CNN, and also that we will be able to build the large databases that are needed for us to train them and evaluate them appropriately. I think in nuclear medicine, we are performing registration without too much flexibility. We don't go for full deformable, for example. In MRI, on the other side, people who deform the brain to match the template to the finest detail and then measure the changes they had to make as a measure of difference. So there are different levels of registration that will introduce different levels of error, and we are limited by those errors, and we are limited by the resolution of our techniques in being able to optimally quantify our studies. I guess another domain where CNN, I believe, will excel. So I think the early data already show that it's doing very well for dementia diagnosis. The other thing that it seems to be doing very well on is being able to handle to deal with very noisy images. And we are now looking at using CNN for reconstruction in nuclear medicine, where we can reduce the scan time or reduce the injected activity and still get clinically valuable results, even though the images visually are not particularly good to look at. And I genuinely believe that we are going to be extracting more information, getting more than the sum of its parts using CNN. I do think it's the future.
Thank you for that answer. I think that's very enlightening, that answer too, and I agree with you. There's pros and cons within the morphing method, and then they're slightly difficult to control all CNN kind of method. The next speaker that we have lined up might have something to say about noisy images too. So I hope Dr. Sophia, you can stay online, because he's one of our in-house experts on these things called generative adversarial networks, right? That can create very clean images from rather noisy images. But last chance for any question for Dr. Sophia. We are smack on time, so if there is one more quick question, we can accommodate. Otherwise, we go to the next speaker. I'm not seeing any hands online.
I don't see any questions, Dr. Leonard. I think we can go ahead.
Let's go ahead then. So once again, we should say thank you to Dr. Sophia for an excellent talk and an excellent question and answer session. Thank you, Sophia. And our next speaker that we have lined up is, I'm sure a name that's familiar to some of you as well, which is Dr. Alberto Traverso from Maastro Clinic in the Netherlands. Alberto is also a clinical data scientist. And his presentation for us today, which we are anxious to look forward to seeing, is about what AI can do for lung cancer patients in the next 5 years. What are the challenges and opportunities? So Alberto, first and foremost, welcome. Thank you for joining the conference. And please share your screen whenever you are ready. We are anxious to hear your talk.
Here we go. I hope you can see my screen right now. Does it
Yes,
work?
Alberto, we hear you well, and we see it in presenter mode. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Great. Then we got at least this type of AI, so making a share screen working, that's good. It's a pleasure to be here, and I hope you will continue organizing these nice events, also because I'm looking forward to come to India soon, because I love the food and I love the people there. So thanks again for the possibility. Hopefully soon we will be physically together. My name is Alberto Traverso, and today I will give you a bit of a perspective that sits in between, let's say, more the technical development, but also with a high on the clinical perspective. And I will focus on lung cancer because that's mainly a part of my research portfolio. Maybe it's good if I just quickly describe the group. So the group is called Knowledge. It was called Knowledge Engineering, and that's where I joined Maastro Clinic in 2017, and then it has been rebranded, but in clinical data science, and there's now a partnership between Maastro Clinic, the hospital, so Maastricht UMC and Maastricht University, 30 people. Within this group, we have a small subset of people that like to work on artificial intelligence in imaging. And as you can see from the map on the right, it's a group without boundary because we collaborate with many states around the world. So we work together in a collaborative environment. What we do, so we were born not as a radiomic expert, but we came a bit late in the game, and we started to take this toy of radiomics, so artificial intelligence applied to medical imaging, and we look more and how to make this, push it forward to the medical field. We, of course, also look with interest in deep learning. We work a lot with many other people that do not have a clinical background, but they come, for example, for faculty like mathematics or computer science to look at application of fundamentals of deep learning and try to translate them to solve clinical questions. We are, of course, a radiotherapy clinic, so we look a lot on try to optimize and reduce human bias as well as human time-consuming activities in the radiotherapy workflow. And we, of course, work into prediction models, so try to predict treatment response, but also treatment-related toxicity. I will try to give you a hint of these research lines, especially with respect to lung cancer. So in my presentation, I will first introduce the so famous and so market concept of personalized care. I will then try to understand what are the challenges, the clinical challenges in lung cancer care.
we show how artificial intelligence can be applied to try to solve some of these problems, at least support clinicians in better decisions. And then I will quickly also get a more reflection on what's the human level perception of this artificial intelligence when it comes to providing solution to patients and to doctors. So let's start from personalized care. I really love this paper by Rubin. It was written in the 2000s, so we're going back in time, and basically is describing the computed tomography scanner. And he says that this was a tremendous hardware improvement, but it also came with many, many data that we were not able to process. We were just used to look at one image, and now we have a hundred of images of the same patient, for example, of the thorax, of the lungs. Now, what I see is that around, let's say, almost 20 years after, there has been an explosion of data, but there's been also an explosion of decision. And this is in principle very good because we can offer to the cancer patient many, many treatment options. The most common have been surgery, radiotherapy, and chemotherapy, but now we also have, for example, immunotherapy and target therapy. Now, in this context, this also creates a bit of a problem because, as has been explained in this quote below, we know that cancer is a dynamic disease, right? So, and we would like to change our treatment decisions according to how the, let's say, the biology of not only of the cancer, but also of the patients change according to time. This is what I've been referring to online replanning. The problem is that if we are very good, the best we can get out of that is what is called a decision support system. So a decision support system is something that gives you, let's say, the possibility to have more a data-driven approach to choose between two treatments. For example, in the figure above, you have a treatment A and a treatment B. You will definitely go for a treatment. You will suggest to the patient a treatment A, because at the same time point, so same survival, it will offer less toxicity, so a better quality of life. One point that I want you to get from this is that usually these decision support systems are one-time point based. So you take this decision at the time of the diagnosis before treatment, which seems a bit colliding with the idea of cancer as a dynamic environment and online replanning. What does this mean for lung cancer? Well, what is important to say here is that we still make this decision on treatment, and they are fixed in time point because they are made on the TNM staging, so tumor staging. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, if you see in the picture on the left, what works pretty good is that TNM staging has been a prognostic model per se, because the staging of the tumor and the spread in the lymph nodes of the metastasis has been built to make sure that we could assign the best possible treatment based, for example, on clinical trials to the patient with a specific stage. So you see, for example, for early stage 1, it's mainly surgery. Sometimes it's stereotactic body radiation therapy. For stage 3, it's mainly chemoradiation. And for stage 4, it was chemotherapy and now it's immunotherapy. The problem is that this, let's say, decision tree becomes even more complicated if you look at the possible variation of cancer types that are peculiar to each patient. For example, here they see, let's say, the treatment that you can give to advanced or metastatic disease, so stage 3 and stage 4 lung cancer, looking, for example, just a genetic mutation. So you see, there has been a model that works pretty good, but the more you refine your knowledge, the more there are interventions. And now the question is, how can we correctly assign an intervention to the patient without just going beyond the staging and going beyond the knowledge of the clinical trial? And I would say that in lung cancer, but overall in all the treatment oncology domain, imaging plays a really, really big role. We use imaging from diagnosis up to treatment planning, even in-room treatment delivery imaging, as well as follow-up. However, as we stated in a book chapter, we say that, you know, images are there, but we're still facing a suboptimal use of medical imaging. Basically, we do use image for a task, for example, make a diagnosis, and then we discard them. If we want to push forward the treatment for lung cancer, but for cancer in general, we need to realize that images are a source of the dynamic of patient changes in anatomy and in cancer, and we call this the patient journey. And we need to understand that in each of the patient journey, images, but also the ownership of the data belongs to different people, as you see from this picture. So what we have to understand is that when we want to apply AI for lung cancer, and more specifically to medical imaging, we have to work on two separate but connected steps. The first one is automation. So making sure that the job of all that care professional you see there is as much as possible uniform and as much as less dependent on the human expertise, as well as augmentation. So making sure that all the people that are involved in decision, including patient, can get the most out of this data. And the way to do that is artificial intelligence. Many people forget about this distinction. They think it's just more a semantic exercise, but actually it's very important to keep that into mind, because also the human perception, and we'll come back later, changes a lot. So I'm now gonna try, I decided to go for each of these, let's say, stages in lung cancer, represent what we believe, and we've been discussing also in the Dutch lung cancer community, what we believe are the next challenge that we need to face, and now artificial intelligence can help facing this challenge. First of all, I just want to give you, this is more as a general roadmap. So independently from the problem you want to solve, every artificial intelligence algorithm design should be based on, first, a clear research question. Sometimes we are just, let's say, the receiver of data, but sometimes we don't design together with the patient and with the doctor the clear research question. That's very fundamental, because that's the outcome we are looking at. We need to have data, enough data eventually, if we're talking a more complex AI, but also good data. Now, what good data means, it's very difficult to measure the goodness of data, but definitely we want to data where we reduce as much as possible the human biases and the biases. We want to have reliable methods, and that's very important. We don't want to have the newest, fancy, more exotic method. We want to have something that eventually is being used in other fields, and we want to translate it in our field, and so in oncology. And then we have a step 4, which is testing. And if testing goes bad, so if we see that our AI algorithm is not working that good, we need to repeat all these steps from the beginning. So this is a common step in all the problem you want to solve with AI. I will start for early stage. So for early stage lung cancer, we're talking about stage 1 and stage 2. For stage 1, there's also a huge topic about lung cancer screening. I think the main question that we identify with this task force are, of course, can we better detect lung cancer? Many of the lung cancer are detected randomly by accident. For example, you take an X-ray scan because you hit your, let's say, ribs, and then you take a X-ray scan, and then they find that you have a pulmonary nodules. Can we measure tumor aggressiveness? So, for example, can we identify not only you have a suspicious pulmonary nodules, but how this is going to turn in the future? That's going to become malignant? Will you come back with a relapse of cancer? Then there is the huge question, should you receive a patient stereotactic body radiation of surgery? They provide similar outcome. But the problem is that now we basically give surgery to the patient that are very fit, and stereotactic body radiation therapy to the patient that cannot, let's say, tolerate surgery. This is not the best approach, of course, right? So but that's because we just look at that time point. We should think how SBRT and surgery will play a role in the future development of cancer dynamics. And then, of course, the huge question, this is an early stage, so we don't want to over-treat patients. So which patients should receive adjuvant treatment? I will show you one example. So when we talk about good data, unfortunately, the nature is very bad in a certain way that we know that one type of pulmonary nodule, which are ground glass opacity, are the most malignant. And usually they're the one associated with higher relapse and so on. And there are two problems. They're very difficult to be detected because they basically, you can see from the image in the bottom left, they're basically embedded in the lung parenchyma, so they might look like inflammation, sometimes a vessel, and they're not very common. So not only we want to train an AI on a difficult task, the problem is that also our radiologists are not trained. So our algorithm will always live of this bias that we don't have good data. But actually, these are very early stage lung cancer, which become very malignant. So here is a work by one of the PhD students together with MEMC Radiology. What we did is that we borrowed a technology which is called generative adversarial network, taken basically from things that are very totally different from medicine. For example, you can buy paintings online generated with generative adversarial network. And we try to generate the synthetic nodules. So we try to augment our data set also to give more heterogeneity to the possible, let's say, levels in which a ground glass opacity can appear in a patient. And then we said to the doctors, would you spot if this is a real or a fake nodules? And basically the doctor were not able to spot on the bottom right. Basically, you see that we're very confident and the nodules were real, where actually we offered them only fake nodules. So we prove that it's possible to work on improving, let's say, it's lung cancer screening, but also lung cancer detection by using algorithms that were not taken for oncology. At first year, we focus really on getting good data. This even before the research question that we want to ask, because in that way we can train better doctors, but we can also train better algorithms. Another example of a clear research question and reliable method is the study in 2018 at a group by Chung. And here, why is a good example a clear research question? They really look, for example, in lung cancer patient treated with stereotactic body radiation therapy, and they look at recurrence and survival. So they didn't say we're just gonna predict survival of early stage lung cancer patient. No, we know there is this issue. And we know that we would like to give adjuvant treatment only to patients that will need it. So they really fix the research question. And it doesn't surprise me, it shouldn't surprise you, that also fix the reliable method. They use radiomics. They started with very, very old style methods like principal component analysis, so unsupervised method, very few features understandable, such as first order, heterogeneity, kurtosis, and it could really, as you see from the figure on the right, get really, really nice results. So that proves you that when you fix your clear research question, specifically for an early stage where you have many research questions and many to them you can give to patients, and you use very common methods, then you really get nice results. And I could have shown many other studies that use more complicated algorithm, but then they could get less good results, probably because they didn't focus on a clear research question and reliable methods. If we move to locally advanced, so this is stage 3 non-small cell lung cancer, mainly many of these patients cannot get the cancer removed. So many of these patients, they will rely on basically chemotherapy and radiation therapy if they can tolerate both of the treatment. And here, together with some friends from Toronto, with some people, of course, also for the Mastro Lab, which are more focused on the biology of cancer, as well as with some people from Harvard Medical School and Moffitt Cancer Center, we said, okay, we sit down in a room and we're going to write down what we believe artificial intelligence will bring to stage 3 non-small cell lung cancer. And here we identify 4 points. The first one is about the automation of clinical processes. So we need to get rid of time-consuming tasks. That's, for example, contouring, but we also need to get rid of human biases. Then we talk about prognostication, so predicting toxicity, recurrence, response. There is a huge part on biology. So can we measure, for example, the state of the tumor as it is right now and how that will evolve according to treatment? And then we talk a lot about radiotherapy workflow optimization. I will show a couple of examples. So for contouring, I think the main challenge here is not to spend so much time refining, contouring the organ at risk and the target volume. Here with a couple of students, we develop an algorithm that contour the substructure of the heart. You might say, why contour the substructure of the heart if you have already the heart contour? The reason is because just looking at the dose of the heart does not allow us to make decisions on what will be the best treatment, for example, protons versus photons. So we took a task that does not seem belonging to oncology and we made it part of ontology. And this is part of the automation of clinical processes, making data that you don't have available. And here we did something more. We use a basic UNet, so the most easiest things you can think about, but compared to many other studies, what we did was we basically asked the doctors, not only is it the contour good, here I'm just showing some example of the reading case, but also how long it's going to take if you will have to do it, or if you will have to call it, let's say, a special cardiologist to do that sometimes is not available in the clinic. And then there was basically a gain of 2 to 3 hours to delineate of the structure. We don't aim to be perfect. We aim to save time and then make the AI as good as possible. But the time gaining will be a really, really game changer in artificial intelligence and contouring for lung cancer. Here another example of generative adversarial network. Here we basically apply generative adversarial model to basically go from in treatment room images, such as, for example, cone-beam CT, and we said, well, now we talk about adaptive radiotherapy. We just use cone-beam CT basically to just look at the, does the anatomy change a lot, yes or no? If yes, we replan. If no, we continue like this, which is, again, against the idea of tumor dynamics. So we apply the same model I showed you before for the ground glass opacity, and we generate a synthetic CT each treatment fraction. Again, we took all the models that you see in the table on the top have been basically taken from other people. We just compared them. It's like we did the all-star game of generative adversarial networks and deep learning. And then we show that when we compare these with what we have available in the clinic, basically the deep learning still have some problem, but it's able to handle more, for example, extreme cases. So, it's not to substitute that, and now we do it, but it's also. Here is another example. So treatment planning, again, the funny thing, in Boston Clinic, we want to assign our patient to proton versus photon therapy. But again, if you do that, you really rely on the expertise of the technicians. And then, for example, if you want to compare to other institutions, will protons be better than photon? You still rely a lot on the capability of the human. So we want to get rid of this. Because we want to make our data comparable to the rest of the world. We make, in collaboration with a student from Karolinska Institute, same network architecture, a UNet. The only difference that you input, as you see in the table on the left, you input basically the different contours. You can also input the beam direction, for example. And what you see is that if you compare on the plot on the right, the differences in mean dose to volume, compared to what basically the experts do, you are at the same time. So you can say that basically you have made a virtual expert that make treatment plan as consistent as possible and allows you to make fair decision on how to treat patients. Here you can even go more. So this is a work by Sam and Naka, use generative adversarial network not only to make a treatment plan at a single time point, but at multiple time points. So you look at now, generative adversarial network can generate scenarios of the patient. Now that we respond, is that the dose correct? Is my treatment plan still the best? And then you can eventually correct for that. So same technologies, reuse it, define your clinical question and apply it to an increased level of complexity. Here I will just show some example of biology. So as we know, measuring biology in lung cancer is very difficult, especially if you can't remove the disease, because basically you can't have the piece of tissue. Stage 3 is a huge problem, but also for early stage, you might think that you don't want to get a biopsy when it's not needed. So in this study on the right, they show that it's possible to measure the tumoral mutational burden. The tumoral mutational burden is basically how much the tumor environment is active, how much that will respond to immunotherapy, so to a very target therapy. It's a very good study. The problem is that this study is supposed to use hypoxia images, so the level of oxygen, very, very high and expensive quality image that we usually do not take beside clinical trial. So on the left, we said, well, let's try to use the same approach of generative adversarial network to use what we have, so the CT that measure anatomy and FDG PET that measure the metabolism, and let's try to generate this synthetic hypoxia image. And eventually we can even generate images that reflect the tumor mutational burden. There is an important point here. We don't have these images. We have some complementary images, and what we try to do is to use artificial intelligence to make sure that we can use the models that the people have developed on the right, because otherwise this model will always stand there abandoned because they will just work on very specific data. Regarding prognostication and prediction, here there is a work by some of our PhD students. You look at inputting CT image, RT dose, and of course the segmentation of the lungs, and then it predicts the probability of having radiation pneumonitis. So what you see on the bottom left is that when you combine, let's say, the radiomic score as well as the clinical factors, as well as the information of the doses, you see that you get much more accuracy, 0.855, compared to the single knowledge, which makes sense. And this is part of thinking that when we make decisions, we use as much as possible the expertise that we have, eventually for multiple domains. Artificial intelligence should mimic that. Clinical knowledge, radiation technologies knowledge, as well as more computer scientist knowledge with radiomics. And then on the bottom right, I just showed that we are trying to apply deep learning, but in a very, very human-friendly way. So we are trying to kind of substitute the model, which is more handcrafted, that I shown the top with deep learning, but we would like to also visualize what are the features. And from the preliminary results, it's really interesting to see that the patients that have already a lung disease, for example, interstitial lung disease, the deep learning focuses on the region that were already sick, let's say, in the patient, and they are the ones that are driving the radiation pneumonitis. The dose is not playing a huge role, given the importance of how the health, the anatomical condition measured by AI to artificial intelligence is important. So always keep in mind deep learning, but still input the domain knowledge. For metastatic lung cancer, the main question are who will respond to immunotherapy. It's a powerful treatment, but also with many side effects because we are going to change the human host, right, the environment, so the immune system. What is the interaction between radiation therapy and immunotherapy? We are talking about metastatic disease, so many patients will receive radiation before. And then there's also a lot of discussion, what would be the best treatment setting for oligometastatic disease? So oligometastatic disease are patients that have metastatic lung cancer, but with a limited number of metastases. I think these are the four main questions that we would like to address with the AI. Looking at, this is also a good example of a study that was done together with pharma companies, show that pharma companies are also entering the game of artificial intelligence for lung cancer. Here we wanted to predict the patient that will develop immunotherapy-induced pneumonitis, and the reason is because if a patient will develop immunotherapy-induced pneumonitis, this patient will be withdrawn for getting immunotherapy treatment and will get a high dose of steroids. So if you prescribe immunotherapy basically to a patient that will develop side effects and will have to stop immunotherapy, this patient will be overtreated. However, if you stop immunotherapy to a patient that you believe it has immunotherapy-induced pneumonitis, but actually develop pneumonitis for any other reason, maybe it's radiation pneumonitis, you are under-treating a patient. And this is a very huge issue because over-treatment and under-treatment, specifically with very expensive, let's say, treatment like immunotherapy, is a huge problem in clinical trials for pharma company, but also in clinical care. Just briefly going to that, we are aiming to take all the knowledge I mentioned before about the health tissue of the lung and combine with radiomics. And what we saw is that on the bottom left, if we take a knowledge that we have from using multiple ROIs, so inputting the knowledge. So first we just input all the lungs, right? Then we ask to the radiology, please select a region that you believe that's the most relevant when you take your decision if the patient has immunotherapy-induced pneumonitis, yes or no. And the result that I show on the right is that if you use a combined model, which is the blue one, especially look at figure C, you are always better, first of all, of the clinical model, but you're always better than just giving, steroids to all the patient and not giving steroids on all the patient. So there is a clinical gain on that. And what we found out is also that if you embed this region of interest, which is a semi-automatic method, when the you give a hint to your algorithm, the algorithm works much better than just giving the whole image. That's 2 slides, some reflection. So everything that I show, it's what is on the hotspot, right? Publishing the paper, talking about modeling, prediction. This will never work if, we don't spend time on working behind the scene. And what I mean to working behind the scene, what I mean by working behind the scene is that, now what we think it is AI, it's input data, some black box, and then take a decision. But we know that if AI wants to mimic, for example, in lung cancer patient care, we know that this is a multi-object optimization. We start from a diagnosis, we do contouring, multiple treatment planning, and then evaluation. So we really make sure that if we don't want to make mistakes, we need to translate the multi-object optimization that humans do in AI for lung cancer to basically what the AI algorithm will do. So there's been plenty of work on that, work that sometimes gets a bit less in the hotspot. And here I would like to cite all the work by some of you that you organize this conference, the work also by Ashish, that I pleasure to work with him, looking at repeatability and reproducibility. So using Phantom and real data to look how many of these features, how many of these AI output can we trust? Can we make sure that we reduce the biases? Also the human biases. For example, this work has been saying, we know that contouring is a huge issue because we are very jealous of our contours, but many times contours are the input for our AI, for example, in the immunotherapy study that I show you. So some of other colleagues, we have been working on estimating this uncertainty. It doesn't mean we will get rid of contour, but this means that we will give a prediction of AI with an uncertainty. We will be able to know what's the level of confidence of this prediction according to this uncertainty. This is independent if you choose deep learning or, let's say, more uncrafted feature. And then finally, there's also all this effort that I would like to share, which is the IME Register for Artificial Intelligence Biomedical Research. Is an effort to tell to people, when you develop AI for any application, but also for lung cancer, please make sure you give a certain of a user manual to that, and you explain how you choose your data, which was your clinical research question, how did you resource bias, and how can we try your algorithm. A work behind the scene, but as you always happen also, in theater and so on, if there are not the people working behind the scene, you will not get the show done. I will conclude then with my last slide. What I would like to take you home is that artificial intelligence will definitely push lung cancer care to the next level, and we need to do that. There's no point, because we have an explosion of treatment. We can't just say we just base our decision on clinical trials. We will have to explain to patients why we give a certain treatment. Deep learning will help, but we need to keep in mind that we can use different deep learning models. There's not one deep learning model. We can borrow deep learning model or, let's say, radiomics models as show, but we need to make sure that we tune them for a specific research question. I never thought it would be possible to take a model that was generating Van Gogh painting from my pictures and applying in oncology. Apparently I was wrong. And so that shows that there is a level at which we can translate technology. Again, this is an optimization problem, right? So always think about as you are the humans building the AI. Don't hide everything behind the carpet. Think that it's really fundamental that the AI reproduces what the humans have been doing in each of the steps. It's a QA approach. Still, a human intervention is needed. You saw from all the generative adversarial network, you still need to look at the image and understand if you have artifacts. You still need, for example, to put seed points in a semi-automatic method. That's fine, it will save time, but still remember that you will have a human interaction. Final point, you need, of course, an infrastructure to do that, and this is what we call plug and play. So that's why it's very important to work with people behind the scenes that work on this infrastructure. And then finally, I really want to push this, that the model is not per se a clinical product. I show some example of delineation. You always need to make the model interacting with humans and make sure that the model is usable in the clinical workstation. And with that, I would like to conclude. Thank you again, and I hope there will be some questions, and I hope I was pretty on time.
Thank you, Alberto. Thank you, Dr. Alberto. You were very much on time indeed. We do have time for a quick question to follow up on Alberto's excellent talk. Any questions out there? Or any questions in the room with the conference host? Maybe I can lead you off on one, Alberto, which is on your last slide. You know, a model is not a clinical product per se, and you and I have had these conversations before, but maybe you can share some thoughts with the audience. Do we have to wait 5 years, 10 years for some company somewhere to pick up our models and put an FDA approval and CE marking on it before we can use it? Because all of our doctors are screaming at us that automation and AI is supposed to reduce their workload, but actually adaptation and data capture is exponentially increasing their workload. And we have the tools to help them, but we're not allowed to use it. So what's your solution for that, Alberto?
It's a good question, Len. So I've actually been discussing this, with some of the oncology and also with the CEO of Mastro, because we have all these models and they are already sitting in the clinical workstation, right? And they are not CE marked. So the easy answer on more the legal point of view is we can only use this technology officially within a clinical trial, right? Because there will not be clinical decisions making. It will be part of an experiment proving, of course, that this technology is not changing standard of care, is not introducing bias. So that's the easy answer. The other answer that came out talking with the doctor is that at the end, the decision will always be human, right? The responsibility will always be human. So the doctors are very willing to use the algorithm because at the end they say, I also open my book sometimes. When I do the substructure of the art, I was doing the reading test. They actually open, another guidelines for maybe a teacher that taught that, and then they open the piece of paper and they look at that, and then they say, okay, this is wrong, this is right. This is also using a not CE market, right? It's using knowledge from someone else. So they're perfectly fine with using that. I think we need to work in parallel, right? So using clinical trials where we can prospectively validate our algorithms and also make available to multi-center, as well as we should also, of course, work with company. So that's the second aspect. I don't think as a researcher it's my job to do the cosmetics, right? So making sure, for example, a window pop out. That's more on the company side. So that's perfectly fine. We guarantee the transparency of the algorithm, but then we let the company spending time to do all the cosmetics. And the third one is that I think we just need to use that, and we just need to be able why we explain why we made our decision to patient. It can be because I'm a really expert on cancer biology, or because I use the state-of-the-art algorithm for which I can understand everything. I design it and I know where it works and where it doesn't work. So that's all the concept that I mentioned about uncertainty and so on, level of confidence. So I think it's happening already right now. I think we are sometimes making, messing things up, right? But there is a legal path, more formal, that we have to do. There is, of course, a consortium path with companies, but what we can do already in the clinic, we can already use them. And that's why I've been bothering all the students that please, before you finish your thesis, I want to see the algorithm in the clinical workstation. I'm happy to pay you 2 months more, but please make sure this is not trained on 10 GPUs that we don't have in the clinic. So make sure it works with the old style laptop that we get from university, and that's what we do. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I think it's sometimes we have human biases on that, and then sometimes just the world is moving too fast, and we don't like to accelerate our pace and bring it.
And the workload on the clinicians and the demand from our patients is already there. So we have to find in silico and in vivo and prospective, and also collaboration with companies to really make sure that we accelerate the use of these things and not have to wait 10 years for something to get CE marked. And then of course, when it's CE marked, they will charge it back to sell it back to us, right? At 100 times the price. I hope that's something there that our audience can pick up as well. Some nice inspiration there, Alberto. Thank you so much for your contribution today. If there's no other last minute burning urgent questions, it's time to move on to our next speaker. No, I don't see any hands pop up. So then, again, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, who is going to be Mrs. Sneha Mithun. also from the Tata Memorial Hospital in Mumbai. This will be a slightly different flavor of artificial intelligence and machine learning, because we've mainly been looking at images, PET, right, nuclear medicine, radiology, as Alberto and Sophia have been talking about. But now we're going to look at another domain where artificial intelligence and machine learning, pattern recognition, and biomarkers in some sense has a very special role. This is now natural language processing. It's about language patterns and language-based biomarkers in the way we speak and the way we write our reports that could be indicative of disease and disease status. So go ahead and share your screen, Sneha. I'm very pleased to introduce now our next speaker, who is going to talk about natural language processing in oncology.
Thank you, Len. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. I would like to thank the august audience and the other speakers and the chairpersons. So natural language processing in oncology. I know when the word natural language processing comes, it's not very much of a very common word to say, and not everyone would actually be aware. So this might actually turn out to be a very dry topic other than the very other interesting AI topics. I will try to make it interesting, however. So coming to the topic, to begin with, let me start why are we even talking about natural language processing in oncology? So basically oncology data, if you see, there is immense data, whether it is imaging data or EMR data or reports data or pathological data. So the data generally is stored in the hospital information system, in the EMR and in the PACS. So when we talk about the text data, which is generally the hospital or OPD clinical information that is entered onto the electronic medical records, or what exists as imaging reports or pathological reports, these are generally entered in the form of free text. Free text is a very easy term for me to say, but may not be actually understandable for many. It is just that it is in a very unstructured format. So unstructured again means it is easier for me or another of my colleague or someone else sitting elsewhere to read a particular language which is common to us, like English, and understand what has been entered. But for a machine, it has to be in a format which could be understandable for the machine. And this data is actually in really huge quantity, maybe not as much as the imaging data, but at least in terabytes. So the problem here is addressed by the 5 V's, which are nothing but the volume of data, the variety of data, the velocity, that is, it is ever increasing, and the value or the usefulness of that data. What part of that data is actually rich in information, and the veracity or the quality and integrity of that data. So we are practically swimming in hazardous, data, which is lying all around us, but we cannot access all of it because there are ethical, administrative, legal, and political barriers to access clinical data. Clinical data is not easily accessible for all, and that is one of the major limitations that AI in general has faced. And there's been publications which have always emphasized on the importance of data being made open and data sharing being made ethical and scientific, because otherwise this field, the progress of science in this field might actually be held back. And for this very reason, there are several publications which have come up with the concept of, integrated learning or distributed learning, where you can have the AI models deployed in certain areas or certain clinics or certain institutes from where they can learn and get the information or the knowledge that they've gained. And again, in another institution, it can gain another kind of knowledge. And without the data leaving the institute itself, the model can become smarter in the process. Another idea here is for the data to be made fair. Fair data is nothing but the data being findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. So when a data is actually findable or reusable or interoperable and accessible, then you're actually aiding in getting the AI models or smarter machine learning models learn better and faster, and at the same time, without having to reinvent the wheel in the process. What again is natural language processing? It is nothing but a small branch of linguistics, computer science, and artificial intelligence. And that also involves use of artificial intelligence methods like machine learning and deep learning. Natural, what is natural? Natural is anything like what I'm speaking. It could be spoken language or written language. And this language is easily understandable by humans. And of course, not for machines. For machines, it's always in the form of mathematics. So the idea of natural language processing here is to represent the same language that we speak or write in the form of mathematics or matrices for the machine to understand and process and interpret or get meaningful information or perform knowledge extraction. So here, as you can see, just for an example, for those who don't understand, I would like to say there are different users which are using machines or systems, or like this person is reading or studying something. So the knowledge is actually existing in a human language in some form or the other, sometimes in the same language, sometimes in different languages. What we do here again is we are getting the knowledge into a common platform, and we are feeding the knowledge into the machine by processing this language and converting it into a mathematical format. Then the machine again gives it back to us, especially when it is a big data problem. Then the machine will help us get knowledge extracted from this data in a much easier and a less cumbersome manner. There are different methods that are used, like for example, machine learning or deep learning. Machine learning uses pattern recognition using certain probabilistic or mathematical models. At the same time, deep learning does the same thing by use of something called neural networks. Neural networks are again mathematical models where you have multiple layers of mathematical nodes which are embedded layer-wise and node-wise, and they perform the pattern recognition in, again, a probabilistic manner, but at multiple levels to give you the same information and in a much better manner. So just to address what a basic neural network looks like for example, this is a simple perceptron where you have an input and you have an output. In between, you have something like an activation function, which actually converts or gives a sigmoid model to actually convert the input and infer what is the outcome expected in the output, and gives you that information. Like, for example, it's shown here when there are multiple layers, you have the input x1, x2, etc. And you have the weights that are assigned to those inputs based on their importance. And that importance is again multiplied by the activation function in the end when a bias is again added. And the activation function then gives you the output in a correlated manner with the input and output, so that you have a linear output here. Natural language processing involves several steps. Like, you have to, like the speakers before me have also described. So you have data and it cannot just be fed to the system, right? So in natural language processing also, you have data, which is human language in spoken or written form. And this data has to be pre-processed for the machine to actually get it in a readable format. So you have several pre-processing steps where you do segmentation, tokenization, and then converting those tokens into based on their importance and based on their context into matrices of for the machine to understand the importance of that particular token. And there are several other processes like syntactic analysis and semantic analysis that go into pre-processing part itself before the model is actually used. Another important parameter is the negation detection. Like, for example, the machine can actually understand that you mentioned there is breast cancer, or you mentioned something like a lung mass, or you mentioned like a renal cyst. But whether the mention also goes with the fact that it is negated, or whether it mentions that it is present, is also very important aspect, because without the knowledge that there is negation or no negation, the machine may not be able to interpret the right information. Then comes feature selection or vectorization, where you use different types of models. Either you use rule-based models or machine learning or deep learning models. Sometimes you even use a combination of both, which is again called a hybrid model. And then comes the knowledge extraction or model development phase, where you define the outcome first, followed by, you have to get the corpus ready. Like you've cleaned, you've pre-processed everything, but you also need a ground truth information for the machine to actually interpret something. But again, in the case of unsupervised learning, you may not have the ground truth information, and you just let the machine get the pattern and cluster the information accordingly, and then make the interpretation of based on the outcome required. Then you select the technique and perform training and validation. Validation again can be internal validation, and if there is an external validation, of course it adds value to your model, because then you are ensuring that there is more generalizability to your model. Like I mentioned, the knowledge extraction process has feature selection and the decision making process, which could either be rule based or deep learning, machine learning based, or a hybrid process. In clinical decision support, what we do is you use the natural language processing for extracting information or for getting the language features. And then you have a machine learning model, which could actually use the language features and other features from the patient data set and the imaging data set or the pathological data set. And you can even use it for getting a natural language generation, like a natural language generation model to get the output generated in the form of text. Other applications in research and clinic involve diagnostic surveillance or cohort building, query-based retrieval, quality assessment, clinical support services, error correction, or conversion of audio transcripts in the OPD into written text, or converting existing unstructured data into structured data. So I'll take them one by one. Like, for example, for auto generation of alerts, it is very important for the safeguard of the patient. Certain times when the reports are generated, and from the time between the report generation and it being conveyed to the patient or the clinician who has referred is quite long, considering the emergency of the diagnosis. These models can actually help in generating automatic alerts and alerting the clinicians who have referred. There are several work that has already undergone in this, like, for example, discerning tumor status from certain MRI reports, or NER for follow-up and time information, or for NER and other alert generation of automated detection of clinical results, and for identifying negative findings or immediate information where a clinician can decide whether a surgery is required or not, whether an intervention is required or not. Like, for example, if there is an aneurysm, or if there is any such immediate intervention requirement that is seen in an imaging and that finding is mentioned, then that can be modeled for alert being generated. Similarly, for cohort building is very essential for any kind of oncological research to be ongoing. So in that, again, you need the system or the machine to identify automatically the case. Like, for example, if there are pulmonary nodules present or not, or for classification of certain radiology reports based on certain criteria. Like, for example, in this work, they actually use the BILAX criteria to classify the reports of breast cancer patients for mammography. So similar work has been done in different fields for different kinds of chest radiographic reports or MRI reports. Other applications are quick retrieval of cases using lexicons or query-based retrieval. Like, for example, if you have an entire data set in your EHR or in your HIS and you want query-based retrieval, you just have to give the query word, and based on that, whatever information or whatever reports that are there based on those queries will be provided to you along with the case numbers, and if required, if it is for research purposes, that may even be de-identified. Certain work has already been performed in this regard for this has been used for auditing critical findings and for also automated extraction and normalization of findings for cancer related radiology reports. And similar work has also been done for extracting images based on the radiology reports. And this was even used for generating an entire database of teaching files for radiology students. Another application is improving quality and for assistive reporting and for identifying staging or outcome related information from patients. Again, in speech recognized parsing, or for, like I mentioned, in OPD, the transcripts that happen between patient and the clinician can also be passed in, and the audio files can be converted into text files. Similarly, much more clinical corpus can be generated based on the audio conversations, or even from the EMR data that is input. Like, for example, a patient's current status input after visit to the OPD, the free text information that is input into the EMR can be used for generation of further generation of correlation of information. Several work has gone on in this regard. So basically, to summarize, there are case identification, staging, outcome, and other decision support systems and prediction modeling based applications that have been developed for using NLP as a backbone. And even for distributed learning, many times ontology based. Again, for those who don't understand, ontologies are like dictionaries which help you understand certain terminologies that are being used in the clinic. And it's not just for us, actually, it's mainly for the systems to understand that we are mapping the ontology with the terminologies. And we have done several work which we have published in EANM for natural language processing based applications, for classification of reports, even for some work has been performed from Maastricht itself for staging, classification of staging information like TNM staging information from the radiology reports. And we even developed a clinical concept-based classification algorithm. We also published recently one on deep learning-based natural language processing tool for classification of lung cancer from collection of chest radiology reports. Similarly, we even used what I did not mention before in just one advancement to neural networks is BERT, which is like a transformer which was introduced by Google. And the advantage here is there are multi-directional inferences that are drawn in BERT, in addition to the fact that it is also pre-trained in some text, like the Google Wikipedia text or the Google Books text. So it is already pre-trained, and certain terms it already knows the context and meanings of. So it becomes easier for you to perform transfer learning. Transfer learning is nothing but you transfer the knowledge of a model that has been already trained on certain things, and you use that knowledge for your own task, and by just fine-tuning the model for your particular task and for your data. There are several resources that are already available, which are some are open source, some are on a chargeable basis, but these sources have already been developed and available. You can use them. Other options are you have several languages based on which you can use Java, you can use Python, you can use R, you can use Julia. So all these languages also have certain modules which can be used for performing these tasks like deep learning, or a particular model that you want to develop for text. They have specifically certain models that have already been a skeleton that has been formed. You just have to modify it according to your data. So to conclude, I would say that use of NLP in such data will be useful for furthering and improving research in the field of cancer and aiding personalized medicine approaches. Thank you. I hope I did it.
Thank you, Sneha. Thank you for the excellent overview of the field. As I mentioned, our previous speakers have kind of highlighted the uses in image recognition, but it's also good that you highlighted for us the uses in text recognition. So we have time for a couple of quick questions, maybe. Going to see if there's any questions in the room or online. While you're waiting for a question to pop up, then oh, sorry, there is a question there. Hi, go ahead.
Actually, right after the previous Alberto's talk, just when you started introducing Alberto, I think someone had a query, but I think that person may not be here. Maybe that
okay.
person
Well,
should ask.
any questions for Sneha's talk? Otherwise, I have a quick one for you while people are thinking and organizing their question. So Sneha, same as the speakers before you, there's actually a great deal of, how do you say, unglamorous work and processing work that has to happen before the fancy, glamorous work of machine learning and deep learning can happen, even in text, I guess. So my question for you is this: is the disadvantage or is the vulnerability of machine learning, deep learning, and text mining with BERTs or otherwise, is the vulnerability for the profession at the moment that we have a lot of text, but we actually have no ground truth labels? How do we get the ground truth labels? Because otherwise we cannot do supervised learning. We can only do unsupervised clustering. What's your view on that, please?
I completely agree with you, Leonard. Actually, the fact that we don't have ground truth labeling. Secondly, the fact that ground truth labels are again generated at different institutions. So whatever data is generated from a particular institution, and they make their ground truth labels. And again, there is no standard format for generating a ground truth label, because everyone has a different task in any AI model that is developed. And if you look at open source data also that is available, of course, they have standard protocols for generating ground truth labels, but whether they have generated those ground truth labels for a specific task, or and whether that can be actually generalizable for all tasks is again a question that needs to. And I think I have actually kind of faced that struggle even when I used mimic data also, because I was not able to understand in what way the ground truth labels would match, and whether my ground truth labels are wrong or theirs are wrong. That is again always a conflict. I don't know.
Yeah. That's good to hear the confirmation from you. Yeah, it's a very important field, but there's a lot of how do you say, what we see is the tip of the iceberg, and there's a lot of things underneath the iceberg that has to happen.
Like you mentioned, it is very easy to say that AI is more than human, but again AI is from human, so
yeah, and it's dependent on learning from humans.
On the human that is helping in training.
Right. Yes. Okay. Unless you see a hand up in the room, I don't see any hands online. If there's no further questions, then let's move on. Keeping an eye on the time, let's move on to I think it's our final speaker of the day. Just 1 second, my screen has gone to sleep. Just going to wake my screen up. So let's switch over to our final speaker of the day. I have great pleasure to introduce, yet another colleague. A very good colleague, also a clinical data scientist, Inigo Vermejo. And Inigo, I can't see my screen at the moment, but I believe you're going to talk to us today about another very, very important aspect about machine inferencing, which is how to build causality links rather than just associative links. So Inigo, we see your screen, and I hope that in a minute we can hear you very well. Predicting treatment effects from yeah, we hear you perfect. Predicting treatment effects from observational data using causal inference. The floor is yours, Inigo. Please do the honors.
Great. Thanks for that introduction, Leonard. I'm honored to be here today and for the opportunity of sharing these insights I've reached in the last several years when working as clinical data scientist in trying to get insights from data. So AI and machine learning, as we've heard today many times, hold a great promise to revolutionize every area of healthcare. But instrumental to that is their ability to leverage routinely collected observational data, because that's the data from which we have the most, right? That's where the large volumes of data are. That's where AI and machine learning models shine over more simpler approaches. So one of the applications that have garnered attention in the last few decades is prediction modeling. Prediction modeling is well, the process of building models to predict relevant health outcomes. It might be an event happening, or it might be also well, the time to that event happening, or trying to predict a measure, a numerical measure. I think popular examples out there are models that calculate the risk of a particular individual developing cardiovascular disease in the next 10 or so years, or models that estimate the life expectancy in cancer patients. And these models are very useful in their own. I think, for example, we've heard earlier about models to predict whether a person or how long a person has, a person who's developing dementia has of independent life, for example, and that's interesting on its own, even if we can't do anything about it. But in general, prediction models cannot help us with the decision making. They cannot help us change that risk of developing cardiovascular disease, or they cannot help us telling us how to increment that life expectancy unless they include causal notions, because a correlation, as the adage says, is not causation. And prediction models most of the times run mostly on correlation. I think this is well illustrated by this comic strip, where the main character is unsure whether the course in statistics helps him, or the cause of him better understanding this adage of correlation does not imply causation is because of the course or not. So one area of medicine that also has gotten a lot of attention in the last decades is the holy grail of precision medicine, which aims to give each patient the right treatment at the right time. In order to do this, we need to be able to estimate individual treatment effects, so how a treatment might affect different patients. But how can we estimate them from observational data? So a naive approach could be when we're trying to estimate just treatment effect in groups, to compare health outcome between groups. So in a simple approach, we can maybe try and measure how the Black medicine, or what the treatment effect of the Black medicine is by calculating health outcomes on the group of patients that got the medicine, comparing it with the group of patients who didn't get medicine on the right side. And we might be in a situation where after doing some data collection, we realize that actually the treatment that held great promise is actually not doing much in terms of improving survival, but it might even be doing harm, as we see by a lower survival percentage. We might go with this result to a clinician, and they might tell us, well, actually, this might have an explanation, and that is that maybe the group of patients who got the Black medicine is different to those who didn't get it. as we can see here, I've put different patients with different patient severity or different disease severities in different colors, and there you can see that maybe the new drug was given to the more severe patients, whereas the patients who didn't get the drug were in general milder, and that might affect the health outcomes and our naive estimate of the treatment effect. So here again, the same table, but when with two added columns where we have stratified patients into mild and severe. And there you can see that both in the mild and severe groups, actually the treatment group has a higher percentage of probability of survival. Sorry. So this is an example of what they call in epidemiology Simpson's paradox. So here you can see how in mild patients the drug is better, and the severe patient the drug is better, but in the whole group the drug is worse. So that's why causality or causal inference is important when we're trying to measure treatment effects. The reason why we're getting this unintuitive result is because of the presence of confounders. Confounders are factors that affect both the exposure or the treatment allocation in this case and the outcome, in this case survival. They introduce bias on treatment effect estimates, which is why RCTs are so important, randomized controlled trials, because in RCTs, randomization ensures that there is no confounding, because treatment allocation is only determined by randomness. Therefore, there cannot be any factors that affect both the exposure and the outcome. But that doesn't mean that we're lost with observational data. We can still use observational data to estimate treatment effects, but we have to adjust for confounders in order to remove that bias. Unfortunately, confounders are not the only source of bias in observational data. We also have selection bias. Without going very deep into it, selection bias is what happens, for example, in case control studies where the inclusion criteria already contains or includes the outcome. For example, if we want to see who develops cancer and our case control study has includes cases from those who already got cancer, we have to be careful in order to calculate the treatment effect against the control group, because by adjusting for that bias. Another source of bias is measurement bias. Unfortunately, mismeasurement is a common and a problem that has no easy solution, and therefore we have to make sure that we include in our model the fact, or we take into account in our model the fact that what we are measuring might not be the real value, but it might be biased by the instruments we measure or the policy of measurement. The causal inference is actually the field that tries to estimate treatment effects, be it from observational data or from RCTs, and in a big part of it is to try and identify what is the set of variables that we have to adjust or control for in order to disentangle the bias from the effect. So the adjustment set is as I said, it's just that minimum set of variables that we need to adjust for. Adjustments can be done in very different ways. So an easy way is conditioning. Conditioning means, for example, we look into a subset of the data. We can look, for example, only at severe patients, Stratification is what we did in the example before. So we stratified patients into mild or severe. In other cases, it's quite common to stratify patients by age. Then regression implies including those variables in regression models in order to, well, we have, for example, a continuous variable. It will probably be better to include in regression rather than to discretize the variable in order to stratification. And then propensity score matching, what it or inverse probability weighting, what they aim to do is to modify our populations so as to the treatment and control populations for them to be interchangeable, which means comparable or equal in all the variables that in the adjustment set. So, for example, if we have mild and severe cases, propensity score matching, you would reweight each of your individuals in your population so that in the end you would end up with the same percentage of mild and severe patients in both groups. There's different causal inference frameworks that have been developed over the last half century or so. It mostly comes from the fact that this notion of causality has a reason in different fields. So there's frameworks that come from economics, there's frameworks that come more from epidemiology, and finally also frameworks that come from the computer science background. So potential outcomes, instrumental variables, and causal diagrams are different frameworks that attempt to do the same thing, but using different approaches. And today I'll focus on the causal diagrams paradigm, I guess, because as a computer scientist, I was exposed to this by Professor Julia Perl, who's been one of the main, I think, proponents of the causal diagram or directed cyclic graphs framework. Because, well, Julia Perl is well known in the AI field for proposing and developing Bayesian networks in the 1980s. Bayesian networks and DAGs or causal diagrams have a lot in common. So in all of them, each variable is represented in a graph by a node, and then there are arrows or links that that determine how causality or causal relationship or flow between the variables. So according to this approach, this framework, there are two types of paths across the graph between treatment and outcome. One is the causal path, so the one that we want to measure what is the effect of treatment outcome, and there are non-causal paths. So they differ in this graphic representation in the terms that the causal path always follows the direction of the arrows, whereas the non-causal path doesn't always. So for example, here, the causal path is going in the opposite direction of the arrow. And so in this approach, what we will try to do is to try and block all non-causal paths to be able to disentangle this treatment effect from the bias. So I mentioned blocking non-causal paths, but so how can we block those non-causal paths? Then we need a set of rules to know when we should be adjusting or controlling for a variable. These DAGs are actually, no matter how complex they are built of three different types of building blocks, which are the ones that you can see in the screen. So the causal chain, the collider, and the confounder. Causal chain is when A causes B and B causes C. Like, for example, A might be a blood pressure lowering medication, B might be blood pressure, and C might be a cardiovascular event, for example. So the treatment affects B, so the blood pressure, and the blood pressure affects the risk of cardiovascular event. There B we call B a mediator. And in this case, the path is open. So from A to C, there is a correlation. So treatment of blood pressure will affect the treatment, the risk of cardiovascular event. But if we control by control for B, then that path will be blocked. The second type is the collider. The collider is different to the causal change in the sense that it's two causes that affect one outcome, A and C causing B, for example. Here we could think of, I know, A being rain and C being sprinklers and B being whether the grass is wet or not. And they're both can cause B, but they're independent. A and C are dependent of each other. Sprinklers and rain. That's a simplification, but if we assume that sprinklers always come on at the same time, in principle they're not related. But if we control for B or adjust for B, then we open that path. So if, for example, we know that the grass is wet, and we know that it hasn't rained, so we would think that it's more likely than not that the sprinklers were on. So causal chain and collider act differently if you control for the middle variable for B. And confounder is something that we've already seen. And here, again, so we can say severity being B, and A being treatment, and C being health outcome, like survival. And there, we've seen that controlling for B adjusts for the bias, so blocks the path. So in summary, the causal chain and confounder, if you adjust for the middle variable for B, you close the path. Otherwise, the path is open. And the collider, if you don't control for it, then the path is closed. But if you control for it, the path is open. So in principle, in practice, the DAGs are a bit more complicated. Like just three variables. There can be confounders, can happen as a combination of variables. So usually we use expert knowledge. So at difference with machine learning world and causally inference, we rely heavily on expert knowledge. We also have machine learning algorithms to learn the structure of these DAGs, but we can only learn those structures partially from observational data, because in the data, certain structures, so which causes what is not distinguishable just with data. So there's a framework that Judah Pearl and his collaborators have built over the last couple of decades that determine which rules we should follow to adjust or not adjust, and that's what is known as Pearl's do calculus. So here we'll see briefly the running example. We can see how we had that non-causal path, and then controlling for use that outer circle to signify controlling for or adjusting for, and that will close that path, the non-causal path, and then we can estimate the treatment effect on the outcome. Another example, for example, is this one that where researchers a couple of decades ago tried to determine what the link was, the effect was, of smoking in dementia. And there was different studies that were run in different countries, different cities, and who with different inclusion criteria, and that reached very different conclusions. In fact, in some studies concluded that smoking was beneficial for dementia or reduced the risk of dementia. When looked closely or closer to these studies, what appeared apparent is that there was a lurking variable, some sort of bias going on in some of the studies, and that was that had to do with the inclusion criteria in terms of age of the patients. So here, the older the patients were, the more benefit smoking was supposed to have in dementia, and this was deemed that it was caused by the fact that the people who were included in these studies that were already maybe even 75 years old were the ones that did not die from smoking before. So they were a subgroup of the total population. And that other the risk factors that also were causing both either death or dementia might be acting as a non-causal path, since we were conditioning in whether a patient was dead or not to include them in the study. That was creating this non-causal path between smoking, death, all risk factors for CVD and dementia. So in summary, because of this, that's an example of selection bias that was affecting the results of the treatment or estimates on between smoking and dementia. Now, you might think that this is only limited to structure or tabular data, but causality is everywhere. For example, in this paper published a couple of years ago in Nature Communications, they made a good job in summarizing how causality can help artificial intelligence and machine learning in some of its major challenges. For example, the lack of generalizability. Sorry, especially when there is a mismatch between the development data set and the target environment. With causality, we can estimate how that mismatch will affect the predictions. And it's also important to highlight the importance of establishing that causal relationship between the images and well, their metadata or their annotations in order to do so. In conclusion, causal reasoning is a key element in the future of AI. Predicting treatment effects from observational bias, observational data should address confounding and other biases. Causal inference is the science behind the effort of disentangling effect from bias, and then causal graphs or causal diagrams or DAGs are a powerful tool to estimate treatment effects this way. I just scratched the surface. That was the tip of the iceberg. I just showed this slide with I think good resources out there. The Book of Why by Julia Pearl is non-technical and I think quite readable book about these notions. Adnan Robbins's The Book of What If, of course, in reference to the Book of Why, is a bit of a more technical introduction to the subject. And then there's a couple of online courses, the top one at edX from Miguel Hernan, who's an epidemiologist in Harvard. And it's more of a theoretical, less technical, less mathematical course, and then Introduction to Causal Inference by Brady Neal, which is more of a mathematical course. And that's it from me. I don't know if there are any questions at this point.
Thank you, Inigo. Thank you for that excellent introduction and overview of causal inference in modeling. We have the luxury of a bit of time. So let's take some questions, if there are any, from either the floor or online. Can the people in the venue have a look around and see if there's questions there? I don't see any hands raised online. Well, perhaps while we're waiting for people to organize that question, can I lead you off with a question to get some thinking? Here we go. I'm thinking about the work of Dr. Sophia earlier, some of your comments, and also the work of Sneha. What do you think is, because it's hard again to have consensus or expert agreement on the directions of causality and the chains of causality sometimes. Do you foresee some kind of a role for semi-supervised learning or reinforcement learning in terms of, you know, being data driven in one part by, say, the large amount of text that Mrs. Sneha has, but then at some point switch over into building or rebuilding or adapting the kind of the assumed chain of causality until the two meet up. What's your thought on reinforcement in terms of building up a causality chain?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there should be a conversation there happening with between the data and the experts. So it doesn't need to be also a one step, but an iterative process to determine causality. And you're talking about reinforcement learning, which I think it's also very important also because it, especially when applied to settings where you can actually run also experiments, right? So, for example, reinforcement learning has gotten a lot of attention for its playing games, right? Go and chess and so on and so forth. There, the agent can interact with the environment, and therefore it can determine the direction of those links, because it's not just running on observational data, but in also how if it changes, if the agent changes something, whether something else happens or the other way around.
Thank you, Inigo. Do we have any questions from the floor or from our online audience? And for Inigo. If not, then I think our 5 excellent speakers are probably still online somewhere. We all should have had a chance to ask our questions of the speaker immediately after their talk, but we again have the benefit of a couple of minutes. So maybe if you had a question and then you missed your chance to one of the earlier speakers, if you still have a burning desire to ask your question, I think the 5 speakers are still online. So perhaps this is your chance if you wish to ask your question now. Is there anyone in the auditorium with a question or online? I'm seeing no hands up. Okay, I think it's very clear that our 5 speakers did an amazing job.
Actually, I think
yes.
The topic of artificial intelligence by itself is a very dry and a very niche topic. And for everyone to actually even grasp what even Inigo spoke or any of the speakers spoke itself, to imbibe it itself takes some time. And then to come up with some queries is again a bit difficult. Yeah. But I think it is penetrating more into our field now, and hopefully in the few years to come, there will be many more people who would understand it better, and then maybe. So these talks are actually very insightful for everyone to really get a grasp on the subject.
Yes, I completely agree. And as an introduction or as a learning session onto the topic, our 5 speakers, I think, have done an amazing job. So, number 1, I'm glad that these sessions are being recorded so that we can look at it again. There is one hand that's just popped up and disappeared. Did a hand pop up and disappear?
Hi, sir.
Can anyone see? There was
Yes,
a
sir.
question. Yes, okay, go ahead. Hi.
Sir, I don't have a question regarding artificial intelligence, but I have a question regarding this detectors which we are using on cameras. So can I ask or no?
Uh, I'm not 100% sure. Which speaker do you feel like addressing your question towards?
Anyone like Mr. Amit Notial can also answer, I think so.
Okay, who was that again? Sorry, I didn't hear who you directed that question to.
Mr. Amit Notial.
Amit, I think Amit Notial is online. I believe he can just unmute and speak. Although this is not a question specific to the session,
Okay, then I would suggest
I would suggest that we keep it for later, and maybe you
I'm
can
sure it's a
contact
very good.
Mr. Amit Notial on his email and discuss it.
Yeah.
I would like
Yes.
to request you, Leonard, to give an overview of the session, just for the
I'll do that.
benefit of the audience. Yeah.
Yeah. So Insaf Kumar, so I would invite you to hold your question and then contact Dr. Amit. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to give a 5-minute overview of the session, and then we can close the session. And for those who want to stay on, then you can ask your question if you want to. Okay, Insaf? Thank you for your understanding.
Thank you, sir.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your participation, for your attendance, and to our 5 speakers for your excellent contribution to this session. As Sneha ma'am indicated, this is a new topic, but it's one that's gaining deeper and deeper penetration into our fields of profession. So it's going to be an important one, and it's going to be one that we have to get to grips with in the near future. So it falls to me to try and make a 5-minute or a few minute summary or wrap up of all of the excellent things that our speakers have said. And there's no way I can do it detail or justice. But I'm going to try it like this. So one of the trends that, one of the key things that all of our speakers have identified is this concept of personalized medicine. And when I hear of this term personalized medicine, what I'm thinking of, or what I hope you think of, is that we are moving away from cohort-based medicine, where we're interested in the average effect in the cohort, or the average outcome, or the average hazard ratio or effect size for this magical mathematical thing called an average patient, which we all know doesn't exist. Personalized medicine really challenges us to think about the distribution of our patients. Some will do very, very well, and some will do very, very badly. And the average is actually a bad way of capturing the huge amount of diversity that exists in our real life patients. So how do we go about with that? The main thing we need is we need information. We need amazingly, astronomically large amounts of information. But now that poses a challenge in itself, doesn't it? When I have something amazingly heavy to lift up that my body cannot handle, I would use a machine, a crane or a forklift to help me pick up something exceedingly heavy. If I have a very long distance to get to in a very, very short time that my body cannot transfer me there, I'll use a machine, or a car or a train to do the job for me. So likewise, if I have a huge amount of information that I need to process in order to stratify my patients into ever smaller groups and assign to them the right treatment, well, with so much information that my human brain cannot process, well, here's the question. Why don't I use a machine to help me process some thinking for me the same way I use a machine to process lifting or transportation for me? That machine is, of course, a computer, and that is what brings us to the topic of artificial intelligence. Interestingly, if you look up the West Greenlandic word in the Kalat Lisut language for computer, it literally translates, literal translation, and Sneha ma'am, our language expert, can perhaps check this for us, it literally translates as artificial brain. So we're using computers to do a little bit of our thinking for us, but it's very important for us to define what we mean by artificial intelligence. And again, as most of our speakers have highlighted, and particularly Dr. Sophia, artificial intelligence is nothing more than the field of scientific study that relates to how systems can mimic complex human cognitive behavior. And to do so with 2 very, very special qualities: autonomy, varying degrees of autonomy and independence and lack of supervision. And number 2, varying degrees of adaptability, the ability to relearn and retrain and learn new things depending on new inputs. So when you have all of these things, mimicking of human expert behavior with adaptability and autonomy, then you have artificial intelligence. If you are missing the adaptability, what you have is you have automation, but you don't have artificial intelligence. And our speakers have also highlighted some very important things. For example, Sneha ma'am and Dr. Sophia pointed out that when a machine mimics the way a human looks at a dementia scan, or when a machine mimics the way a doctor draws confusion with a piece of text, its mimicry, it is not necessarily the same, or at least there's no indication that today it is the same thing as a deep understanding of language or a deep understanding of neuroscience, okay? So the way the computer, the way artificial intelligence, and specifically machine learning and deep learning as subsets of artificial intelligence, the way it's doing it is through nothing more than very, very deep and repetitive patterns of pattern recognition and pattern playback, right? So it's all down to recognizing and finding and repeating and playing back some patterns. That is how machines learn. That is how they achieve such amazingly high levels of adaptability. And then, as Dr. Alberto and also Dr. Inigo has pointed out to us, the autonomy that the artificial intelligence gets from such mimicry and such adaptability is not necessarily based on understanding or what we humans would really call wisdom. And it's sometimes not even based on something called causality. It's based on patterns and pattern association. And those are important things for us to recognize what AI is and what AI is not. How is it different from just automation, which is autonomous, mimicking expert behavior, but not at all adaptable, right? And to recognize what is AI and how do we deal with AI. And then our speakers also very conveniently and very insightfully brought up for us the challenges of AI. And now we know what AI is and how AI learns and how AI functions. We see the challenges of AI. Our speakers have pointed out to us that it really is like a show. And when I was listening to our speakers, I thought of a fashion show. You have beautiful models and beautiful clothes walking down the catwalk. But can you imagine how much unglamorous, very difficult work had to go behind the scenes even before the model with the beautiful dress gets to walk down the catwalk? And then what happens after the scenes? Imagine taking clothes that look good on an anorexic teenager on a fashion show and trying to put those same clothes on ordinary people like you and me. Well, that doesn't work. So there's a lot of behind the scenes, under the tip of the iceberg work that has to go on to make sure AI gets to work on real world patients and real world data in a safe, robust, and intelligent way. And what we think of as the glamorous, exciting part, the modeling part itself, is a tiny, tiny little tip of a very, very large puzzle. But I hope our speakers have actually helped you to see all of those things. So to sum up with, we can see that AI is going to be very challenging for us. There's many new things to learn. There's very many new concepts to get used to. There's a lot of frameworks and there's a lot of things happening behind the scenes and after the scenes that we as physicists and clinicians will have to get used to. But here is the challenge that I would end with, and it's a challenge for you, me, for all of us. If artificial intelligence, if computers, this kalat lisut word in artificial brain, if computers can adapt and learn and take up new things and produce new output with respect to new inputs, what can we, as human clinicians, human physicists, can we be as adaptable and as capable of learning new things? Because artificial intelligence in the clinic is certainly going to pose us some very exciting opportunities. It's going to pose us some very real challenges behind the scenes, during the visible part, and after the scenes as well. And we, as humans, learn new things. Can we, as humans, adapt to different and better and unusual ways of working? That is a question that no one can answer except perhaps you and me in the future. On that note, I want to say thank you to the organizers. I want to say thank you again to our 5 amazing speakers. I want to thank the technical people who have helped get the IT organized and all the recordings done in the background. So thank you everyone for your amazing contributions today. I think now I am the final barrier sitting between you and your farewell tea. So I do not want to prevent you from enjoying your tea and the rest of your day. So this is it from me as the chairperson of this session. I'm going to close this final session on artificial intelligence with a warm round of thank you to everyone concerned and to all of the audience. Thank you to all of you. I hope you've had a good session.
Thank you very much, Leonard. And thank you to all the speakers of this session also. There is one, if you have time, Leonard and the other speakers, you can just wait because there is a small introduction of a dosimetry software by a 5-minute talk by a GE healthcare expert. And I would request you to please wait for that. And I request Mr. Shankar Das to please share his screen and start the talk.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all. And thanks for giving this 5 minutes of time. And I'll keep it short. So this is regarding the the new innovations what will happen, and we are trying to improve our processing timelines because volumetrics, your dosimetry calculation, SUV, etc., has been part of our everyday processing in every single place wherever we do today the nuclear medicine practice. And if you see the previous generation softwares, I think we hardly ever did it in a regular everyday practice. So now, with the advent of Q volumetrics MI and the new advancements, which helps us to reduce your scan, your processing time significantly by around 30-40%. So which makes it possible to do all these kind of complex processing in day-to-day life for all the patients what you undergo. And the second one is regarding if now I think lutetium PSMA is I think India has seen it before the US, and we have been practicing for so long, and we can do lutetium PSMA follow-up cases on a click. I think it takes a couple of clicks to complete the processing. It is no more a research kind of a tool which needs to be very complex where people are very find it difficult to process. So we are trying to make it easy even for the SIRT assessment with the help of a couple of clicks. This is available on Zeradis platform from GE Healthcare, and this is for the planar processing, which was a olden days processing for SIRT treatment, which used to follow earlier. And for iodine therapy and quantitation, we also have something on dosimetry toolkit, which is integrated with Olenda, and we are also coming up with our own version of dose management on the next version of Zeradis. And this helps us to see the the amount of dose which is delivered to a patient, and which gives us to make a very good judgment on the total dose, and we can also think on what is the next plan for the same patient instead of doing it on an empirical manner. And yes, we have something on the brain. I think we have a couple of speakers who spoke about dementia. We have a couple of softwares on SPECT and PET with normal databases from different populations. And these are a couple of clicks and automatic ACPC alignments. This helps us to keep it fast and less, not tedious. I think there was a lot of questions regarding alignment and registration. Yes, these are pretty simple. Maybe the later versions will be more robust, and this also comes with a MR fusion, etc. And the unique part is we also come with a Q-lung, which is a VQ spec based quantitation, which is for the first time we are doing it on GE Healthcare. And I think this helps us a lot because this gives you improved negative predictable value, and it also, when you compare with the CTPA, it gives you less dose when we compare with the the conventional method of doing the rule out. By this, I would like to thank you all for giving us 5 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Shankar Das, for that insightful talk and so much information. I would now like to thank all the speakers of the previous session and the chairperson, Dr. Leonard, for taking out your valuable time and being present for the presentations and the conference. I thank you wholeheartedly. Now, moving on to the next session, we have one paper presentation left by Mr. Abhishek from Radiation Medicine Center. Mr. Abhishek, if you're present, you can just share your screen, and you have 5 minutes for making the presentation. Mr. Abhishek.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you, Maul, and good afternoon to join this meeting and conference and allow me us to explain my study over artificial intelligence and intelligent imaging in nuclear medicine about gamma camera based thyroid calculation. Okay, so first of all, my entire study based on the differentiate between the gamma camera scanned image and the probe. We are using thyroid calculation by using probe method. Visually, in our center and even other centers, they are adapting gamma camera based thyroid calculation. So we are here to discuss about what is the consequences if we use intelligent imaging or artificial intelligence in this process, and what was the demerit we can solve by our algorithm. So the aim of my study is to design a fully automated ROI. Am I audible?
Slides are not visible.
So now is it visible?
No.
It is visible and you are audible.
Okay. Sorry for the disturbance. So basically, my entire study is to oriented regarding to design and detect a fully automated ROI, because in our centers and even in other centers, I observe personally like others person design manually the ROI over the image which we obtain from gamma camera. So basically, we have to precise detection and even precise calculation for any kind of prescription by doctor. So we can't take any kind of error during this calculation. And as Dr. Albedo says that we have four structure over any kind of objective. Like first one is the clear research question, and then it is followed by the good data, and then it is followed by the reliable data, and after all, the testing is the major part. So basically, the first question we are objective in this case, like how to detect ROI and how to resolve the problem of manually ROI drawn. So next motivation in this case is like when we use probe-based imaging technology, then we have to get only quantitative value. But in the case of gamma camera, we take a visual impact and visual content about the image. So that's why we can, if we solve this problem, then we will totally get qualitative as well as quantitative from a single procedure. And the next motivation behind this, if we complete entire research study, then we can commercial it and convert into a digital solution and a product, which is can be a first Indian fully automated ROI detection software. So basically, we did some literature survey over this area. So we found like first paper, which is originated from our centers, that easily they claim that, as you've seen that the underline line, they claim that in this kind of cases, if you prefer gamma camera based imaging, which is far better than the probe based. And one more thing I would like to explain, like if you observe carefully, they draw a rectangular ROI and they drawn it by manually. So that's why if it cover apart from the thyroid area, so it consists some error and we have to rectify that error by using our algorithm. And this is again the next paper, which is published in Saudi Arabia, and even they claim that if we draw a proper ROI, that on that basis we can draw a better conclusion. That's why, and even in this case, you also observe that they draw a rectangular ROI, and if we draw a proper ROI around the thyroid tissue, so we can get a exact and a precise value of counting, and which is play a very important role of thyroid calculation. But in the case of China research and development,
Abhishek, you have 1 minute only.
Okay. So in the next paper, we saw that like they draw ROI exactly same as the thyroid tissue, but we have to focus on the background calculation. So background calculation they take, which is not in a entire area. We all know that background calculation and background utility is not a good. So that's why we can't use a single spot for a background calculation. Okay. So in my algorithm, I use some basic steps, and that's why I easily read out very fast. Like, first of all, we use the DICOM file, and then we did some process and find out the counting, and that counting will be help in the calculation of thyroid. So this is the first image which we get by the any gamma camera, and after that we use automated boundary, which is drawn by our software, and then after we calculate some mathematical calculation, which we will discuss later in next slide. So by this process, we use entire background, not for any particular spot of background. We use background for all region, and we will diagnose the basic image which we'll concern about. So this is the result we get by after running my algorithm and feeding a DICOM image into that system. So you observe that in left side, this is the first image, and after that, after running that algorithm, we easily cut out the entire and the unusual area which we did not concern about. So we only focus about the thyroid case. And the next one, you feel that the contrast change, because after denoising, after minimizing the background count, we reduce the contrast value. It means it shows the only count of which is uptake by the thyroid tissue. So this counting will provide a very high precision value of thyroid calculation.
Your time is over.
Yes, ma'am. Only 2 slides are left. Okay. So this is the so we can conclude here. Like after running this algorithm, we easily detect ROI, which is fully automated by software. There is no any chance of you can say any human error. And the next one is the noise detection. We easily improve by this algorithm. And the final one, like qualitative and quantitative data we can obtain in one single procedure. So this is the last slide, and in which I would like to explain what was the future scope. The first one is my study consists only thyroid case, but we can use this case in cardiac and renal in other imaging process, because all we know that imaging is the backbone of nuclear medicine or any kind of analysis. And the next future scope we will do that, because this study is only done for a few set of data, and if we use large data, we can train a best model, ML model, which can use in future. And the last one is, if it is running in a better way and after completing lots of training, it will become a good software for every doctor and technologist too. Is that it? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Abhishek. You may stop sharing screen.
Thank you, ma'am.
Over to Raki. Over to our judge, Raki. Can you stop sharing the screen, Mr. Abhishek?
Okay, ma'am.
Dr. Raki Vatsa will now announce the results for the paper presentations. Over to you, Raki.
Thank you very much, Sneha. A very good evening to all. So we are coming to the end of this 2-day extensive. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you. So, good evening, everyone. So we are coming to the end of this 2-day extensive conference. And now before announcing the result, I would like to congratulate and thank every participant and the speakers who have made this conference successful. And for oral presentations, we have 2 awards. So the first one goes to Mr. Biprojit Nath, and the second one is to Mrs. Amandeep Kaur from Faridkot. So we will be transferring the amount through the electronic means. And once again, I would like to congratulate the winners and thank you very much.
Coming to the end of the session, I would like to thank all the participants. More than first and foremost, I would like to thank the sponsors. Our sponsors have been very generous and are one of the major reasons why we could actually make this conference a success. In addition to them, we would like to thank our generous audience and who have been patiently listening to us and all our scientific deliberations, and also to the chairpersons. Many of the speakers and chairpersons have taken out personal time during the weekend and spent their time with the conference and making this conference, contributed towards making this conference a success. I thank them all. Last but not the least, I have to thank my colleagues Ashish Jha and Amit Nautiyal for making this conference a grand success. In addition, I have to thank my students who have also been like support behind the scenes and also on the scene, because many of them were actually helping us with moderating and comparing the sessions also. So I want to thank all of them. And over to you, Amit. I would like to hear a vote of thanks from you.
Thank you, ma'am. Hello, everyone, and it's a beautiful sunny day here in London. And I feel extremely honored and privileged for having given this opportunity to extend a vote of thanks on this auspicious occasion. And needless to say, but this is the momentous day in the history of NMPI, as we have for the first time hosted this grand scientific conference in a hybrid mode. On behalf of NMPI and NMPI Con Committee, I would like to propose a vote of thanks to the national and international participants who registered for the conference. And I would like to say that this year we received around 500 registrations for NMPI Con 2022. And I want to extend my warm regards to our chief guest, Dr. Natasha Sen Ramamurthy, and our guest of honor, Dr. Pradeep Mukherjee. I also would want to thank all the respected delegates for taking their valuable time out and ensuring their presence here. I feel really enlightened and believe that we got to learn a lot of things from this conference. And obviously those words would fall short to describe how much knowledge we could derive from such conferences, and of course the important national and international networks we could create using these conferences. And I would like to thank all the national and international speakers as well, chairpersons from the bottom of heart for taking out valuable time from your busy schedule to be the guest speaker at Hybrid NMPI Con 2022 at Mumbai. Even though everyone's lecture won us over, but with the special mention to Dr. David Thompson's speech, as he laid down the technical advancements of PET CT with aim to cater the need of our students. And also I would like to thank Dr. Ansu Rajni Sharma and Dr. E. Prabhu to take a special interest in our program and attending all the sessions in person. And last but not the least, I would I want to extend a vote of thanks to our organizing team and my former colleagues, Mr. Asisa and Ms. Sneha Mithun, for making this event happen beautifully. And working with all of you was really a lifetime experience for me. And I also cannot overlook the efforts of our lovely students, Grace, Aksa, Kinri, Shreyas, Pavitra, Chandrima, and others whose name I missed, who gave their last week and worked dedicatedly for this conference. A big round of applause to all of them. And I really miss seeing all of you in person. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the sponsors as well, because this event was not successful. It was difficult to conduct such conferences without your support. And I am sure all the participants must have enjoyed this conference and scientific sessions. And this is most likely my last vote of thanks in the capacity of NMPI official and NMPI national organizer. But I hope we continue to work like this and organize such events in a collaboration in the future for the betterment of our members and students. And I may express that last 5 years of my tenure as an NMPI officer was full of events, happy duty, self-teaching in many aspects. But I'm glad I had strong support from my colleagues and NMPI office bearers, and I'm sure that you will work together and take the NMPI to the newer heights. Always remember that the teamwork is the spirit of success and growth of society as well. So though I'm bidding goodbye for now, but I'm always available for any discussion and possible support from my end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amit. I would now like to invite our organizing chairman, Ashish Kumar Jha, to speak a few words.
Thank you, Amit. I think every good thing has to end. So end should be also good. So first, I would like to thank all that audience who attended this conference physically and who attended this conference virtually. And without audience or without delegates, conference cannot be a success. How much effort you take, how much this scientific feast you create, but if someone is not ready to enjoy it, that will never be a success. So with this, we wanted to propagate the knowledge what we have gathered, and that to our fellow colleague and younger generations. And now we have so many students in front of this. And if I look back, that this was probably 17th scientific event I was involved in organizing the event, scientific event, that was 17. And this time I kept myself back, and thanks to two very hard-working secretaries, organizing secretaries, Sneha Nair and Amit Nautiyal. Though we were here together, but Amit really sitting in London, he worked tirelessly. Sometimes he used to phone me 2 o'clock in night, because at that time he was free. So I think that is that was very nice interaction during this conference, and we were able to organize a good lectures. I hope that it must have been transformed to that audience, and majority of attendees were from Mumbai and Tata Memorial Hospital. One thing I have to tell with lots of remorse, that we do not have enthusiasm from NMPI group to attend these kind of conferences. And I don't see many people coming from Mumbai itself. And I thank Ankit. He took time and for 2-3 days, and he traveled to Mumbai to attend this conference and contributed scientifically, and also he was kind of support for us. And I thank everyone, and mostly I would like to thank our lovely students. All are really, they are very enthusiastic and they are very supportive. And because of them, I will not take name, because if I forget one, then and I'm very bad in remembering the name. So all the students, all are a team member like Amit, Sneha, Rakhi, Pooja, Viraj, Manoj, Rutuja, and Renuka, so many. And I think Karan had joined us, I think 1 month back, right? Yeah, he is very enthusiastic, and he joined us 1 month back. So I believe that now baton goes to the younger generation. This is your baby. Please take care of it. And now I think it is my time, at least, is to sit back and enjoy that event. So I believe that people will come forward, and they will take interest. And see, scientific event is not this we organize for 2 reasons. One, to give you scientific knowledge or learn from each other, and second is networking. Because of this nature, like virtual nature, that networking part has taken back stage. Only that knowledge is flowing through this conference. But we are hopeful that this time we organized hybrid conference, and from next time we will have full scale event, that offline event. Okay, so thank you so much. Thank you everyone. Thank you, Amit. Hi, Amit.
Yes, sir.
Only remorse I have that we enjoyed party and so many things, and you were not.
Yes, sir. I couldn't make it, but next time I will certainly try to make it. Yes.
Physically. Okay. Thank you, Amit. So let's log out and keep a nice end to this program. Thank you.